It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. It's the Short Bus Saturday. Short Bus Saturday.
Yo, 1212, man. What's cracking, y'all, man? I'm GG, man. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. The place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases. You feel me? It's a Saturday, man. Shout out to all y'all, man, out there. I see y'all out there, man. Shout out to Ron Matthews. What's good? Shout out to Adric Hapoy. Excalibur. What's cracking? Nick Morrison. Here we go, kids. Leon 008, what's cracking with you, man? Aaron Peters, what's happening? Chikwe Igwe, what's cracking? Let me go ahead and get this started, man. Before we, start popping and cracking, man. Shout out to all the haters out there. I know y'all lurking. I know you got something to say. You know what I mean? Also, if you can, man.
Share the damn video, bitch.
Share the video, man. Don't hate, man. Congratulate. And also, man, like the video, man. I got 17 likes right now. That's 44 people watching, man. You know what I'm saying? To get the likes up, man. Like the video, man. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed already. And, you know, hit the bell notification button so you can stay abreast of what's going on here, man, on the Green Gorilla channel, man. And again, man, hit the fucking like button, man. Come on, now. Hit the like button, bro. You know what we here to do, man. You know what we came here for. And, you know, like I always do, man, I want to shout out to all the members of the Green Gorilla channel, man. I know it's time consuming, but it's just my way of, man, appreciating each and every person, man, who helps me to keep this thing going, to keep this boat afloat, to keep this ride moving. You feel me? So shout out to Divine Love Ridge, Timothy Blewett, G-Star, Heru in the Apocalypse, Ted Gunderson, Outside the Cube, Gerard Shelton, Rais Moajid, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Wild Bear 50, Sun Ra 44, Barnolis, No Sleep, and BGS Ibmore. Big up, man. Big up to Jazz Tech, FA for Life, Andre 416, Mantis on Break, Lock Vegas 05, Bimrock, Brotherly Love 215, Damian H, Passport OG, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Rashid Barnes, and Blacksword 404. Big up, man. Ben Cannon Kenton, Sherlin Woe, Leon 008, Artisan MC, Dub Will, Mr. Good Dad, Third Coast X, Roderick Jackson, Michael Ross, 63rd Samurai, and Ishmael Samad. Big up. Big up to The Watcher, Hostile Adept, The Ruthless, Heartless Revelator, Kill the Game, Dr. Thunder, Jason Hales, Charles Finney, Interesting Thought, The Silent Warrior, Naomi Gary, and Jay Cleveland Green. Big up. Big up to the Toxic Masculinist, Pulpit 28, Larry R, Sefson, Afro Troop TV, Show Me, Spain Man, Seventh Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, and An Honest Look, man. Big up. Big up Ricky Dawson, Stefan, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Billmonger, Adrian Thomas, and Electrician 480. Big up. Big up to Binga, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanko 1, D. Scott, Path Guy, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Vince Lindsay, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard 80OS, and Shadow Observer. Big up, man. Big up Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, AI, Apostle, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., and Adam. Big up. Big up Ignatz Mouse, Dr. Tree 33, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, and Greg. Big up. Big up to Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Cameron 87, Doc LaRock, and Mark Swift. Big up. Big up to Odd Collar, Donna Watts, Coach Hotep, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat Ibmore, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Aaron Smith, DHA Double, Kalanja Collar, and W. Pierre 1. Big up, man. Can't forget the mind them that's in the ethereal plane. David Carroll, Force Windu, and Kevin Samuels. Big up, man. And also, Demand Them, Robert Wicks, Shine Language, Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby the Tetrahedron, J Live, Rashawn Phillips Surels, Keith Bass Jr., Nick Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, J. Cleveland Green, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Pursuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, J. Bailey, Mr. Michi, Momal, and the same. Well, thank you, man. Y'all deserve a round of applause for the cause. Thank you so much for supporting the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis. Straight up for real, though. And if you're wondering how you can become a member of the Green Gorilla channel, man, here's how you do it. We'll be back with the show. There's more to go. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely. Straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. the content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, man, we back. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers, man. And right now, we have like 39 people who have already liked the video, but we got 70 people watching, man. Can we get the likes up just a little bit, please? Is that so hard to do, man? A like is free, man. Don't cost you shit to hit the like button, man. Real talk. Can we get it up to at least 50 before we start, man? Straight up, man. But I did bring a friend along, you know what I'm saying? Goes by the name of Marcus Aurelius. Keep it 100, man. What's going on, man? What the business is, man?
I want to give a shout out to Riri and Pookie and Lil Earl and Man and Black and my man Jerome. And
tell man if I see you, tell man if I see him, I'm gonna cut him if he don't give me my motherfucking money, man.
Look, it's only $5 he owes you. I don't know why you're trying. I'll give you the damn $5.
No, it's more like $50, you know.
$50? That motherfucker had to pay him his goddamn self. I ain't know if I got no $50 for that.
You don't hurry up and pay me my $50, man. I'm gonna tell him.
Why you at it? And while you're at it, let me get a sip of that sauce you're holding.
Oh, wait, you know this was in my white cup, man, belong in my cup. You need to get your own cup.
I got my own cup. It's in my pocket.
Well, you need to go get you some country club, nigga.
Motherfucker, hey,
get your own country club vodka.
You gotta learn to share sometimes. God damn it.
But anyway, man, what's cracking? Look, man, look, bro. We in the house, man. I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers, man. I got Marcus Aurelius, Keep It 100 here this afternoon, man, and we're going to do the Short Bus Saturday. It's our, take on short clips that we see in social media throughout the week, and we just comment on them and give our opinions about a wide array of subjects, whatever comes, across our screen and we find interesting. So we present it to you and we react to it. So that's what we do, man. And today, mostly you're the one who provided these clips. So
shout out to Leon. This is a funny ass comment he got there. I ain't gonna say it out loud. Shout out to Leon 008, man. You know what I'm saying? But shout absolutely, man. Let's you know what I'm saying?
And then also, like my guy here says, why waste that beat on the intro, man? I got so many beats, bro. You ain't heard like part of the beats I got, bro. I got beats for days, man. I got them cats from Beats by the Pound, man. Master P. I got beats by the pound, bro. Real talk, straight up, man.
Beats by the ton.
I got a lot of beats. I ain't gonna lie, man. I got a lot of them joints, bro. A whole bunch, man. You feel me?
Beats headphones. Beat your ass, Beats.
beat the brakes off a motherfucker.
Beat the brakes off a nigga, Beats.
So yeah, man. So let's get into this, man. We ain't got to take all the time of day, man, to get to it, man. So let's start off with the first one, bro. It's right. Interesting clip, man, I thought.
No doubt.
I'm to a stage now where I'm building with another level of men. I can't build you from Waffle House and take you up to where I'm at.
Okay.
You got to go through that by yourself.
Okay.
So 48,000, that's not enough for me.
Respectfully.
We probably talking about 65, 70.
Okay. You're missing 20, 25. Respectfully.
Because when you're ready to settle down, I need you to hold everything down. I don't have a car. No, I own my car. I own my house. I still got financial problems. So when you're ready and I feel like I'm pregnant, I'm definitely going to be a house mom for a minute. So you better be able to hold. You better be able to hold everything.
What the fuck?
And I still want to live normal life. Normal things, go on trips. I still want to do that. So you got to be able to afford, baby.
How in the hell are you going to demand me to bring something to your life that you ain't brought to that motherfucker? You talk about you got financial problems. Goddamn it, well, we got financial problems then. How does that make sense for you to demand something that you have not obtained yourself? Because quite frankly, frankly, guess what? My second job I ever had, I was at Waffle House, and I'm a millionaire now. So sometimes you gotta stay with that nigga. You gotta ride that ride with him and run that damn marathon at the end. What y'all wanna do? Y'all wanna sit around at the goddamn finish line and fuck the winner? I say bullshit. You gonna be at Waffle House before I will, goddammit, after he come in here. Women, you cannot be scared to build with the man. If you see potential in this man, if you see vision in this man, if you see purpose in this man, this is just a pit stop of where I'm going in life. This is just a step of where I'm gonna end up at. This is not my final destination. But you are waiting for a man that's already built when you're not built yourself, and they say you're settling. No, bitch, I'm settling.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. He's entertaining. I mean, he's a hype as a motherfucker. He's amped up. But
yeah.
So what do you got to say? Obviously, that piqued your interest. You sent it to me, so
right. I want everybody in the chat to notice, because I want you to run it just for a couple seconds. Look at the woman that's sitting next to him on the right's face as he's talking. Like her face, her reaction, you could tell. Like, I don't know what the rest of the conversation sounds like, but her face was like, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and run it. Look at her face.
I say bullshit. You gonna be at Waffle House before I will, goddammit, after he come in here. Women, you cannot be scared to build with the man. If you see potential in this man, if you see vision in this man, if you see purpose in this man, this is just a pit stop of where I'm going in life. This is just a step of where I'm gonna end up at. This is not my final destination. But you are waiting for a man that's already built when you're not built yourself, and they say you're settling. No, bitch, I'm settling.
yeah, she seemed like she ready to respond real quick.
Right. She's like, as soon as these motherfuckers said, "Hey, this is just a stop in life," she was like, I done heard that shit before. You know, because first of all, our women, if we want to call them that, right? They are the worst at, picking potential. They are the worst at knowing what they don't know what potential is. They think potential means I like him, he's going places.
Right. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So their lack of ability to know potential has put them in, a bunch of situations with guys who now they don't trust that he's gonna do something with himself, right? Right. So that was her reaction. So now they get to a place where they say, you know what? I'm gonna deal with the dude that's done it already. Right? It's because I have faith in this guy. I gave him this, I gave him that, and this is a dude that ain't have no potential. You wanted him to win, but he didn't want to win, right? So now you gotta you skip the dudes with the real potential and you go after the dudes, like he said, at the finish line. And them dudes don't respect you either. 9 times out of 10, by the time the chick chooses the dude at the finish line, she got the quote unquote dude with potential, the guy she thought had potential. She got all his kids and this and that and the third, and it's 10 years, 15 years later, right? And she's making demands on the guy who is at the finish line, right? But yeah, he's right when he says you're not selling. She thinks she's selling because she didn't want him. She wanted the guy that didn't do shit. So that's her way of selling. You know what? I ain't gonna get the guy that I like to win. So I'll get the guy that's winning that I ain't really feeling. To them, that's settling. For him, it's like, bitch, I done did all this shit. You're the settle piece. Because you're not who I would date at this level. Like, I built all of this and this and this and this, and you're like, oh, okay, no, I'm settling, shorty, because you're not who I did all this work for. Yeah, I didn't do all of this and build myself up to be this to still end up with the chick that the dude who laid on your couch would be with.
Right.
Like, he ain't had to do nothing to get you. I'm doing all this for you. Knock it off.
Yeah. Look, all I can say is, man, some of the shit the woman was talking about, like she said she got a job, she making money, she own her own house, but she still got financial problems. Sound like a you problem to me, bitch. Sound like you got some shit you gotta take care of, shorty.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Handle
You don't expect for you to add me in like I'm water in the motherfucking hamburger helper mix and then everything about to get settled out. No, ma'am. Sorry. Can't do it. Who was that one cat man that had that song? Nah, baby, I ain't gonna be able to do it.
Oh, that's Double X Posse. Can you do
Yeah.
it? I'm not gonna be able to do it.
I ain't gonna be able to do it. Fucked around with your boy, messed up, and you blew it. Some shit I forget how the lyrics went.
That's the lyrics. Double X Posse. Look it up. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, but you know, I don't know, man. This is how I feel about it, man. Moving on, man. You know what I mean? Moving on.
No doubt.
A woman should never ask a man to provide more than he can provide. That's wrong. A woman should always live within the man's means. And if the man has the means, great. If he doesn't, don't ask for it.
Yeah.
And if you want more, work together to build it up.
Now, this is significant to me. I'm gonna take this up first. First of all, the lady says, don't ask for a man to do more for you than what he actually can do. Okay? And because it's a disrespect thing, for one. And then for two, she basically said, like, if it is the case that you want more than what he can provide, then it's up for you to help him, you know, make it. It's up for you to team and partner up so y'all can make what you want a reality instead of just being a leech, a parasite, a succubus. You know what I mean? But here's the deal. I just want you to go back and look at the various commentary between Arabic men and women, and like, do you find like the Arabic women saying ignorant ass shit like you just saw that black chick just say? I'm not saying they don't say it. I'm pretty sure they do, but like, there's not a multitude of Arabic or a multitude of Latino. There's not a multitude of well, I do hear white women saying this shit though, so I won't say that. But I don't hear a whole bunch of other colored women, so to speak. Yeah, since you want to get into all this BIPOC shit, I don't hear a lot of them saying these kind of things, man. Real talk.
Well, this is the thing. The Arab women that may say that, they're in a very small minority. You know, because they're raised a certain way, the men are raised a certain way, and in order for it to work, that they gotta rock with that. And they deal with their women very differently than how we deal with ours. You know, you deal with any of these women, whether they be from the continent, whether they be from, you know, Arab nations, whatever the case may be, they'll tell you like dealing with us is a cakewalk compared to dealing with their own men, right? But, you know, her saying what she's saying, I mean, it makes too much sense. You know, the reaction to that would be, okay, if I got to work, you know, this is black women's point of view on that. What we just played is, if I got to contribute, or we got to work together, either I'm in my masculine energy, or you a roommate, or, you know, this life ain't soft, and, you know,
man, let me just say, hey, man, hey, look, this is the message, man. First of all, man, get my fucking lights up, man. Like, how many motherfuckers got lights on my shit right now? I cut YouTube off, but I'm about to cut it back on. I know I got 117 people watching, and I got 63 likes, man. Can I get my lights up for real though? Straight up. Can we do that?
We banging for likes. Bang.
Look, here's the deal, right? And I just want people to think about this, man. We live in a service-based economy where when women go to work, man, 9 times out of 10 they go to work in air-conditioned buildings with electricity, with elevators and escalators and shit. And they doing service-based jobs where you're not motherfucking pushing rebar, you know, into a column or no shit. You ain't like shoveling cement or no shit like that.
I'm laughing because I've done that before. Because rebar and cement.
That's the shit I do. But bro, when I say I'm a rebar king, nigga, I'm a rebar king. I can pack 6s, 8s, 10s, 12s. I know how to bend them, cut them with the chop saw. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know how to motherfucking tie them with, you know, saddles and wraps. You know what I'm saying? Snap ties with the wraps. Figure 8 ties with the wraps. I know how to do that shit. So the whole point is, I'm a rebar king. I'll pack a motherfucker out too. You want Pat? You want to see who quit first? Let's get it. That's how I get down with it. But the whole point is that's not the type of work these chicks doing. They act like they fucking picking cotton right now, man. Come on. And I ain't saying that, work in and of itself isn't draining, but come on, man. We live in a service-based economy. And most of the work that people are doing is light work, man. It's light work. So I don't understand this whole idea I'm in my masculine phase by having to go to work. And plus, most of these chicks ask to go to work, man.
Right.
Rosie the Riveter, y'all asked for this shit. You wanted to go to work.
But black women have always worked. Yeah. Understand that the guys that you're trying to divest to are the ones that made you do that. You didn't work because we needed support or help. No, they made you do that. They put you in domestic capacity. It's in we've seen it.
Man,
but,
you don't want me to start showing the pictures of black women with fucking little white babies and shit.
Yeah.
In the slave master family and shit. You don't want me to go start showing them pictures. Because they out there on the internet.
Yeah, you weren't made to do that by us. And
let's just be frank. If you want to talk about what a mammy is, that's what a fucking mammy is. I don't know. I guess they taken the language of slavery and kind of like rehashed it, kind of flipped the script on it or whatever.
They do the Diddy to everything. Huh? They do the Diddy to everything, man. They remix it.
Man, I know what a mammy is. You don't want me to start showing some Olsen, the Joel Olsen story.
What a Lizzo.
With the white man with the black face singing about his mammy. Mammy. The sun goes east. I forget how that shit is. Rises east. The sun sets west. Oh, mammy. I know what my heart loves best. Oh, mammy. Cut the fucking bullshit and malarkey out, man. But all I'm saying is, man, look. Other women have this idea or this concept, except for white women particularly, though. I think white women are gold diggers just as much as the black chicks are. But this idea that, I'm masculine to the extent that I have to contribute to, a family, it's some fucking absurd bullshit. I just don't get it, man. But other women don't have these concepts or these ideas. I don't get it, bro. I ain't gonna even try to get it, man. Fuck it. We're gonna move on to the next one, which here's an African woman on the same shit, though. Check it out.
I'm looking for a wealthy businessman, like somebody who can take care of me, because like the way that I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian woman. I want the same household that I had when I was a child. So my dad took care of my mother, all his wives, all his girlfriends. They never had to like lift a finger. When I was younger, I never entered the kitchen.
You can take that one, bro.
You might have to run that for me again. I had to go get my protein off the porch there. But I think I remember this one.
The black Nigerian woman, man, who basically says that her daddy took care of everything. He took care of the wives. He took care of the girlfriends. He kept them kept up. They was soft girls. And so she ain't never set foot in no kitchen. So she want a rich businessman. She from Nigeria.
He had wives and girlfriends. So basically what you're saying is
he was big trick daddy.
Right, but if you ain't gotta lift a finger, don't talk to me about my side hoes. Because you opening the door for that. Like, it's like T.K. Kirkland said, look, I ain't gonna pay all the bills and be faithful.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So basically, he's paying for my mama and for us and his other bitches. So I can have other bitches. Right? But aside from that, right? Aside from that, yeah. Oh, I never had to enter the kitchen. Like, what you mean you never had to enter the kitchen? You wasn't your pop's woman. Like, of course you never had to enter the kitchen. See, okay, so So what are you saying? That you want a rich businessman? I've heard this shit before, and I'm talking about in real life, right? From women I know. You want a man that's rich enough so you don't have to do the wife shit because he's paying another woman to do it, right? That's what they say, right? I want you to pay for housekeeping, a maid, a nanny, all this other shit, and all I want to do is lay my ass here like Keisha and Belly and wait for you to fuck me. That's some concubine shit. That is some concubine shit, yo. Straight up.
Yeah, it's some bullshit for real. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I want you to think about this, man. So you mean to tell me this is what you're looking for, though? What you got now, though? So I mean, like when you got to eat right now, how the fuck do you eat? You don't step in the kitchen to eat right now?
Right. Nah, this is the base. But I understand where you coming from. My bad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you ain't got the man you saying that you want right now.
Right.
And you never had to step foot in the kitchen as a fucking child. Like most children, like up until a certain age, don't have to go cook no way. Right? True indeed, right?
Age, yeah.
I mean, but like when you get like 12, 13, maybe that, your parents might start teaching you how to cook or some shit like that.
Right.
I was never, my mother did not enforce me into the kitchen like, you gonna learn how to cook, boy.
My mother enforced my ass into the kitchen. I could cook with the best of them. I got cast iron and all type of shit in this motherfucker that I know how to use.
But I asked, I wanted to learn how to cook. Not because, like I wanted to I'm a person that likes to learn a lot of different things anyway. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. So I wanted to learn how to make chicken and hamburgers and shit like that, how to fry the fries. You know what I'm saying?
When we turned
so when I went to college, shit, I was good. I know how to cook the spaghetti, fry the fish, fry the chicken. You know what I'm saying? The whole nine. I ain't had to like waiting on some chick to fucking help me take care of my life. I can do what the fuck I need to do. I know how to cut up. I know my bell peppers, my onions, and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? My garlic. So I don't need no chick to cook for me, but it'd be nice if a motherfucker would contribute from time to time. But like a chick like this, she just want a motherfucking, a free ride, a meal ticket. Who wants a wife, man, that's just a fucking drain and a fucking succubus, man? Who wants that?
Hey, shout out to D in the chat. He said, I was forced. The washroom, I mopped, I swept. I was forced. They understand. He said, the dishes, the trash. Listen, bro, I was Cinderella day to day. All right?
Cinderella, huh?
Bro, I wash dishes, I cook, I clean toilets and tubs and sinks. And bro, when he said I mopped. Understand this, right? There's a lot of people, indeed, you might feel me on this one. Something as simple as mopping, a lot of people don't know how to do. A lot of people don't know how to mop a floor, and it befuddles me that this is a real thing. And the crazy thing about it is you go through all of that shit, right? And then when you get older, you ain't mad because it's just the same way they talk about, I can get my own bag. Well, bitch, I can cook, I can clean, I can live. There's a lot of men out here who their mother didn't make them do any of that shit. And they're at the mercy of bitches for domestic duty. They're at the mercy. That's why I say to women, I say, yo, let your son know how to do this stuff. Now, of course, teach your daughter too. But your son should know how to do this, just like you teach your daughters how to be independent and all this other shit. Don't teach your kids. Don't let, because a lot of men look at this as, oh, we're making our sons learn how to do this and that. And that's women's work. Understand that, the same independence that these women have by being able to get their own money is the same independence you give your son by, teaching him how to, feed himself and keep clean shit and all of that shit, right? It's the same thing. So, when I was 13, man, my moms used to cook big breakfast every Saturday. We get up, pancakes, egg sausage, whatever. One day we got up and that shit was like Friday. We ain't smell no food cooking. She's like, y'all grown, 13. Y'all grown,
shit.
Cook your own shit straight up. And I had to burn shit. And now I'm a master when it comes to this fucking breakfast shit. I'm a master, bro. Like, but this is what it is, man. But that shit right there, she need to marry your pops then.
Yeah, I just, look, I'm gonna tell you, when I first started washing dishes, I was living in New Orleans with my uncle. And, he got like motherfucking, he had at the time, let me see, 4 daughters. Let me see, how many daughters did he have at the time I was in New Orleans? Because every summer I would go to New Orleans to spend time with him and, his daughters and, his wife and shit. So, I don't know, I had to be like around about maybe 10, some shit like that. And he was like, you gonna pull your weight. You just sit around here, you don't really do much. I'm like, well, like, what am I supposed to do? He said, you gonna start washing dishes. Then he told my mom, say, this little nigga know how to wash dishes real good. I trained him real good. So ever since then, I was a dishwasher in, at the house of St. Louis. And, my OG man, I mean, how before dishwashers came into, being and shit like that, that's the era I grew up in. Wasn't no fucking dishwashers. Right. You know what I'm saying? You had to take them motherfucking steel wool to them cast iron skillets.
Right.
To get that shit off, you know what I'm saying? And, them old school people, man, they use real ingredients and shit, you know what I'm saying? Butter and flour and, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucking Crisco. They motherfucker wasn't using no short vegetable oil in a bottle and shit. They were using Crisco, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
I learned.
Bacon grease and shit. They kept bacon grease in a little jar on the stove. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. So,
man, if it was my night to wash dishes, like, look, before we even finish, I run some hot ass water. I'm talking about hot water, too hot to put your hand in. And when everybody finished their plate, they put them dishes in that hot, soapy ass water. And I let that shit sit. Boy, you better wash them dishes. Hold on, I'm letting it soak. Let it soak, right? Then I would reach my hand in that deep ass sink, that hot ass water, let the water out, man. And that shit was so easy to do after the fact, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the things you learn. These are the things you learn. Let them dishes sit in that hot ass water, straight off of motherfucker eating. Don't let that shit sit for no minutes and get hard. Let that shit sit in that hot ass water.
Yeah, I used to have to mop and do all that shit too. You know what I'm saying? Right. And my uncle, he was like, I guess it was one summer. I guess this motherfucker got tired of seeing my ass just sitting around not doing very much. And that motherfucker was like, he snapped. So he's like, you gotta open up the mop. You can't you gotta put some water on the mop.
This is why, this is why it kills me. This is why it kills. I'm sorry to cut you off, but real quick. This is why it kills me when these women make these arguments. I gotta go to work and come home and clean. No, you don't. You make your kids do it. You make your kids do this shit. Stop acting like you go to work. Oh, I work all these 8 hours as a slave, and then I come home, and then I gotta clean up the home. You don't do shit. You make your kids do all this shit. Monday, Tuesday, that your day, and Tuesday, Wednesday, that your day to wash the dishes and clean this and clean that. And Friday, Saturday, you do it, and then on the Sunday, y'all motherfuckers alternate. And I ain't never gonna do shit in this motherfucker. God damn it. And
I'm paying the bills, and you need to do this, and you need to go outside and sweep them steps down, and you need to get them leaves, go get a rake and get all them leaves and put them in a bag.
I'll whoop your ass and wear the belt around their neck and shit.
Shit, my OG used to smoke motherfucking Winston Light 100 cigarettes, man. Go buy me a bag of cigarettes, and when you come back, I want you to wash my car. I want you to clean up this front yard. I want you to clean up the backyard. You're going to mow the grass. You're going to cut the grass. You're going to edge the grass. Then you're going to get all the leaves. Then you're going to sweep everything down. There wasn't no power blowers or no trimmers and shit. You got to snip, snip, snip with your hands. You know what I'm saying?
Shit. You know what I mean? Hey, how many people in the chat, right? You chilling in your room, mind your business. You know what I'm saying? You might be watching Transformers and G.I. Joe. Your mom's call you, hey, Joseph, come in here. You go all the way in the other room, right? She'd be like, pass me the remote. And the shit right there.
Man.
The shit right there. God damn it, you couldn't get up and get the remote.
Or when you're dealing with a woman, better yet, go get my purse. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, man, what the fuck I got to go get your purse for, man? The shit like, it ain't like we in a hotel and you left the motherfucker up in the room and I got to go get it. It's like 10 paces away from you. Go get me that. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Yeah. Go turn the TV, boy. Turn to channel 5 for me. Like you all like she all relaxed and shit. Yeah, turn to channel 5. Like motherfucker, I was in the back.
Yeah, but this was at a time I used to be able to go buy cigarettes. Look, Winston Light 100s. Them was my mom's cigarettes right there. Go.
Right.
I want you to go to the store, go get me a 2-pack Winston Light 100s. When you come on back here, I want you to do X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So
it's some nude color pantyhose.
Yeah, God forbid you gotta buy some sanitary napkins or some shit like that.
And all the niggas is in the store. Hey, what you doing, man? Hey, look, I'll get up with y'all later, man. I'll see y'all when y'all get back. I'll get back to the block. Hey, let me get some new color pantyhose and a pack of Winstons.
And get me a bottle of vinegar and a couple of bags of sugar.
My man said Benson and Hedges, nigga. What?
Bitches and hoes, baby. Benson and Hedges. Bitches and hoes.
Christopher Clipper, my man said, give me the Benson and Hedges. That's why. Give me some Virginia Slims.
Them was the days, my dude. Back in the day.
Oh man, when kids could buy cigarettes. Oh man, I was loving whatever politician said no more kids buying cigarettes. You bring your big ass down here and get your own shit. But see, in New York, the fucking Arabs, they know your face. They'll sell it to your kid. And, yo, how many of y'all, matter of fact, AG, how many of y'all motherfuckers, your mom smoked, right? And when she ain't had money for cigarettes, she was sending your ass door to door to ask the neighbors, hey, Miss Prissy, my mama wanted a Newport. Did you got a Newport? My mama said she pay you back Friday. She give you 2 for 1.
Yeah, well, I'm glad my mom she wasn't on that type of time. But
nigga, I was a Jehovah Witness of Newports, nigga.
Oh, wow.
The Jehovah Witness. Yeah, it's me. My mama said you got a cigarette for Friday. Like, these motherfuckers is trading cigarettes.
She getting them Lucy's and shit. Now I ain't gonna say my OG didn't have me going getting shit from house to house though. Go over there to Miss Mary and them house, and I want you to get this and that from them. And then when you come back, and then they be, they be giving me money and shit. And then if they give me the money, then they'll tell my mom that they gave me the money. That money that she gave you, boy, you ain't gonna go to the arcade and spend that money. Give me that money. Yo. And she'll keep it from me to buy some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to go fucking blow it all on Pac-Man or some shit.
Yo,
but
shout out to everybody in New York. And hey, Adrian, my mom used to smoke cool. She switched to Newports after that. But shout out to everybody in New York who, like I wonder who's the motherfucking Pakistani or Arabic mind that came up with Lucy's. Like, you know what? If we sold the cigarettes loose 1 by 1, we make more money. I bet you. I don't know.
It's one thing for motherfuckers to sell the Lucy's for like 2 for $25, and them motherfuckers went overboard and started charging motherfucking 50 cents for one cigarette and shit. I'm like, God damn, boy.
Whoever the Arab that came up with the Lucy shit, yo, that motherfucker, man, that motherfucker's a genius. Like, if we open the pack, because these broke bitches that smoke in the neighborhood, they can't afford pack, so let's sell them loose. What do you mean?
Hey, they got to keep that money coming, man. You know what I'm saying? Got to keep that bread coming.
Hell yeah.
So look, Leon says my mom is an authoritarian bully, retired E6 in the government with a white glove. She cleaned what again when my sister and me hit maturity? I guess she ain't clean shit. Shout out to Leon.
With a white glove. Your mom's had a white glove? Shit, my mom's had 2 white gloves. She swab her finger across the shit. Damn it. My mom's is obsessive compulsive, yo. If one of the glasses, like she had this, the women to be having this cabinet, or they'll have these shelves with all these glasses that nobody drinks out of.
Yeah.
Right. All these glasses in place that nobody drinks out of and shit. That shit is just there for show. And that shit I had to take it and put it on to clean this shit, to dust it off. I had to put the glasses on the floor in the same configuration that they were on there so I could put the shit back exactly how the shit was. Because, nigga, if you fucked it up, you got fucked up. The fuck? So Leon, I'm with you.
Yeah, when I was young, I used to smoke cigarettes too and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like my OG was smoking, I'm like, fuck it. Then all my partners, they started smoking and shit. And then we would drink on the weekends and shit. We ain't had no business drinking, but we was drinking on the weekends anyway. All the wine heads and shit, they want to re-up. So, hey, you can get you a half a pint of motherfucking Country Club vodka. All you gotta do is make sure we get our Michelob, you know what I'm saying? Get our, our Seagram's gin and shit, man. Make sure we got what the fuck we need. Give us our Brass Monkey and our Irkin Jerk. Whatever niggas was rapping about was what we was drinking that shit. Know what I'm saying?
D said it since they had to do shit. Niggas, we brothers.
Right,
I'm starting to think, D, that might be, I'm thinking we brothers, man. It's motherfucking shit. My sister had to do shit neither. Shit.
Well, I was the only kid, so I had to do everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I had to. Then, like my OG, up to a certain age, she would like iron my clothes and shit. She was like, no more ironing. Damn. My bad, I'm coughing on this motherfucking cough drop.
Yeah, shout out to Dave Tao. Yeah, Provider Melly is dead. Shout out to Dave Tao.
At a certain point, after a certain point, she was like, man, fuck that. I ain't ironing shit no more. You're going to have to learn how to iron your own clothes. I was like, God damn. I got to wash, iron. I ain't had to cook. She ain't never made me cook, but she made me clean all that shit, though. I can tell you that. I was one motherfucking industrious dude. You know what I mean? I had to keep all that shit popping.
Ain't a piece of housework that they made that I ain't doing my mom.
Nigga, I'm talking about dusting. I remember one time, though, I had to be like a little young motherfucker. I couldn't have been no more than motherfucking 9, 10 years old. And I took a knife and I started carving in this desk. You know what I'm saying? In my room. And my mom saw me doing that shit. She was like, what the fuck is you doing, boy? She was like, okay, you want writing some shit? Okay. Man, that woman had me writing, man, all day. From fucking sun up to sundown. I will never write on the furniture again. I apologize. I'm so contrite. I've learned my lesson. She had me writing a whole bunch of stupid shit again and again and again all day long. Great. But anyway, let's go on to the next one, man.
Let's do it.
My whole thing is, again, we saying all this to say, if you by yourself, bitch, you got to do housework anyway.
Right.
If you by yourself, you got to do housework anyway. And if you got kids, you fucking delegate duties to them to make the burden lighter on you.
I've said this before. Black women tax everybody. They tax everybody. They tax the nigga they fucking with. They tax the children. They tax everybody. Then you get 18. They like, all right, if you get 2 shillings to rub together, you got to kick back in. I'm teaching you life. Oh, that mothers charge their children. Is that life? Like, I live here. The bills was the same yesterday as they was today on my birthday, my 18th birthday. The bills go up like, excuse me, ma'am, your child is grown. We're going to raise the rent 10%. No, it was the same rent. It's the same bills, the same lights, the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Black women tax everybody. Everybody needs to take it.
I just don't see the big deal with motherfuckers doing housework, man. Like, and then now, white women said that, like, I guess white men was slaving them, making them do all that shit. Like, I just don't see it, man. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. I don't know what a white household is like. I ain't never lived in one, but I know what the fuck is going on in my, household. And I was doing a whole bunch of chores. Whole bunch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, damn. He said that shit is like that in London. Oh, damn.
I can imagine so. Shit. Let's push on to the next one.
No doubt.
That is a little white girl, and as a black man, no! No! You do not get to play the race card today. Not with that.
Sorry, I'm late. There was a little snowflake on the elevator, so I had to take the stairs.
Me too.
Careful, Dre. Someone's out there setting traps.
I don't understand. Why are you two so afraid of a baby? We don't have the luxury of being helpful because we're instantly seen as threats.
Sorry, I'm late, boss. There's a little white girl in the elevator. Almost had me. I saw my freedom flash right before my eyes.
I married a monster.
To be fair, as a black man, we can never be too careful.
I remember my first little white girl in an elevator. Well, you did the right thing, son. Proud of you.
You're proud of him?
Damn proud.
Okay, this is insane. What do you think would have happened if you'd helped the little white girl?
I'm gonna help you find your mom, okay? All right. Do you know what floor she's on?
So, Andre, huh? What were your plans here today?
No, okay.
Yeah,
I
well,
would have did the same thing. White girl would have had to file away. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Now, the ironic thing about all of this is that recently you had some chick who claimed that she saw a kid on the highway and she stopped, got out of her car, and did what she thought was her due diligence in ensuring that this little baby was taken care of and shit. Come to find out, she was on some bullshit. Okay?
Right.
But there's various reasons why a black man wouldn't want to be alone with a little white girl in any instance or any situation, what the fuck soever, bro. Real talk. I know I don't want to be around no little white girl. I don't even want to be around a whole bunch of grown ass or adolescent white girls either. That's just my opinion. But why'd you pull that one out?
Nah, I mean, first it's funny as shit, but it's for everything that we talk about, man. At the end of the day, man, it's like, yo, man, them white dudes in there, they it doesn't resonate with them because they can't relate to it. The funny thing is, there was a woman who recently, I think there was an article or something like that. This woman said to her child, she was like, if you're ever lost, find a black man. Right? Because of the actual statistics, when it comes to those sorts of things, she felt that the safest place for her lost child being found or getting help would be one of us because of how the other guy gets down, you know what I'm saying? And then, the numbers relating to that, man, 9 times out of 10, we ain't, it's that same reaction. It's like, okay, little white girl, let me, if the dude did decide to help, the last thing he wants them is to think that he's some sort of, predator, thing like that. So like, because we have that stigma on us, we overdo the job when we actually do the job. Like we always saving shit, right? So, this idea that we're the predators, nah, it's the guy you ain't looking at that's the predators. I mean, you want to have Chris Hansen. How many times have black men been on that to catch a predator shit?
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but me in that particular situation, there's a white girl in the elevator. Why didn't you? Nah, you do it. I just told you. So now you know, go handle it. But
yeah, I'm not fucking with.
I'm
not fucking with no little white girls, man. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. Real talk, cannot.
I don't know.
I'm not. I'm sorry.
Not at all.
You know what I'm saying? I might commiserate, like I don't want to see the little girl in pain or, having a spaz out moment, but I'm not fucking with no little white girls. I'm just not doing it, man. Not. You know what I'm saying? The last thing I need is somebody to call the police on me over some fucking little white girl. Fuck that shit.
No, sir.
She gotta no, shorty, you on your own. Sorry.
Check this out. I'll give you an example, right? My man, he's a comedian. He's been on Def Comedy Jam and everything. I don't want to say his name, right?
Right.
He comes through my studio, right? This was when I was in Midtown. He comes through my studio with this white girl. He was like, oh yeah, my man's a photographer. He publishes a magazine, this, that, and the third, da 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 da. He's taking her to all these different places, different people that do stuff to, I guess, show her social proof that he's a somebody, right? Hey, bro, this same girl eventually comes up missing
Oh man.
Right? So guess what? These motherfuckers come to my spot.
Oh hell no.
I'm like, hold on. Like, yeah, she was here, and you know, we are asking you, like, have you heard? They asked me, have I heard from him, or do I know where she is, and this and that. And I don't know if one of the parents was there. And I'm like, wait a minute, I get caught up in this shit. Look for the dude that she running around here with, but how you end up here? Like, oh, because she was here and this and that. And this is the type of shit niggas end up in. Like, yo, she just came through one time. And now I got police like, she's missing. Like, motherfucker, it wasn't my turn to watch the white girl. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't my turn. I wasn't on that shift. That wasn't my shift. So this is the type of shit we talk about. This is a grown woman. She come up missing. And let's search with all the black guys that she's associated with.
Oh man, that's just
bro.
And then,
that shit was crazy.
Yeah, this right here. She, one thing I can say is at least they charged her with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. I mean, I understand that some people have mental issues and they break down and they look for attention or whatever the case may be. So I ain't trying to make judgments. But like at the same time, I mean, you can't have resources allocated to missing persons and shit. Motherfuckers sweeping woods areas and shit. And motherfuckers dedicating man hours to looking for your ass, and you doing some shit because you mad at your boyfriend because he got a new boo or some shit like that. Come on, man.
Hey, Chief, does this Carly Russell, right? And this is one thing. Oh man, look, hey, shout out to everybody in here. I'm covering this shit. But let me ask you, does this bitch have a medical history, like of psychological issues?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, so that's what everybody's talking about. Well, she might have mental issues. She's getting the white man mass shooting treatment of, oh, it must be mental illness. No, the bitch did some dumb shit. Okay, she ain't no mental nothing. She's a dumb bitch that did some dumb shit and throw ass in jail like they threw Jussie in jail, and like they'll throw any of y'all niggas in this chat in jail if you did the same thing, right? So, like, what I don't want to do is go to it as, oh, she must have been going through emotional traumas and mental issues and this and that. No, because we don't get that.
Yeah,
we never get that, and this shit could
be
real. It could be real. And we never get that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, if this chick ain't got no psychological profile, bro, hell no.
Somebody sent me a short where there was like a brother who was trying to explain how people give a whole bunch of people like latitude related to mental illness, but when it comes to a black man, they just fucking murder the nigga. They just fucking cap him.
Right. All this fucking grace, bro. All this grace. Everybody else gets grace. Everybody else is human. Everybody else got emotions. Let you have some emotions. You emotional. Why you so emotional? Why you acting moist? You moist. You a moist nigga.
You a man. You can't have no emotions, nigga.
You supposed to be a stoic. You moist. Why you acting so moist? You Duncan Hines ass nigga.
Yeah,
right?
You can't have no.
You can't have no emotions.
Everybody else could shoot the club up, burn the club down. You know what I'm saying? Shoot up the marathon and shoot the movie theater up, and it's like, oh, why would he do this? He was so promising. It must be mental issues. Nigga do some shit. There goes these niggers again. This is their pathology, and it's genetic. These niggers just kill.
Right.
Yeah, the fuck out of here, man. Throw that dumb ass in jail to scare the other bitches that might be wanting to do the same thing out of doing it. We got to make examples. We got to make examples. Held accountable. Niggas are held accountable all the time. Well, we saved the glue in her hair, bitch. We saved her. We saved the bitch that did the PPP. We gave her the GoFundMe money. These bitches always getting rescued.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's move on to the next one though. Fuck this
No
chick,
doubt.
man. Move on to the next one. It's a shame though, you know what I'm saying? It's a shame, bro. Let me make myself big again.
Most dudes who on they square and pursuing their business and walking in there and what they supposed to, them is not asking your body count.
So you saying body count doesn't matter to a real man?
Body count matters to dudes who not in the count.
Oh, Lord.
Ladies, I'm not saying it's like y'all easy. I've never met a man who had the ability to actually be with the woman that he wanted. Because most dudes with the women they got access to, not the women they want. I got money. I know the spots. I can take you wherever the rest of them niggas take you. I'm confident in what I got. I'm not worried about who else you with. Only a dude who not on his square is worried about community. I'm looking at somebody that's nodding in the room. I don't even roll in the community that you was handing that out to.
You didn't have to just lie like that. I never seen such a confident simp. Your confidence is great. She could have been with 500, but because they're broke, they don't count. Yeah.
I just think this is capped like a motherfucker. I just, that's just my opinion on this. I just think this dude just lying out his teeth. But go ahead.
Usually, like this guy that's in this video, usually he's on point. And I'm sure that a lot of guys in the chat have seen clips with him in it, and he's usually not doing this. But this here, and let me tell you something. This is what I'm
gonna tell you what he did. He went full-fledged Captain Save on this one, bro.
Right.
He put his cape on right then, bro. I'm just keeping it a buck. And look, I know you wanted to say something, so, go ahead and say it. Nah, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt, man. Go ahead.
Nah, it's just, like homie in Tropic Thunder said, nigga went full simp. He's supposed to never go full simp. Never go full simp. Right? So with this here, right, this is what I'll say. Now, everybody follows me, follows my channel, has heard me speak long enough and many times. I say, I'm not a relationship type, right? I don't, I'm unconventional with the shit. Understand that I don't hold everybody to my belief system in terms of, how to interact with women. If you're buying the car versus if you're renting the car, if you're renting the car, the mileage doesn't matter. But if you're buying the car, it damn sure the fuck does. Right? See, I'm a renter. And when I say renter, I don't mean I pay for bitches. Meaning I'm in and I'm out of there. But for the guys who are trying to establish some sort of long-term situation, right? Then mileage matters, right? I don't give a fuck if I rent the car, I get the car, I borrow the car, ride share the car, whatever. I book a Uber and that shit got 100,000 miles. As long as that shit get me to where I need to go, I don't give a fuck. But if I'm owning this bitch, how many times it done hit the highway, stopped, went, been filled with gas, got the oil change, all that shit matters, right? So when these dudes talk all this, and they simps talk as if, if you have money, that solves all problems. Like niggas with money ain't going through these same issues in our faces. Because that's what the bitches say. Well, if you have this and if you do this, then we will do this. And that's bullshit. That's bullshit. And we know it's bullshit. But they don't want this sort of simping to stop because while they're waiting for the guy that they actually like to get it together, whether he does or not, never does, and then they end up with one of these types, beta bucks niggas. Beta bucks niggas. Right? Oh, if you do this, and that only is for the niggas that have to do it. Man. And I ain't judging nobody for how they get they dick in some pussy. Like I don't care like how you do it. Long as you ain't knocking a bitch over there.
Yeah, I'm just
what I'm saying. Long as you ain't doing it that way, but whether you gotta fly out the country or everything that we talk about in this space, man. I don't give a fuck how you do it outside of forcing the chick or forcing yourself with a chick. But what I'm saying is, like this you know, a man that's about his purpose. Like when niggas start talking that language, nigga, you're talking to women because niggas don't talk like that. Man is in his energy and his chakra. He got his chakras together and all this. I don't want to say the word. All this, you know, alphabet shit. Like you start talking it. Yo, these dudes are making so much money traveling and filling spaces up with these chicks to hear them talk all this therapeutic Derek Jackson nonsense, bro. You know, man, it's about his purpose.
Man, look here, man.
Yeah, bro.
Like Nas said a long time ago, bow ties and tuxedos, bus eagles, dump trucks and acid, then they rush with the Rico. It's hard fucking with niggas that you hope you can trust. You a fool if your main bitch is easy to fuck. And you got money. Is these hoes greedy or what? Like, that's one line I remember, man. Like, you a fool if your main bitch is easy to fuck. And then, like, you don't want to go, like, if that's your wifey, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to go to one place, another place, and every nigga in the place know who she is. Like, not just knows her, but, like, knows her biblically. Who wants that shit, bro?
Mary Magdalene.
You know what I'm saying? You got your girl like a doorknob. Everybody done had a turn, man. What the fuck, man?
Everybody knows that one dude that wifed the chick from the gangbang.
Oh, man. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I do not gang bang. I am not gang gang.
Right. Right. Exactly. Right. You know, wipe the chick from the train. Like,
man, I had a chick, man, a long time ago, man. Like, and motherfuckers said they ran a train on her. I said, oh, you know what? Baddest bitch in the town. Motherfucker said they ran a train on her. I was like, I believe him too. I was like, shorty, I can't fuck with you.
But yo,
holla at you.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's a pride factor. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, you know, to me, it's a pride factor. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm not gonna be going around asking, like, I'm interviewing like women, like, are you a hoe? You're a hoe. You're a hoe. You're a hoe. Like, what's your body count? Like, those are not questions that I would ask. But that behavior is going to be evident throughout the course of you actually being with this individual and interacting with her and her friend circle and shit like that. You're gonna find it out.
See,
you understand what I'm saying? Like, you got bitches in sex groups now, straight hoes and shit.
It matters if you're trying to keep a chick long term, right? If you know, if you're trying to keep a chick long term, if you're trying to wife a chick, be in a relationship with a female, if that's your mindset, like if you in that space mentally, then body count matters. If you're not in that space, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, if you just smashing and dashing, shit, that's, you know, that's community. That's like, she belongs to the streets. You know what I'm saying? That's that future shit right there. She belongs to the streets.
Yeah,
but if that's your chick, that's your main chick, that's your chick, you don't want her to be like approachable and to be able to be seduced away from you. Bottom line.
Right,
and,
because
you know,
there's too much to lose, there's too much investment. Understand, men, long term, when you're investing in a female, you invest time, you know, all this shit that they demand of you. And I ain't saying request. I'm saying that all this shit, not only that they demand of you, but society demands that you invest in a woman and all the things that you could be on the hook for even sharing the same residence as her, right? Then I get why men would say, yo, I need the Carfax. I need the fucking Carfax, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, I need the fucking Carfax. Like, the Carfax shouldn't matter. It's as is pussy. Now, who as is pussy?
Yeah, you don't want to get to one of them super ugly moments and shit. Then you got a motherfucker like Takeover, like Jehovah, running a takeover shit on you. Like, yeah, you know, I nutted on your baby seat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Your son baby seat.
Yeah, niggas is like, it don't matter that the pussy got a salvage title.
Man,
it doesn't matter if you're on your purpose that the pussy has an as is, no warranty. Like, I need somebody said the whole facts. Yes, we need the whole facts.
I'm just saying, and look, let's just be honest about this, man. Men and women are different as it pertains to sexual activity, and the sexual revolution has tried to change that. And, you know, to basically put forth the notion that, like, men being able to sow their oats, there carries no stigma, but women being able to sow their oats carry stigma. And, you know, look, at the end of the day, man, women, sexual activity is a risky investment for them in terms of reproduction. They can get pregnant and then they stuck with a kid for 9 months, man. Any woman who's just gonna let niggas just bust. Like she like, what's the rapper used to say that, Plies? If she a busted baby, man, and that's your chick, man, come on, man.
Listen, most double standards work for women, and the one that they have been chipping away at for decades and decades and decades is that. Right, the body count. You know, you can fuck as many as you want, and I can't. That's the one double standard. Because make no mistake, women love double standards because most of them work for women. Most double standards work in women's favor, except this. And this is the one, you know, with the slut walks and this and that. This is the one that they keep trying to get rid of, and niggas ain't having it. Niggas ain't have. I should be able to take as much dicks as I want and do OnlyFans and suck dick on camera. Check this out. That nigga Jason Love was like, I just busted the bitch, man. You know, I was in the moment. Look, because I've interacted with this dude before. Listen, that nigga did that shit for the culture. He did that shit for the culture. You know what I mean? With the Adam 22 shit, he did that. He's like, you know what? For slavery. Ugh, you motherfuckers.
That's crazy right there. But look, this the shit that fucked me up, right? Hold on, let me see if I can show this percent. Share the screen. This would kind of fuck me up with your boy Savage, man. When he did this shit with Amber Rose, she going on slut walks and shit. This nigga like, I'm a hoe too. And you got your girl, you walking with your girl. She talking about she a slut. That was a bad look for your boy right there. I'm sorry, man.
I know he wishes he could walk that back. I know he wishes that I know he wishes he could walk that back. I know he does.
That's you too much of a cool rapping cat, man, to be on some I'm a slut too. She's a slut, I'm a slut. Like, come on, man. So niggas at the party and shit get to just fuck your wife or fuck your girl, man.
What you won't do.
Hold on, man. Wait a minute. She say she a slut, nigga. I want to pop that. You know what I'm saying? I want to turn. You know what I'm saying? I want to see how that pussy is, bro. You think he'll be? Oh, go ahead, man. Nigga be like, what you trying to disrespect me, nigga? Come on, man. Right. Come on. Keep it real, man. We got cats need to stop grandstanding and virtue signaling out here, man. If you had your wife, you would be wondering, like, damn, how many niggas did she fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, or you be worried, like, if some nigga was talking too long to your wife at a house party or some shit, you just gonna let the nigga just mac to the bitch all night? She laughing in the nigga face and shit. Is she wearing shirts like I'm a slut? Come on, man. Stop it, bro. Cut it out, man.
Key in the shit.
Come on, man. Just rubbing all on a nigga dick print and shit, man. Come on, man. Backing up on his front, the front area, man. Come on,
nigga,
man.
But a nigga about his purpose doesn't
he
care.
Ain't worried about that.
You shouldn't be worried about that because you got your shit together, see? And you about your purpose.
Yeah, tell that to Will Smith, motherfucker. Tell that shit to tell that shit to that Smith boy, man. Shit. That shit serious shit, man. You know, these guys out here trying to play games, man. But anyway, let's move on to the next one, man.
I was about to say some other shit just now.
Should women hit men? Look at this shit, man. Look, man, this shit here fucks me up. Jesse Lee Peterson, man, either that motherfucker is a genius.
Bro! Oh my God. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This nigga about to turn me into a fan, I swear to God.
Should women hit men?
No.
Right. So if a woman should hit a man, shouldn't he smack her back?
No.
Why not?
Because she's a girl.
Well, she doesn't know that?
But I just think that's unfair.
So if a woman smack a man, what should he do?
He probably deserved it, to be honest.
What? Does she deserve to be smacked back if she should
No,
hit him?
she's a girl. Guys should not hit girls.
But girls should hit guys?
I never said that, no.
But if they do, the guy should smack her back?
No.
Why not?
Because guys shouldn't hit girls.
Why?
Because it's just, that's just unfair.
Well, how?
Because girls are tender and beautiful creatures that should not be hit.
But don't they know that before they hit the man?
I don't think the guy should ever hit the girl.
Really?
Yeah.
Not even to protect himself against it?
No, what is he protecting?
He's a human being just as she is. Have you ever smacked a guy?
Have I?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know how many people I sent that shit to?
You sent this one?
I ain't send it to you. I didn't send this to you.
No,
right?
you did not send this to me. No, you did
Right,
not.
but I sent it to a bunch of different women. Understand that there's conversations like off this YouTube. I DM the shit out of bitches, shit like this, right? You know, people that I know online and shit like this. We have all these back and forth shit like that, right? You're like, Marcus, you SBE and in the cut. Say what the fuck you want. I rose. Hey, look, see this shit? Listen, I've never been a fan of Jesse Lee, right? But lately, this nigga is on some shit. Like this dude, man, I've seen a lot of them shorts that he been doing, and the dude he be getting them. And this one in particular, right? This one in particular, like, so she didn't know she was a woman when she hit that nigga. Like, that shit had me gone, bro. Like, but she's a girl. She didn't know that. The funny thing is, it's like he's one of them smarter than he looks and sounds niggas.
That's what I'm thinking. And I think he plays to that in order to get, you know, he lulls you into a false sense of superiority.
Right.
And he uses you know, conservative talking points to kind of throw you off. But I mean, it is his articulation and his look that kind of it puts you aback. It lulls you in, like I said, into a false sense of security, thinking that okay, this is just a dumb nigga. But I think I think this motherfucker's cap, man. He's acting. I believe. I ain't gonna say he's, you know, totally articulate, but I think he knows more than he lets on. Put it that way.
Now, when it comes to racial shit, like certain things he might say, he loses me completely, right? But you know, in this particular conversation, right, she's like, you know, well, you know, you shouldn't hit women because, you know, because women are tender and this and that and the other. Understand this, gentlemen. Women, not even just black women, but women are the biggest abusers of children. And children are defenseless and tender and all this other shit. And it's always been my position that grown women have more rights than children in this country and in this culture. And it's the children that need more protection than the women. And also that the children need protection from the women, right? Women attack more weak targets than men do. They beat the shit out of children and other women, and men when men allow it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, you know, at the end of the day, there's studies on this shit. Okay, what percentage of Americans use corporal punishment and this kind of shit? They got studies on it, man. I can pull up some of the information. Keep talking.
Okay. So just understand, there's corporal punishment and then there's abuse. I'm talking about like all out violent ass abuse. Right. So again,
well, I'm just let me put it this way. The reason I use corporal punishment as the measuring stick as opposed to abuse is the following. You know, like these women are saying that they don't want to be hit because it's unfair because they're weaker. Okay.
Right.
Now my question is, if that's the case, then you have to, if you're going to be consistent, then you have to also apply the same standard ethically to children because they're weaker.
But that's the point that I'm making.
I know exactly.
Right.
So the point is, let me show you the information, man.
In other words, you're saying not just okay. So then the corporal punishment applies under that standard. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's immoral to hit somebody that's weaker than you, and that's the argument that they use to justify them never ever being touched. even though they engage in violence against others, right? Then they should never hurt children. They should never hit them, ever touch them at all. There should be no reason that they touch them at all.
Now,
but of course, we know that that's not the rules that they play by. Come on, like, I mean, all I'm saying is if you're going to make that argument, you have to apply it to children as well, okay? And they have to be punished to the same degree that they want men punished for hitting them. They got to use the same kind of motherfucking punishment system for when they hit and hurt children, because they hurt children, man.
Right.
I know I got my ass whipped as a kid, man.
But this is the thing, right?
Did you get your ass whipped as a kid, man?
Oh, yeah, you know, here and there.
Man, bro, let me tell you, man. Look, my mother worked as a social worker and still whipped my ass. And my mom used to whip the shit out of me. Like, I'd get out of the tub. She'd wait for my ass to get out the tub to whip my ass type shit. Know what I'm saying? So, all I can say, and I'm talking about leaving webs and all kind of shit after she whipped my ass. Now, I didn't think she was, like, overly abusive or no shit like that. Like, I wasn't coming up with black eyes or no shit like that. But I'm just saying, like, I know what it's like to get hit with an extension cord or the railroad tracks to the motherfucking car set.
You in the South, they, you know, this is the thing, right? And because, you know, we most of us got our ass beat. I ain't never get this extension cords or the railroad track, but I find that in the South, the corporal punishment shit when it comes to like black boys tends to be a little bit more extreme than in the North on average. Let me say on average, right? You know, you go get me a switch, boy, and all this other crazy shit, right? And we ain't never had to go get no switches. I ain't never been hit with no, you know, odd instruments or objects, anything like that. It was just straight leather belt or bare hands, right?
But, shit, like those are much better, you know?
I mean, shit, a switch from the tree? I don't want that, right?
Yeah. But I've been hit with switches before.
Now, Chris G says, I got whipped when I didn't even do anything. That was my issue. If you kind of understand if you did something wrong and you got beat, you like, okay. But if you ain't do shit or somebody's accusing you of some shit, that's the beating I ain't taking, right? Or that I'm thinking is wrong or whatever, right? But, you know, the other thing about this thing is, yeah, they do know that they're smaller than you. And, you know, because men know you don't attack the nigga that's bigger than you unless you got a plan, motherfucker. You better have a plan if you attacking the dude that's twice your size. If a woman is attacking somebody twice their size, there is something in her mind that says she can do this without being hurt, right? The other part of this is in this place where, you know, we're often being told, you know, men are leaders. You guys lead and you're in charge and lead and be in control. You're supposed to lead, right? How the fuck do I enforce my leadership to someone who is out of pocket? Like, and I mean, seriously out of pocket. Not did you disagree with me? We have two different points of view, but like completely out of pocket, right? You know what I'm saying? Like when your kids are out of pocket, it's understood that, you know, we say spare the rod, spoil the child, right? Because you're the guardian, you're in control, you're the leader of your children. But if you're a man and you're supposed to be somehow held accountable, liable for the actions of another grown person, then how do you enforce that leadership to someone who is not being reasonable or amenable to the things you might say or discuss or anything like that? Somebody that's completely out of pocket, right? So how you supposed to enforce your leadership on that person? If I can't go past that, then I mean, you can't hold me accountable for what this person is doing because I can't make them stop. I should be able to employ any measure, damn near, to make them stop doing that shit if I am told to be in control or, you know, a so-called leader. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, the way I perceive it is this, man. Everybody's taught, and especially boys, to abide by the never put your hands on a woman credo, right? And you have to think about it, man. So what happens when, you know, you have some woman that does hit you, right?
Right.
A strange mix of emotions have to wash over you. You know, how are you going to respond? You know, you got to think. So you might be a 6 foot tall nigga and you can literally be given a spanking by a 5 foot 4 inch woman. And you're helpless to do anything about it due to the cultural norms that proscribe you from being violent towards a woman. I want you to think about like what that actually signifies morally and politically. You know, it means that they have a blank check to do what the fuck they want to, and there won't be any punishment. And it's not just that there will be a natural physical response, it's also that there's no social response or that there's no legal response. And I find that shit absolutely problematic.
Right.
I find that problematic. And I just want you to think about this, man, right? The only people who, you know, are actually allowed to assault people are fucking slave masters and fucking parents. Without, you know, like, if you're not sanctioned socially or legally for the commission of violent and abusive acts against men, it sets up a precedent, okay? And it also basically asserts that like women can do whatever the fuck they're in charge. The only people who, if your parent hits you, can you hit them back? Fuck no, you're not entitled to do that, right?
No.
You can't hit your slave master back if he hits you either, right?
Nope. I mean, even if you're bigger than your moms, you can be
even if you're bigger than your
your
slave
mom.
master, you can't hit that motherfucker back.
Right. You supposed to just you supposed to just look at the motherfucker like.
So I mean, you know, no person who possesses self-respect and dignity should allow themselves to be continually abused by anyone, whether it's a male or female.
Right.
Okay. When women who are violent towards men are are protected from the immediate and the long-term consequences of their actions, their abusive behavior is minimized. The message being sent to women and girls is that they can be violent towards men and boys with impunity. Or even worse, they can be celebrated for the shit.
Other women too. Let's not leave that out. No, there's nothing in the culture that says women can't attack other women.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Women can beat the shit out of other women too. That's why lesbian couples are the most violent, because neither one of these women have been told that they should keep their hands to themselves. We tell men and boys to keep hands to themselves. And to be honest, like every sort of pairing has less violence than two women, because there's nothing that tells them they shouldn't do it. And they've learned that there's no repercussions for putting hands, right? So now
that's the biggest problem right there. They have there's no sanctions for it. The only sanctions are for you. And this is why I say you're demanding that men be morally superlative to you. You're demanding that men be better than you. But to not have, you know, the kind of status that goes along with them actually being morally better than you. I don't like that shit, man. It's a double standard. And, you know, my whole thing is, I'm going to say this. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. Like, I don't believe in putting my hands on nobody unless, you know, they want to put their hands on me or have done so repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, what do you think? What the fuck do you expect? For a motherfucker to sit back and just allow you to, you know, just haul off or pop off anytime you get ready and there won't be any repercussions or sanctions? But niggas need to, the bad thing about it is now motherfuckers need to start having like cameras in their house and shit. And that's fucked up. You know what I mean? Niggas need to start having like body cams and shit just to demonstrate that this bitch is clowning. Because I'm guaranteeing you, man, in most instances, man, it's the woman popping off first. And then the man responding to the shit. And then she tells some white motherfucker or, you know, some black simp motherfucker that everything is about to, you know, go to hell. I ain't saying the men don't assault. They do. But I'm just saying women also do that shit, and they don't hold any culpability for having done so. And I find that shit problematic. You know what I'm saying?
So, look, I've been in a
But
environment.
hold on. Before you start, let me do this, man, because I haven't done it at all. I want to give a shout out to Death Before Dishonor, man, for shouting me out with the $5 holler. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. And then Irvin Reed hit me up with, he says, Gigi, can you do a show on the addictive nature and, addictive nature and similarities of being for the streets and drug addict behavior? Like, do some people have sexual addictions? I might be able to do a show on that. I had to dig into my toolbox, my conceptual toolbox, and see if I can manufacture something about that. Okay? But again, we already know that the biggest abusers of children are women. And in terms of like the opinions on fucking corporal punishment in the black community, man, we agree. Whipping that ass is okay. Spanking that ass is something we advocate. Okay? So the racial gap on spanking, percentage agreeing that spanking is acceptable by race. We're leading the list. Okay? Whip that ass. Spare the rod, spoil the child. But what people don't, what people miss in all of this is, when you whip your children, profusely even, I mean, that sets a precedent on how to deal with behavior that you find reprehensible or problematic. How do you sanction someone? You don't sanction them by ignoring them. You don't sanction them by, separating yourself from them. You sanction them by assaulting them. This is learned behavior. Somebody fucks with you, somebody does something you don't like, somebody breaks a rule, you assault them. That's what parents are doing. That's what you're teaching your child to assault people when they don't get their way. Now, it might sound crazy for me to say that, but that's just what the scientific literature demonstrates.
Well, it depends on the reason. I think that for a child, what I think is that a lot of parents beat their children out of anger, right? As opposed to, the child understanding the reason for the punishment, right? And I also do think that certain levels of, behavior require the corporal punishment, as opposed to, you did some shit or you said some shit I don't like, now I'm gonna whoop your ass. Like, it'd be light offenses that, of course, this differs from parent to parent, but what someone would consider a light offense for some parents is worthy of getting your ass whooped, right? So in these extreme cases, then I can see how that may open the door to, this is how we deal with, issues and this and that and the third, right? When you get some, because to me, that's when you're talking about abuse, right? Right? Abuse is not just the extension cord or the switch or I burned the motherfucker with an iron. It's also when you beat your kid for damn near everything, like that's that may be considered to you out of pocket. Like you got.
Now, let me just say this shit, man. I got two kids, so I know what the fuck corporal punishment is. Of course, I've been a child, and so I've been assaulted by parents. Okay, I mean it just is what it is. The only thing I'm trying to do is to say this: behavior is learned in human beings. Okay, we typically tend to imitate the behavior of our parents, male or female. We live out. I'm not saying that there can't be a break between what we do and what they do. Okay, and I'm not even saying that in every instance. Like I've whipped my child. I've never whipped my oldest child, but I've whipped my youngest child twice. One when she destroyed a keyboard that I bought. She had fucking annihilators all over it. It pissed me the fuck off because I spent pretty penny on this keyboard and she fucked it up. And then the second time she pushed the little boy down a set of stairs and he had to go to the hospital. Okay, so I had to whip her, because that shit was fucked up. The little boy had to go to the hospital. Could have broke the little nigga's neck.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I gave her a spanking. Now, I ain't beat the shit out of her till she was black and blue, but I let her know you can't do that. Okay?
Right.
Now, all I'm saying is, because human beings learn from what's done, from what they undergo and what they go through, basically harsh parenting practices are a predictor of adolescent behavior and adult behavior. Okay? And it causes increased aggression because that's what they learn. They're learning violence. Because I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't care if you like it or not. Hitting somebody is violent, man. Whether it's fucking like it's done in terms of trying to teach a lesson or not, it's still violence. If you want to see a minimization of violence in a society, then you got to find another way to try to modify behavior. It's all I'm saying. Okay, I'm not saying what you can do whatever the fuck you want to do with your kids. It's on you. Okay, but if they become violent later on in life, especially if you hit them too many times, and look, black people hit their kids too many times, bro. That's my viewpoint on it.
But what I'm saying is you're making an argument for corporal punishment against extreme corporal punishment. So I'm against extreme corporal punishment because I say that borders into abuse. Do I think that kids should never be hit ever? No, because I'm gonna tell you this. First of all, kids being violent is not always preceded by them getting their ass beat. We know this. I've never said that. I've never made that argument. The only argument I've made is that if you want a predictor of adolescent behavioral problems like increased aggression, assault your child repeatedly, you're going to see it. Okay? I mean, because there's a correlation between being aggressive and violent to your children and them manifesting violence and proliferating it later on in life, whether it be in the context of disagreements with other children in the neighborhood. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't other correlates or other catalysts for violence and aggression. I'm sure that there are. I'm not going to make that argument. I'm going to make the argument that they are violent children, and they are violent because they never got their ass beat.
That could be the case.
No, that's normal. That's something that is normal. Right? There's kids out here who are the way they are, do bad shit, do wild shit because they haven't had their asses beat, or they haven't
been disciplined.
This discipline in one way, and sometimes this is the thing. You said you got one kid, you got one child you never had to touch, and another one you had to touch twice. Not all children need the same level of discipline, right? So
I agree with. I agree with that.
Right, and some children, depending on the behavior or the severity of it, might need more severe and more extreme forms of discipline than others. So to say that, right? To say that because some parents overdo it, then let's throw away the baby with the bathwater. I gotta disagree. I'm against abuse. I'm against, like you said, regularly hitting your kid and this and that and third. But at the same time, to say, well, all corporal punishment, because I would argue most people in here listening to this conversation have had their ass beat, and I would also say not everybody here is a violent motherfucker.
Yes.
The only thing I can do is
everybody got that.
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna invite you to speak when it's time. You feel me? So look, the only thing I'm trying to articulate is this, man. There's social scientific research that demonstrates that, like, I don't know about the other argument that Keep It 100 just made, but I do know that there is a correlate between children who have, protracted experience with corporal punishment and them acting out violence in their own lives. Now, I'm not. I don't know about the other one. I'm not saying that it's impossible. Because put it this way: if nobody's disciplined in any way and they're able to run amok and they have no discipline at all, like there's no sanctions or repercussions for immoral, antisocial, or problematic behavior, then you're encouraging them to do any kind of wild thing. So
we just finished discussing this. We just finished talking about women who go out there and put their hands on people because there's no repercussions. We just finished having that discussion. So now we're gonna say the opposite. What I'm saying is this, bro. I understand.
I just gave you your point, bro. All I said is the only thing I'm saying is this, bro. I'm saying, look, bro. It's one thing to say that I'm gonna punch the shit out of a motherfucker if they tripping, and like I'm put it this way. It's one thing for me to say I'm never going to hurt my child. I'm never going to give them any discomfort. I'm never going to discipline them, right? And it's another thing to say, well, you know, by me, you know, not hitting them, that means that they're going to be wild. Or, you know, because I don't know how close it is, because there's different ways of punishing people. You don't always have to hit people to teach them shit. Right. You know, that's not.
But nobody's making that argument.
Teach it. All I'm saying is there's a way, like dogs. You can teach dogs either by spanking them to not piss on your floor, or you can train them in different ways to not piss on your floor. You don't have to hit the motherfucker.
When the training doesn't work, when the training fails, and this is what we're talking about. Like, I'm not making the argument. I'm not saying that you're saying that I am, but I'm gonna say this. I'm not making the argument that if you don't hit your kid, that they're guaranteed to be wild. I'm saying the punishment should meet the level not only of the behavior, but it should be in reaction to behavior. In other words, if your kid is not doing anything that commands a certain level of punishment or punishment at all, right? Then that is what it is, right? But to say that, okay, you got a kid over here that's doing wild shit and I'm not going to do anything to him because if I hit him, he's going to be more violent than the violent that he already is a bit crazy. I'm against what you're talking about, protracted abuse, punishment, and this and that and the other. And I'm not making an argument against that. You're saying protracted. Understand, that's a nice way of saying abuse, in my opinion. So I'm against abuse, where kids are not only getting beat to a level that doesn't meet their, what the offense was. Because again, a lot of parents beat their kids out of anger, right? And that anger sometimes gets a little carried away, in the same way that this woman is sitting in front of Jesse Lee trying to say, oh, these women are tender, right? Well, what I'm saying is, if it's not necessary, then it's not necessary, right? Doesn't mean your kid's going to be a badass kid because you're not whooping their ass for dumb shit. But if they're doing wild shit, what you spare your child, the world is going to give to them. Understand that, you don't put your hands on the kid because you thinking that it's going to create this terrible person because you don't want to put your hands on. When they go out your house, the world is not going to be so kind, whether it be the police or other motherfuckers, period.
Yeah, look, the only thing I'm doing is just trying to repeat the words of Murray Strauss. He's like the director of the University of New Hampshire's Family Research Laboratory. And basically, he basically says, look, the family is the cradle of violence. That's where behavior is typically learned, inside of the context of the family. And he basically argues that if you want a reduction in violence in society writ large, then what you got to do is reduce violence within the context of the family. And violence, he basically argues, is one of the initiatory steps towards people learning the behavior of handling problems by hitting people. It gives the message to a child that physical aggression is a viable solution for people who violate sanctions. Now, I'm not saying that, I've already told you what I've done. I've fucking spanked my children before. You know what I'm saying? Right. At least the youngest one, okay? I haven't really, beat the shit out of the oldest one or anything like that. And I didn't beat the shit out of the youngest one either. I just, I let her know in no uncertain terms that what you did was a violation, okay? Now, could I have done it in other ways? I'm pretty sure. You know what I'm saying? I could have used punishment. I could have used conversation. But I get it. Every child is different. Every child is going to need different, measures, different kinds of sanctions, different kinds of disciplinary measures. I understand it. But one thing I do know is, if a kid on the street, puts their hand on my kid, you know what I'm saying? And shit, then you got to go out there and defend yourself. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. You know what I mean? I taught my youngest daughter, I ain't teach her myself, but I took her to jujitsu classes. Pretty sure she knows how to fuck somebody's arm up or to choke the shit out of them if they start tripping. You know what I mean? Which I hope she never has to get into. But fuck, if it's the case, I know the world's not going to be nice. You know what I'm saying? But the whole point is there's scientific evidence, social scientific evidence rather, that, the family is the incubator for what you see writ large. And if you want to see less of what's problematic in society, then you have to reduce what's problematic in the context of the microorganism
But it sounds
institution
like
called
the
the family.
context they're using is abuse, though, G.
It's not. It's not. It's not.
That's
It's
all I'm
not.
saying to you.
It's
Like,
not
when you
abuse.
say-
They're not even using abuse as the standard.
They're not,
What-
but they're not saying those words. You said protracted. When understand.
I'm saying that. I said that. I'm not. The study itself, but like Charles Murray is not making reference to protracted abuse. He's not. What he is saying is, he's saying spanking is a step towards teaching children that if something happens to them that they don't like, or there's a problem that they have with other individuals, the way that you handle it is the way that your parents handle it.
I disagree with that.
Like, say, for example, I mean, you might disagree with it, but I mean, that's the scientific study. So you have to look at the study and then, you know, break down where you find the study to be wrong, especially if there's, you know, empirical evidence that demonstrates.
Let me tell you where I differ. I mean, and, you know, I could read something and, you know, motherfuckers could do a study and the shit could be incorrect. I mean, what I'm saying
It could be, but I mean, you know, you would have to offer your reasons for why the study is incorrect.
Well, based on what you just said, I'm trying to understand how discipline for wrongdoing tells a child, oh, I can handle people with violence because I didn't get my way. That's not even the same.
I'm gonna tell
thing.
you why. We'll put it this way: if a nigga does steps on your shoes and that's an infraction, right? You say, hey nigga, why you step on my shoes? The nigga get froggy back. Now it's a fight. I'm just saying it. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but I'm saying it does often happen. Let's say, for example, you call your girlfriend a bitch. She's been, you know, subjected to corporal punishment in her life. And I'm not saying like protracted to the point where it's like the girl's been beat up like to the point where she's black and blue, but she has had several whippings throughout the context of her life. And you calling her a bitch might prompt her to be like, well, fuck, you can't call me a bitch, and then you might get smacked by the woman or something like that.
So
I'm
like
not saying, look, I'm just saying that there is, it just sounds, it's reasonable. I mean, you know, I'm not saying it is definitive. All I'm saying, because there are people who've been assaulted by their parents, and they don't become, you know, the kind of people who are abusive themselves. The only thing is, I'm saying is people tend to repeat what's done to them.
No,
like if your parents were somebody that cursed motherfuckers out, you're gonna probably be the type of individual to curse motherfuckers out.
I'm not lost on what you're saying, and this one is gonna go to Bob Marley with all his caps lock bullshit, right? We just had an hour and change long conversation about women being protected from repercussions. And they are the most violent demographic out this motherfucker most of the time. They not getting their asses whooped. They not getting, you know, punished. My man D said his sister ain't have to do shit in the house. I don't remember my sister getting her ass whooping except for once. But these are the violent people we talking about. So to say that the only time a person is violent is when they learn that violence is the answer is retarded. I'm not saying you said that. I spoke about this guy here. He says the science is that violence, and learn how to spell violence, motherfucker, at home is a gateway drug to violence in the world, as if the only way a person learns how to commit violence is they have to experience it. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm not saying you're saying that. What I'm saying is, again, there are times where you're dealing with people who their pathology is violence. And yes, kids can have a pathology. They grow up into adults that have a pathology. And we tend to look at, oh, these are my babies, I don't want to hurt them. But your babies are people. They're human beings. And human beings can have a pathology. Okay? And that pathology has to be addressed. There are kids that if you yell at them or if you look at them hard enough, they behave. And there are other kids who do not. All right. Again, and I'm gonna be out of here soon, but again, I am against the overuse of corporal punishment to the point where I call it, and this is my opinion, I call it abusive. Because it's the abuse of that thing. You're abusing corporal punishment, and that thing that you're abusing in itself becomes abuse. But to say that, oh, if we just stop beating all the kids and we just talk to them and sit them on our laps as a,
that's not.
I think that.
Bro,
No,
look,
I'm not
bro,
saying
look,
you're saying that, but
Marcus,
I think
man,
that
look,
there's extremes either way.
We understand that you
I
subscribe. You believe in corporal punishment, bro.
No, I don't believe. No, listen. I just want to be clear. I don't believe in the either extreme is what I'm saying. I don't believe in either extreme. I think to remove all sorts of corporal punishment is an extreme, and I think extreme corporal punishment is an extreme, and I think the answer lies certain levels in the middle, depending on who you're dealing with, whether it's a child or even a grown-ass woman. Period. There's levels. You know what I'm saying? So we can say all this begat that, but people are violent even without experiencing violence all the time. We just finished talking about grown women who ain't never had a hand put on them in their life, being violent against men, other women, and children. So are we making the argument that all of these women that are violent against the rest of society are victims of abuse, or they're the examples of what happens when they're not held accountable?
No, look. It's one thing. Bro, let me say this, and I'm gonna let other people speak. Look, at the end of the day, it's one thing for like a kid to be like, if a kid assaults their parent, you know what I'm saying, and then the parent, like lets them know, like, and teaches them a lesson. You can't do that. This is what this feels like. That's one thing, okay? It's another thing for, like, say for example, a kid that, they don't do their homework, or let's say, for example, a kid doesn't come home when they're supposed to come home, or, like a kid slams the door in protest, or whatever the case may be. It's another thing, to hit that kid is all I'm saying is the difference between, like, you defending yourself against some bitch hitting you and, like, a parent, like, decide that there's other alternatives to assaulting their children. To teach them a lesson. It's a difference. But I'm gonna let I think the proper order here would be let Mr. Z speak, and then let Bob address what was going on between him and Marcus, and then we'll jump back in.
Thanks for having me up, Gigi.
What's up, Mr. Z? What's cracking with you?
What's going on?
So I don't know which subject I want to go to first, but so I'll just speak to what you guys are speaking to right now, and I'll talk about the African sister in a minute. But the immediacy of feeling the consequences of one's actions. I think that sometimes a child needs to. There's a punishment. There's having them, stand in the corner, or some type of other form of, like, isolation, or some type of punishment, or so, like you were saying earlier, Gigi, speaking to them, lecturing them, or something like that. And then there's the, like, especially as Black men, we understand this, that there are immediate consequences for your actions sometimes. And I think that some children at a certain point, right, and raising them, they might have to feel that immediate consequence of going the wrong way, or some type of infraction, or some type of violation. And I'm Haitian descent by way of Bahamas on my mom's side, and I'm just full on Haitian on my dad's side. And yeah, so they were pretty damn liberal. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, they were pretty damn liberal with the spankings and the whippings. But I don't see me being like my mom or my dad in that way. I don't have any children, but I don't see me being like them. But I think there's going to be a balance, because my girlfriend currently, I could see she's not gonna be the that type, right? So if we have children, there's gonna have to be some type of.
Meaning she's gonna be corporal punishment?
No, she's not. She's not.
Okay.
I could tell. Yeah, it's gonna clearly be good cop, bad cop in the house. I could tell I'm gonna be the bad cop, right? I could tell already. So right. There's that. And then when it comes to the African sister, look, as a child of immigrants, I want to tell a lot of ADOS FBA people this. A lot of people be capping to y'all, right? They be straight capping, bro. These people do not, they might be doing better than you, but they ain't doing as good as they say they are. Their families are not doing as great as they say they are. They're not balling out of control in Nigeria. And even if they are, it's based off of, it's based off of the trade difference between the US dollar and whatever the hell ever, right? So your $120,000 in Nigeria go a whole lot further. You know what I'm saying? So there's that thing. And this is still talking about, oh yeah, and pretty much this is just a way of, like, leading by saying, I'm used to a particular lifestyle. So you, as a dude, when you walk into the picture, you got to provide me a particular lifestyle, right? So it's really selling herself to you, right? Oh, this is what I'm used to. So when you walk in the door, this is what you're gonna have to provide because my daddy did this and this and this.
Bitch, I ain't your daddy, man.
Exactly, bro. And not only that, you know, I think especially because of the Black Manosphere, we understand the numbers. We know what people are making, what people are, you know, with the debt, the fact that these 2/3 of student loan debt is held by women and all this other stuff. So a lot of times it really is just be my paymaster, and I'm gonna gaslight you with some mythical magical white dude. I'm gonna gaslight you with what my daddy used to do. I'm gonna gaslight you about I'm used to going out with ballers and being on yachts, just so you know walking in the door that this is what you have to provide, even if all of it is a lie. And oftentimes, at worst, it's exaggeration. At best, it's a lie. It's a straight lie, right? So, and I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Bob, you want to go ahead and speak? Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me up here, Gigi. So, I just wanted to clarify what I meant. So, I haven't seen the study of the guy from New Hampshire, but if it's a peer-reviewed study and it shows that beating kids, whether it's extreme or not, is like a gateway to violence in society, I would believe it because there are different strategies to discipline your kids outside of beating them. Just because you know your premise that some people act a certain way because they've never been beat, I don't believe that, because that's just a function of bad parenting. There are other strategies outside of beating your kids.
But look,
so I'll station.
Oh, he's addressing me.
Yeah. I'll station in Yokosuka for like 2 years, and while I was there, I don't remember kids being beat like at all, and their kids are like really disciplined up there. So that really changed my perspective around child rearing and how you can discipline your kids and all that. It's if you see someone acting out and you think it's because they didn't get beat as a kid or spanking wasn't used to correct them, it's no, because there are other strategies that are way more effective.
Take their cell phone. That's the ultimate punishment nowadays.
Well, let me put it this way. Okay, so the person I'm talking about, Murray Strauss, he's done a whole bunch of work on DV and shit like this, and he's saying like, okay, early family life is that thing which kind of is the predictor. I mean, this is him talking. I'm just saying. I'm just presenting information. Now, I can't say one way or the other definitively what works or not. I'm not going to go that far, okay? And especially without having done all of the research myself. But ultimately, this guy's going to say this. Corporal punishment, in the end, it really doesn't work that well. I mean, it might work to some degree, but like it doesn't have like the long-term impact that a lot of people think it does. Because a lot of kids got their asses whipped and they still turn out to do some old ignorant ass fuck nigga shit, okay? Like, I mean, like the preponderance of evidence is clear. Black people beat their kids. We hit our kids because every nigga knows what get your ass in this motherfucking house before I beat your motherfucking ass. If you saw the acronym, you'll know what it is, okay? And we know what it is because we done got our asses beat, okay? Now, the whole point he's gonna make is, look, you intentionally try to cause the child pain in order to correct or control their behavior, okay? And every state in the union allows for this, okay? But he basically says, look, there's later connections in life with depression, masochistic sex, lower earnings, poor performance in school. And he says that, look, it's pervasive, but it doesn't actually lead to the kind of outcomes that people want, precisely because like when you get older and people like hit their kids up and well into the ages of 14, 15, 16 years old, okay? And he says most of the people who spank their kids, they do it because that's how they were reared and they've been told that it's effective at changing their children's behavior. But he says, look, and I know this from personal experience, like my mom whipped me, man, or tried to whip me when I was like 15 or 16 and I wouldn't let her do it. And then like, it's over. Like you can't do it anymore. You have to find another means by which to assert your own authority and to usher in discipline for me. Now, if it was possible for you to do that when I was 16, 17, 18, 19 years old before I left your house, should have been able to do that shit before I turned 14, 15 to begin with. It should have been an alternative method for you to modify my behavior. Now, I'm not saying that modifying behavior by pain can't be effective. It can be. And if you got a little fucking, like some weird ass little kid and that motherfucker just is autistic or something. I don't know if autism is the right way to, to punish, I don't think corporal punishment is an effective way to control the behavior of a kid that's autistic. But if this kid is just fucking crazy and shit, maybe, immediately it might be expedient to pop the motherfucker, okay? All right. But ultimately, at a certain point, that shit ain't gonna work no more. It's ineffective when a kid reaches 15, especially for male children. It just don't work no more. Okay?
That's not the argument.
It's a declining resource.
And I respond to him because he addressed me, so I'm just waiting my turn to respond to.
But go ahead.
Bob Marley. All right. And I believe that I'm speaking clear English here. I think that every time I've addressed this, I've said that the level of punishment should meet the level of what you're dealing with. So when I hear people say, well, there's other ways to blah, 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 understand that when you say that, I've already covered that part of it, right? Yeah, there are kids that respond to you speaking to them, or you taking some shit away, or you looking at them real hard, or you raising your voice. Okay, so when people say this, it's like, I addressed that already. I'm not talking about those situations. And I'm not talking about the parents who whip their kids' ass off the slightest offense. I can say this 80 more times, and people will respond with, well, there's other ways, Marcus. I understand that, and those other ways should be employed when they work. Okay? What I'm also saying is, when they do not work, when you have an extreme situation, because we've all come into some badass kids, right? Before I even go there, let me get a show of ones. Everybody hit one if you got your ass beat as a child. Press the number one. You know what? I'm going to press one because I got my ass beat as a child, right? So we want to talk about empirical, right? Empirical data and this sort of thing. I would say most people in this conversation and listening to this conversation have had their ass beat. So do you people that just hit one think that you should, anytime somebody disagrees with you, go slap the shit out of a motherfucker? Have you now picked up violence as the answer for all things that disagree with you? Because this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to say that is to be ridiculous. Again, G, you're right. I do have to read the study. But it's bullshit to imply that violence comes from that place or that people can't be violent in the absence of the experience, right? So my point is this, right? When you're dealing with children, that you don't have to employ extreme measures or corporal punishment at all. Or you can talk to a child, or that child respects you. Everybody's seen that video meme where the little girl is twerking or some stupid shit and her pops walk in the room and look at her and she stops immediately. Have y'all seen this? Maybe you have. That's effective. To also say that, and you just said it, G, that corporal punishment isn't effective. I mean, shit, we've all done that thing and got our ass beat and stopped doing that thing. That's happened to most of us. The kid that get his ass beat, that keeps doing the thing that got his ass beat, got an issue. That's some other shit right there. And like you said, G, you said that your daughter that you dealt with for doing the thing to the little boy, to me, that qualifies as reasonable. And you didn't go crazy. But I think that when people think of corporal punishment, they think of motherfuckers that's overdoing it. Either doing it too frequently or for, lightweight bullshit or out of anger. And that to me, those things happen way too often. I will agree. But to say that, we all some violent motherfuckers because we got our ass beat for some shit we did that was reasonable for the ass whooping is a reach. Now, I just spoke some English. Please don't respond to what I just said as if you didn't just hear me say the shit with, well, you could talk to your kids. Yes, you can. most of the time, and sometimes you fucking cannot. And whatever you don't deal with in your home will be dealt with outside of your home. And trust me, it will not be dealt with the same measure of concern, love, and care outside of your door.
So parle anglais, ma parle avec no Creole. No, I'm playing with you, Marcus. I said you just spoke English. I'm gonna speak to you in Creole. I just said that in Creole because you said I just spoke English. I'm playing with you.
Nah, I'm good.
No, I
Now,
tend to
hold-
agree with you though.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
Z. So I get a response, just like I got a response in the other conversation. We were talking about gun rights, but does he even have guns? Now I get dumbass Sexy Red. Yes, I said dumbass. Talking about, but does he even have kids? Does he even have kids? I've had plenty kids under my care. Dumbass questions. You know what I'm saying? Fuck whether I have kids or not. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We just had a bunch of show. My bad, Z. For
No. Go ahead.
But we just had a bunch of people in here hit the one. So who here is violent because they got an ass whipping for doing the wrong shit? Who here?
Oh wait, say that again. Ask that question again. I'm sorry. Who?
No, I'm asking who here is going through some crazy shit, because again, the highest levels of corporal punishment occur with black people, and I would say that most people here are black. So we're all an imbalanced, traumatic, manic, depressive, and all these types of motherfuckers in this conversation, right? And I'm not saying there are none here. I'm saying if we're going to look at it from a percentage base, I would say most people that got their ass beat grow up to be well-balanced, regular motherfuckers, unless they got abused.
Yeah.
And Sexy Red, keep my dick in your mouth. How about that?
Oh, wow.
But keep it 100.
Now I understand why they wanted me to kick your ass off my panel.
But Mark, you said something earlier, and I think there needs to be, we need to emphasize this, and it's so true. When you were a child, you knew where it was like, okay, this might be warranted. And then there was the, wait, what is this for? Like, right? And so I think those what is this for are traumatizing, right? And I know we've all done it where you throw it in your parents' face when you become an adult. You don't let, bro, I done threw so much in my mom and my dad's face, bro. Like, I make them feel the shame, right? I done got my apologies, right? So, but I think you are 100% correct about this might warn, and it when you're even 7, 8, 10 years old, 12, whenever you get whatever you get, but okay, this I violated, I kind of might have deserved this, right? And then there's the this is unwarranted, and then there's the okay, this is abuse. As a human being, you understand the difference, right? And I think that's when we start getting into children becoming adults and then exhibiting some of this behavior. I also agree with you on this one thing, and I think this needs to be emphasized. We do have a preponderance of people who, because they never had to feel the immediate consequence of their actions, they are either physically violent or they might be they might speak insanely and be insulting. All these things that come from never having to feel consequences, and definitely the immediate consequences of their actions or their words or their all of that. And I think you see that throughout society, definitely from the XX side of the XX chromosome side of the game, but you see this with certain ways people advocate, certain ways people speak. You can tell, not just that you never got a spanking or a whipping, but you never had to feel any type of immediate consequences for your actions or your words. And I'm not trying to go all the way in lefty world with the words could be violent, because I don't actually agree with that completely. But there are certain things that people say, and you could tell you're talking like that because you don't fear any reprisal, right? And I'll give a slight example. A young lady I used to work with, kind of slim, butch lesbian woman. And she was very, very, very aggressive, right? But funny enough, also very fragile at the same time. And she would fuss out supervisors. She would get into it with people, and like we're blue collar, so she's one of the very few women in this space. Plus, she's LGBTQ. And one day we were having a conversation. She was like, "Oh yeah, I never been in no fight." And I was like, "That's why you ain't. No wonder you talk the way you do. You ain't never had to back up none of those words, right? You never been put in a situation where you had to back up how you speak, or you had to back up, kind of bucking up on someone." And I think it's not me advocating for violence, but it is to say that as men, particularly Black men, you realize that there's consequences for your words and your actions, and that other people in the society, you and Green Gorilla was speaking about grace earlier, other people in the society are given grace by the institutions and by society and by their families, et cetera, to be able to say whatever they want to say without consequences, and do to a certain extent whatever they want to do without consequences. Where Black men, much of what we say and do, there's a very immediate consequence to that. And I think that's why we might move around in society a little different than everyone else, because we understand that grace isn't afforded to us. And I'll pause right there.
So before I move forward, man, I want to shout out the brother who hit me up with the 10-piece, man, and the 2-piece. Hurricane Greg hit me up with the 10-piece, and Tyrese Bowie hit me up with the 199-piece, man. And he says, Tyrese Bowie says, Marcus, New York dudes had it easy versus the Southern dudes. And I think Marcus admits that. He already said as much. But look at this little JJ. You remember little JJ, man? Little JJ, man, little comedian, man. But listen what he has to say about corporal punishment. Check him out. Just listen.
But in reality, kids act just like grown folks. Kids, grown folks, same thing. Like, for example, y'all always telling y'all kids, don't lie to me. Don't you ever lie to me. Y'all be lying to us. You lied about the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Boogeyman. But y'all tell y'all when y'all really be lying? When y'all really be lying is when y'all whooping us. Talking about, I'm whooping you cause I love you. Please. You ain't whooping me cause you love me. You whooping me cause you mad. See? Y'all lie to us, we lie to y'all.
That's all, man. I thought it would be funny, man, to break the ice, man. That's a pretty heavy subject.
Real quick, Gigi, you know what's funny about his initial comments about, children and adults moving the same way? We see how you let Baltimore just sneak up in here. Anyway,
he found out to get that woo in quick,
right? So let me get this over quick. So it's something,
no, because
right? Wait. Let me land. I was already talking. You ass clowns.
You were already silenced, nigga.
Right. Wait. Let me finish. It's gonna take like 30 seconds. So something that he said that I definitely agree with is the way adults and children are really the same. I said this to my mom way back. I think I was like in my early 20s, like 21, 22. And I was like, adults throw temper tantrums too, right? And I would like to I would like to give you the example, the Ebony K. Williams thing. What she's doing right now, going around, media and social media complaining about dudes, that is temper tantrum. Just because she's articulate and she's speaking a certain way doesn't mean it's not a temper tantrum. I'm just using that as an example to say that adults and children do much of the same thing. It's just that we obscure it, or we use different language when adults exhibit some of the same behavior. But what she's exhibiting is temper tantrum behavior. It's just temper tantrum from an attorney, right? So I'll pause right there.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna let Big Kev speak because he's been here first. He came before you did, Charles. I'm gonna get to you. What's up, my nigga? Big Kev, what's cracking with you? How you doing? In order to be fair, because there's not a lot of people here on the panel, but let's start. I'm gonna start with this timer shit. If it'll fucking pop up, I don't think it'll. Well, actually, it won't. Actually, yeah, I'm done with the Short Bus Saturday. So if I do pop up the timer, okay, let's get it going. So I'm gonna start you off with a fresh. I'm gonna make myself big so you can see the timer. Okay, Bruh, go ahead and kick the Willy Bobo to us. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect, man. Shout out to everybody on the panel. You apologize for the background noise as I'm walking outside here. But yeah, like Keep It 100 made a point. Yeah, like what you saying, it's levels to this shit. So you don't want to, basically the idea of frivolously beating your children for every little minor offense. Yeah, like that shit comes from slavery. Like many, if you read through our history, many of these indigenous tribes and whatnot, especially in the Americas, they didn't really beat their children like that. You know what I mean? So this idea that, basically, hitting your children, pulling them by the ear, we actually get that from like the British, believe it or not. So whenever they try to talk to you about how hoity-toity and how superior they are, remember, they were the main ones beating their children's ass. So number two, in regards to what Mr. Z was talking about in regards to like the adults throwing temper tantrums, again, this is what happens when you're never forced to face immediate consequences, Like, for example, like I've been in about 15 fist fights, but if you talk to a lot of dudes, they've never been in a fist fight. They're like in their 30s, so it's crazy. You know what I mean? But because of that experience, I know how to be respectful with people, If you notice, I'm not quick to try to elevate a conflict unnecessarily, But some dudes, as Mike Tyson said, some dudes, you could tell some people they've never been punched in the face before, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be the first to tell you some guys in the manosphere need to get their ass whipped. So
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey. But it's the difference between like, an adult and a child, in my viewpoint, right? Like a child doesn't have the ability to understand and doesn't understand the impact or the repercussions of their decision making in the same way that an adult does. And like, I'm not saying like all of this shit started from women having a conversation on is it ever appropriate to hit a woman? And my viewpoint on this shit is like, well, how often is this bitch hitting you? Like, and like, does she feel like any contrition for having hit you? Like, or, like, does she feel like she your master or some shit? Because to be perfectly honest, I'm just going to be honest with you, bro. Like some chicks do, like some niggas need their ass whipped. I believe some women need their ass whipped too. Sorry. If you feel like you can put your clip flickers all on a man and ain't gonna be no consequences of repercussions, oh so well.
Gigi, what did you do? Did you say click flickers?
Click flickers, yeah. You put your click flickers all up on me, it's a problem. I'm just saying, to me, that's a problem.
I caught it. When you hear something, you're like, wait a minute, did I hear that?
Yeah, you heard that. Sorry, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you got, like, it's like Rihanna was putting her hands all on Chris Brown the same night that, like, the shit went down in the car. Mm-hmm. But nobody talks about or discusses that shit. It's always something that the man does that's problematic. And that's all white woman shit. All of this shit comes out of a certain historical time frame, typically, the 70s and the 80s, and about how much abuse white women were suffering from and how they needed to be sheltered away from, men, because men were using it in order to exert power and control over them. Okay? But like, I always go back to the first motherfucker where the woman who actually started all of this shit related to shelters and all of this, her name is Erin Pizzi. Check her out.
In 1971, I opened the first refuge in the world. And for the first 4 years, I ran it on the grounds of generational family violence, which needed therapeutic intervention, which I created a model. The most important thing was not to create any form of institution, because you don't need staff. Mothers were perfectly capable of running the place themselves, and it was important that they did. And I was attacked by feminists regularly. Anywhere I went, I was picketed, I was threatened, because they believe that all men are potential abusers of women and children, and that all women are victims of men's violence. My mother was violent, well, both my parents were violent. And I'd always known it to be a generational, intergenerational family problem, because I could trace mine back both sides. Both my parents were abused children. And in the creating of this victim role, it's taken away. I find it incredibly patronizing, because women are equally as able to be violent.
Let's just be putting theatrics on top of it, okay? Because I don't want to, because even that little amount of da-da-da-da-da will incur a copyright strike, okay? So, but at the end of the day, here's a person who's saying that, like, you know, the proliferation of violence in early family life can lead towards or be a pathway, or as the Bob Marley cat said, a gateway to violence later on in life. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't occasions in which, you know, like, I won't whip a motherfucker ass. I've already whipped my own children. All I'm saying is let's explore the research, man. It might be something there. Might not be nothing there, okay? But it's a lot of motherfuckers saying, hey, man, sometimes we hit our kids too much. And I know in the black community, we definitely hit our kids too fucking much. You know what I'm saying? And like, I put the comedy up there from Lil JJ only to underscore the point that, like, a lot of times our parents are not hitting us to teach us a lesson. These motherfuckers are pissed off. They mad at some shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not, and they're doing what was done to them. You know what I'm saying? They're exploring ways of disciplining that they know, that they're pulling from a playbook that they were taught. You know what I'm saying? And so the question is, given the high rates of homicide amongst black men, given the fact that there's higher rates of domestic violence in black communities than there are in white communities, I can't speak for lesbian community because we know that how concentrated and how high the violence is there. But I mean, shit, we got some of the highest rates, man, in our own communities. You know what I'm saying? So the question is, like, why do we deal with our problems? We resolve conflict oftentimes by resorting to violence. Not saying that we always do that. Not saying that everyone does that. But there is, like, enough evidence to demonstrate that, like, when black people have a problem, man, the go-to is for us to go pick up the stick. Like, nigga, what you said? What, nigga? Like, a nigga look at you hard, boy. I'm sorry, you know this shit. I don't know how it is in New York, but I don't know how it is in other places. I know in the Midwest.
South Florida, it definitely is that way.
Nigga, you look at a nigga the wrong way. It's a problem. Like, who you looking at, nigga?
I didn't know y'all refer to the shit as the stick too, because that's what they refer to the semi-autos over here. That's what they refer to them as down here. The stick.
Yeah.
Nigga, what's up? You got that blick, nigga? What you doing, nigga? What's up, nigga? You want this static, nigga? You want this shit? I'm like, whoa. You know, I as a youngster, I was kind of like that. Well, I was rah-rah as a young kid. You know what I'm saying? I had undergone so much motherfucking experiences with niggas in the hood that it's kind of hard to be anything other than that. Man, you got niggas robbing you with knives and shit, taking your bicycle and shit. Little niggas ain't 14, 15, they got guns and 22s walking around with 38s and shit. It's like crazy. And the kids doing the same shit that we was doing, they doing it now. You know what I'm saying? So it's
well, I think in regards to that violence, I mean, the things to cut down on the violence, I mean, we don't want to be honest. The real keys that are necessary to cut on the violence is this. You need to, number one, teach young boys and young men how to fight and how to shoot. Number two, create more jobs, you know what I mean? Because, you know, as we pointed out so many times before, I'm like, most of the so-called black-on-black violence occurs when people live in poor areas with a lot of drug selling activity going on. Then number three, when it comes to domestic violence, it's simple. The women need to keep their hands to themselves. Like, the men know they need to keep their hands to themselves. I'm saying, like, the women need to keep their hands to themselves because, as Dr. T.S.R. Johnson pointed out, well, some studies show actually that that so-called black men instigate domestic violence at the lowest rate, meaning that if you don't put your hands on him, he's probably not going to put his hands on you. So if we do those three things, that'll cut down on the violence, you know, because people are going to be aware of the consequences. So, I mean, hey, it is what it is.
But I want Charles Faulkner to go ahead and speak because he ain't said nothing at all.
Mr. Baltimore, Mr. Drew Hill himself. Go ahead.
Tell me what you want, man.
Right?
You set it up. Shit.
Number one.
Who's sleeping in your bed, Charles? Go ahead.
Yeah, probably a chick you masturbate about. But anyway.
I'm going to choke on my water. Go ahead.
As the actual location is Druid Hill. You know how black people got to fuck up the English language, right? But anyway. I've always said this: discipline without love is abuse.
Sucks.
Most times in the black community, we don't discipline, we abuse. Because first and foremost, what lesson did you learn? You don't have to always beat a child. You don't always have to. It's very rare I even put my hands on my son. Most parents do that Because when you punish a child, here's a little secret: you punish yourself as well. You don't want to go. You don't want to miss your going out night. So you're gonna beat the hell out of your child, cuss them out, and call them all kinds of sons of bitches and motherfuckers, and you're just like your daddy. Instead of saying, you know what, there's a lesson that you gotta learn. They don't believe in chores anymore. You know why? Because they don't even know how to wash dishes. There's some fundamental flaws, and let's even get further back than that. Number one, you're not going to love something that you didn't produce out of love in the first place. A lot of these children are not planned. They're not cultured. They're not cared for. They're not tended. They're just tools. This is just a result of irresponsibility.
Yeah, I had no idea that this conversation was going to take the turn that it did. I thought like we were going to cover this like really quickly and then get into some more. But this is important though, I think, because but I think it deserves a show where I could actually delve into the research, and which we could agree or disagree with. I mean, that's what part of the dialogue and debate is supposed to be about. You feel me? But I take your point, but. Because Marcus is about to leave, I want him to make a quick statement, and then he can go ahead and burn on out, man, and get ready for fight night in Vegas, which I'm kind of like
a little jealous.
Yeah, you know. So Marcus, you want to make a closing statement and then burn on out?
Yeah, I'll do that. You know, pretty much what we still talk about corporal punishment.
You done zoned off, man. I know what you into now, man. You in a fight. Go ahead, man.
I'm flipping these pancakes over here. That's what I'm doing. But at the end of the day, man, like I said, man, there's extremes, man. There's an extreme both ways. There's, you know, extreme abuse, and there's extreme, you know, absence of accountability and discipline. And both of those things produce
extreme
bad
coddling.
results. Huh?
Yeah, extreme coddling. I say extreme coddling.
Right. So, you know, both of those things can produce violent results. You know, you can get violence from, you know, sparing the rod, spoiling the child, depending on, again, the behavior of the child. I don't think that a child or anyone at any age who's not acting like they need a certain level of discipline or punishment should receive that. And I think that a lot of these things that we're seeing comes from either an overabundance of, you know, punishing children for lightweight offenses, you know, abuse of of that thing, or a refusal to do it at all. I think that both of those things come from either extreme. I think that when things are fair, balanced, and reasonable, meaning, you know, not punishing children when there's no need for it, you know, or meeting the punishment with the level of the shit, that's when you get the results, the desired result. To say that corporal punishment never produces a desired result is nonsense. I don't care what study you showed me. I proved it in here with the audience. To say that it never does that is ridiculous. You know, I think that the extremes is where you get the bad outcomes either way. You understand what I'm saying, G?
I get you, bro. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak because you, in the back chat, you said you was about to burn out, you had to bounce. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to say what you had to say. And then I'm gonna open up the floor for the people who are here now, and we can do the Tokyo drift. We can drift for the next 3-4 hours if you want, or we can just cut this shit short. So
no doubt. But peace, everybody. We're gonna do this next week again.
For sure, man. I'll holler at you next week, Marcus, man. Enjoy the fight, man. Who fighting this weekend?
Shit, I don't know.
All right, well, shit, do you, man. I'll holler at you then, my nigga. All right.
Man, peace.
Yep.
All right,
Shout
man.
out to
Peace out, man.
Shout out.
Thanks, Mark, for being on there.
Yeah.
When I just want to give Charles the opportunity to make a more robust statement if he wants to, because I did kind of cut what he was saying short in order to accommodate Marcus leaving the stream. So I'm gonna give Charles the floor if he wants it.
Get that nigga Marcus out of here.
Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah, man. Hold on, wait a minute, hold on. I didn't mean to do that.
Want to watch Spence and Crawford fight? Fuck you, niggas.
You said
I'm
get him
to a
out of here,
stage now where
man.
I'm building with another level of men. I can't build you.
Yeah, I didn't mean for that to start. I meant to play this shit right here.
Right, exactly, Jazzy Jeff. That's
Or,
what
you know, or Small Wonders on his ass. Man. Holla at you, man.
Small Wonder, Jesus Christ, you take me back to my childhood.
Man, I used to love that shit. Small Wonder.
That used to just have me rolling.
Yeah, that shit had me
When I
laughing.
think
too.
about being an 80s kid, we should have watched all the shit that we watched.
You know, another show that I used to love was called It's Your Move.
Oh,
Jason
yeah.
Bateman and shit. I used to love that shit, man.
Oh, yeah. It'll be like Ricky Schroeder and fucking Silver Spoons and shit.
I used to love that shit. But go ahead, man. The only thing I say, I showed the JJ skit, you know, the little young comedian, man, only because, damn, what the hell is that? Somebody got some echo shit going. Is that you, Marcus? Not Marcus, but, so yeah, I showed the Small Wonder shit, not the Small Wonder, but I showed the JJ dude because, a lot of times we hit our kids, man, because we angry, man. We frustrated. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times we hit each other because we frustrated, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The abuse doesn't come from a place of evil. You know, like we trying to like murder each other, even though that sometimes is a negative effect of the violence we enact on each other. But I'm saying like a lot of times we're frustrated, like we hit our kids and we get frustrated and we hit each other. And there's a precedent from us hitting each other based upon how we were reared, the kind of childhoods we have. Now, I'm not saying, that it, like spanking is never like a solution, never, a form of discipline that you can utilize. But I think, like consistent spanking, like over time, it sends a message. Like motherfuckers say they don't want to see violence in the world, but then, you use violence on your kids. That's like you teaching your kid to be violent. Now, I'm not saying that the world won't teach, like violence doesn't exist outside of the context of the home. I'm sure it does. Like I know it did for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But I know for a fact, black people, man, we have a problem with conflict resolution, man. We can't resolve conflicts at all without fucking pulling out the stick, pulling out the gat, the knife, the brick, or at least talking up or threatening each other with the shit. You know what I'm saying? So question is like, how can we learn to, resolve our differences more amicably instead of, it devolving into
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. Like because that's where it goes for us.
Right.
Finish him. I mean,
right. I'm serious.
You gotta realize this is that one. You gotta actually love your child. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of parents, and this is, I'm not an expert when it comes to child abuse cases or going to see acts of violence. But I'd stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. But you really start to look at how you look at your child when you're angry with your child or upset by your child or disappointed. Do you still love them? I might be upset, but I still have to teach you. And there are times corporal punishment is needed, yes. But there's times when you need to sit down and talk to your child. Then here's the biggest factor that a lot of people don't do. They don't look at themselves internally to be like, wait a minute, what example did I set for this child? If you're drinking in front of your child constantly and you want to chastise your 14-year-old kid from taking a sip, you got to look at yourself first. It was like, what type of example did I bring?
Yeah.
You can't have a sexually explicit lifestyle and then get mad when you catch your son or your daughter getting their, cherries off. But you put this shit out there and the get-go. Did you give them any type of knowledge prior to that? But what we see is that we have a lot of anger, frustration, and hatred. Because there's a lot of these kids out here who were not born of love. They were just born of lust. They were born of how I'm going to keep this man here. And it's not like you're developing children. Think about it. Most children born in the United States are tools. Tools to get somebody else's money. And there's many different ways. There are times you got to pop your kid because yo, stop being disrespectful. Yeah. Make your child do push-ups.
Boy, front leaning rest position is my position, man.
Yeah, just hold it. Just hold it till I get tired. You know, do some calisthenics. You know what? You're gonna cut this goddamn. You since you want to be grown, we're gonna give you a grown man chore. You're cutting all the neighbors' yards by yourself.
Yeah, that's a hell of a thing right there.
And people be like, even with my wrestlers, oh, you want to disrespect your teacher? Run some laps. Or around the restroom? No, the whole damn school.
Yeah, so I want to show you something real quick if I can. I mean, do you see this? Spare the kids while whipping children won't save Black America.
Of course.
Yeah, so this is written by I think it's a white woman named Sylvia Snowden, or maybe a black woman, I don't know, but I know the author that she's really talking about, who she's going to interview. Her name is Stacey Patton. She's got a PhD in philosophy. They say African American history, but I know she has a PhD in philosophy. So anyway, she wrote a book, Spare the Kids While Whooping Children Won't Save Black America. She says, let's look at the history and the impact of this practice and let's reconsider it. And she says, well, why do you think we hit our children? People think that hitting is a form of teaching. We think it will actually protect them. And people grow up to invert the violence they experience as children as something that was good, particularly in African American culture. As a people, we attribute our success to having our bodies processed through violence. And quite frankly, what it does is confirm a long-standing racist narrative about black bodies, that the only way you can control them or to make us good is by whipping us. And it seems something that we unconsciously agree with. Like we need more beatings to get us straight. You know what I mean? So I mean, when you think about this, like some of the narratives about what needs to happen to Pookies and Ray Rays and these bitches, we need to either murder them all, issue in a program of some kind to, get rid of them, or we need to beat the shit out of them and understand that they need to heal so we can get to, not heal in terms of H-E-A-L, but H-E-E-L to get the motherfuckers to do what we need them to do, So the interview
I was about to say, Gigi. I was about to say, Gigi, you sound like Hillary Clinton right now, but I'm playing.
But okay, touche. One back at me.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
Right, one back at me. But the interviewers, the Sylvia Snowden woman says, you say in your book, the black people are the most locked up, unhealthy, stressed out, and demonized group of people in America. Whipping children hasn't saved us from any of this. So why do you believe that it has? Or why do we believe it has? Because we're the most punished, we die the earliest, when we're the most stressed out. So whipping ain't really actually saving us. Because we whip some ass. Now, anybody who denies that is just denying reality. Black people whip ass, okay, of children. Now the question is, why ain't all this ass whipping translating into, a whole, different set of ethical behavior amongst grown black folks? You know what I'm saying? And so she says we don't make the connection between the historical trauma and the psychological damage that hitting a child has, the chronic illnesses that get produced by hitting children, the domestic violence between black men and women, the shootings in the street. We don't take a moment to stop and look and say how much of this or that is attributed to what happened to us in the foundational moment of our lives, which is childhood. We don't make the connections. And so that's all I was trying to say. I'm not trying to, look, I can't say with any certitude. First of all, I know that social science is not like hard science. And, I know for a certainty that if I put two hydrogen atoms with one oxygen atom, I'm going to get water. You know what I'm saying? H2O is going to happen every time. With human behavior, you can have a whole assortment of causes for some sort of phenomena. But like with water, we know for a fact that there has to be the coming together of hydrogen plus oxygen in order to make it occur. Like with something like violence in people, it could be a whole host of things that lead to, like being a catalyst or something that correlates to violence. So, that's just the strange and the weird phenomena that you deal with animate objects versus inanimate objects and how they behave. And I don't even think I think it's a misnomer to talk about inanimate objects as behaving, because I just think that, like there's just forces that exist and laws that exist between these things. Whereas when it comes to animate objects like us, yeah, of course, what we do falls into the scope and the range of the physical world, but like we're able to do things for reasons. And like atoms don't do shit for reasons. They don't think it through before they do shit, or they don't act on emotions. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference there. So, but yeah, man, I hate that we hurt each other so much, man. You know what I mean? I wish we didn't hurt each other as much as we do, man. That's all I'm trying to articulate, man. We find a reason to destroy each other and to tear each other down, even murder and kill each other over the slightest infractions, man. You know, and one of the reasons I think is because we're always on edge. It's like motherfuckers, you know, it's like, you know, like it's the fight and flight response is heavy in us. You know what I mean? And it's like, why are we seeking to destroy each other? We already got a fucking, you know, a group of people, man, who took us to hell and high water. Why are we taking this shit out on each other? You know what I'm saying? So
I want to actually tie what you're saying, because I think preying on each other is another thing also, and I'm tying that to I think the first clip you played with Marcus up here, which is the sister on the couch with the heavyset brother, and you know, it's the idea, and Marcus was kind of speaking to this also, of any type of labor I expend, any type of work I do, you can't ask me to be in my feminine. You can't ask a woman to be in her feminine. You can't ask a Black woman to be in her feminine if she has to lift a finger, right? Because if she has to lift a finger or do any labor whatsoever, then she's in her masculine, and that therefore you don't deserve any type of femininity from her, kindness from her, any ability of her to defer to you or anything like that, because you have her out here working in the smoldering heat type thing. And it's something you were kind of speaking to also, Gigi. Any type of labor is akin to working out in the sun, you know, at a construction site or something like that. And I think it's a good thing that we have these spaces, because now we're able to push back and challenge that. And as you're saying, you know, I'm blue collar now, but I was white collar for a good 6-7 years. And yes, women are all through office spaces, in cubicles, with AC, spending half the day actually not doing anything, right? And then the other half of the day sending, you know, typing and sending emails and doing paperwork online and stuff like that. So you're absolutely correct, Gigi, where like these people are pretending like the fact that she had to drive to work is akin to you being out there in the hot sun, you know, lifting boulders and something like that.
Man,
and
you got
like,
Black women in Africa fucking carrying water, man, like for fucking
on their
miles
head
and shit.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
And they don't look like they trying to be men and shit. You don't see them motherfuckers like, I'm in my masculine phase, nigga. You got me out here carrying this motherfucking water, nigga.
You know, Gigi,
they are the safekeepers and the guardians of water and cleanliness. It's something that they take up, and they do. And it's a part of social cooperation and taking on a responsibility. Okay, not saying, okay, I want to be some fucking white ass fainting couch bitch.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's all, because that's all this shit is. I want to be like the bitches I see on TV who are married to multimillionaires who don't do shit but go fucking shopping at Prada and Gucci and all of this. And they, you know, like, come on, man, like you bitches, y'all watching TV? That's where your mind is.
Yeah. Yes, Gigi. Yeah, Gigi. It's okay. All of us. You can ask Charles. You can ask definitely Big Kev's age group, right? It's that bad. So whatever you and Dr. T saw growing up, it just got so exponentially worse when you get under the age of 40. Oh my God! Like it is social. Whatever media, mainstream media, did to the minds of women, it just got exponentially worse with social media, because now they feel like they know that person. Because remember, like they could just open their phone and this person is posting and they're, oh, look at this trip here, look at this dinner here. People taking pictures of their $2,000 restaurant bill. That's a real thing. I haven't posted in my community chat. And so this person almost you have this parasocial, and I'm glad Nameless is about to do a video about parasocial relationship, but you have a parasocial relationship with this person almost like you know them. So now it's my homegirl over here living this life. Why can't I live it? It's different than seeing Diana Ross do it on the Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous 40 years ago. And you see that maybe once a week, right? For 30 minutes or something like that. It's a different thing when you subscribe to Cardi B, when you're subscribed to Meg Thee Stallion, when you're subscribed to whoever these people are. And you have this parasocial relationship with them. So it almost feels like your friend is living this life and you're not, right?
Man,
and
I
so
was
now
thinking
you charge the men to give you that lifestyle, the men in your immediate circle. And I'll pause right there. I'm sorry.
Mr. Z, bro, I was at a table, man, with this chick, right? But I was, at the time, I had a chick that I was fucking dating or whatever the case may be, who I guess this bitch who she worked with kind of influenced her or whatever the case may be about like all this shit that like niggas supposed to be doing for women and what they supposed to be doing and what they gonna tolerate and not tolerate. I'm like, look, I got up and left the table. I was like, fuck you bitches. And I told her, I was like, man, y'all bitches crazy. And I walked off. First of all, you got 4 kids. First of all, that takes you out of the game, bitch. Nobody's fucking with your ass. You got 4 fucking kids. You ain't got 2 kids. You ain't got 3. You got 4 fucking kids. And now you making and niggas dating you, and then you acting like a nigga calling you, asking you what you doing. Like even making small talk with you is a burden for you, bitch. Now you lucky a nigga talking to you at all. And then she demanding how much a nigga make. I need a nigga making blah. Chick, you've got 4 fucking kids. You're a school teacher. Who is fucking with you, man? You're not making like 120, 130K. You making 60, 70 at the most.
I doubt it.
I said at the most.
Yeah, I know. But
so what I'm saying is, look, the attitude of these chicks, a lot of them, is not based on reality, what motherfuckers are actually out here making. And instead of, black people used to have a sense of justice, social justice about them. And I know you talk about this quite often. It has shifted from social justice conversations related to not just, and I'm going to do a show about this because I think that there's a difference between social justice issues related to recognition and social justice related to material distribution.
Yes.
Okay? And the left used to be about quintessentially material redistribution. Okay? That was what the left was primarily, an advocate for, making sure that things were better for people who are living in poverty. Okay? But then over time, especially with the Civil Rights Act, see, women couldn't say, well, we're poor, so we don't receive as much as men do, because they couldn't do that. So everything changed from recognition away from distribution. And and black women, they are arguing for recognition along the lines of tokenism. Only a few people are going to be able to fit into the slots of an Ebony K. Williams. Most black women are fucking living in close to poverty or like lower middle class. Most black women don't have $100,000 jobs, man. So all that shit all this soft girl shit needs to stop. I'm just like, my OG used to say all the time, you know what niggas' problem is? They got champagne taste with a beer budget. Niggas buy what they want and they beg for what they need. Outgo exceeds income, upkeep will be your downfall. And we keep wondering why we behind. First of all, it's not about building a legacy. I've never heard a fucking, like, rarely if ever do you hear women say, I want a legacy. No. I don't hear them saying that shit. I don't hear them that's not a conversation that I hear them saying. I hear them saying, what I want and I deserve and I want this sort of lifestyle. And I'm like, well, fuck the lifestyle. Like, what is going to be the foundation that you use and that the scaffolding and all of that shit that you build that other people can build on in the future? And I know people don't want to be self-sacrificial and they don't want to, set up and establish things, and not be able to enjoy the fruits themselves. I get that. But at some point, somebody has to say and use like cooler head let a cooler mind prevail and say we'll continue on this hamster wheel generation after generation after generation after generation, and we'll never rise to anything greater than ourselves in the current position that we have, because we won't make the sacrifice to build the foundation so that others can build upon it for the future. All we doing is trying to live up with the Joneses, keep up with the bullshit Joneses as black folks. That ain't working for us, man. Tokenism is tokenism. A few niggas with good jobs, whether it's in the academy, in the corporate world, or the government, is not making us financially sound as a demographic. It's not building a culture where we're able to build wealth. It's not. Finding one nigga that makes 100 G's, that shit ain't gonna guarantee you that y'all gonna be doing well. Cause if that nigga is spending 120 G's a year, y'all still broke.
Yeah.
You still ain't got shit. And you heard the one chick at the beginning, she is already in financial. Now, I'll play the shit back. I'm already ain't doing so good financially, so this nigga got to be making 65 to 70 G's in order so I can take trips. Bitch, what you want a trip for? One thing I know about people, man, regardless if they black, white, red, brown, wherever you go, there you are. Your nigga ass in Dubai is a nigga ass in Dubai. You go to Africa, you take nigga mentality with you, you're going to be a nigga in Africa. You go to Europe or Italy or Greece or wherever, if you got nigga mentality, you're going to have a nigga mentality there. You know how many people you could take and transplant them in different places and spaces and geographies, and they still have the same cantankerous fucking attitude that they had before they left? And I understand that a change in venue can sometimes lead to a change in feeling. It can. But with us, for some reason, man, we got this nigga shit in us. We don't want to let it go.
You know, Gigi, so what I so appreciate about the Black Manosphere is because we're like crowd resourcing and bringing in all the information, and that's across the board, not just the intimate relationship stuff, but the numbers. I think what we've done and I think the reason why we have these people sounding the way they are is because not just in red pill spaces, but in even the purple pill spaces, we put their back to the wall. So now they're moving away from y'all are poor and destitute, which some black men are clearly, obviously, we're black in America, but now they're actually being honest. Okay, look, I just wanted to meet the white womanhood. I want the lifestyle, and if you can't give me the lifestyle, then I might. If I'm not living extravagant, then I'm poor and destitute. Like there's not a such thing as a middle class. There's not such thing as people that live in okay in life, right? They don't got all the nicest things, but they're not completely poor and destitute. There's not a middle class because these people are actually being honest now that they're looking for a lifestyle, and it's informed by the myth of white womanhood. It's informed by Real Housewives of Orange County. It's informed by whatever hip love and hip hop and whatever.
Of Atlanta, love and hip hop.
Exactly.
Bitches
exactly.
Like I'm living in the lap of luxury. Lil Kim, bitch. Puff Daddy and them were ill for that shit. Them the niggas. They were a walking billboard for every fucking goddamn fashion designer.
Shout out to Versace.
Every cologne, every fucking watchmaker. I'm like, bro, NWA wasn't talking about that kind of shit. I mean, they might have been fucking pathological in their own way, but it wasn't based on consumer bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. But like the P. Diddy era and the Steve Stout and all them motherfuckers, they took black people to the tanning of America. And branding and selling shit. They understood, and that's what hip hop really actually has become. It's become hoard out to corporate forces, bro. And marketing and branding is what the fuck hip hop has become. And it's moved into television. Okay? Because all the artists that used to be, musicians and shit, they fucking actors and fucking TV producers now and shit. And podcast producers and shit. You know what I'm saying? So look. And I want to say this. This is my thing, right? Look, and I just wanted to be said to Sexy Red. Look, I'm not gonna curse you out because I don't have that type of beef with you. But I'll say this: niggas ain't asking for women to submit to them, like to the point where motherfuckers is hopping on one foot, like the woman in Coming to America and shit. That's not the point. The point is, if you're gonna fucking be in a relationship with a man, submit to the relationship. It's just that fucking simple. I don't see like what's difficult about this shit. Like,
No,
if
you gotta pay
make,
Gigi.
if you make an oath to another person to say, here's what we are and what we're going to do, start fucking playing team ball. I just don't understand what's so difficult about that shit. If you say you're on the team, be a team player. Don't fucking be Mutombo on the Atlanta Hawks and shit, and I'm going up for a layup, and I'm a Hawk, and then you come and try to fucking smack the ball, Houston Rocket, and you trying to smack the fucking ball out of my motherfucking hand, so because you don't want me to score the layup.
See,
And you're on my squad.
See, the problem is they just love dysfunction. Anything ran orderly. They want to use every book, every hook utilized for them not to do their job. That's why the whole table argument. I need a man to pay all my bills. What the fuck you gonna do? Sit around and get fat?
Yes.
I mean, you're not. Here's the question. Y'all got this so-called life of luxury thing with this inferiority complex you carry around. What happens when you're asked to come up for the call and above the duty? You know, what happens when you're needed to like take care of a man? A woman is supposed to protect the honor, the glory, and the image of a man. You have done the complete utter opposite. That is the reason why I say men don't really need you. All we need is somebody, probably at this stage of the game, is somebody to get rid of your sexual urges, and that's about it. And
So look, Sexy Red wants to come up. I've given you, look, the invite is out there. I've never said the women can't be on my shit. Now, some other motherfuckers might say that, you know, women can't be on their shit, but I've never told a woman you can't be on my channel. So if you want to come up, by all means come up. But, you know, like, don't ball hog, you know, like the space. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is this. I showed the picture of women carrying water, not because, you know, it's a demonstration of how women are subservient to men in Africa. That's not it. I showed the imagery to demonstrate. Here are women who are still women. They're not pretending to be men. They're not trying to displace or upend or attack masculinity or say that it's toxic or to say that it's pathological. They're not wearing pants and shit. They're not like wearing their hair like men or trying to, you know, like perform as men, but they're still working. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure carrying water. Have you carried water? That shit's fucking heavy. Here you got these women who are carrying water. Okay, that's work. Okay, you can call it domestic work. It's not paid work, but they're performing it because it's necessary to keep their children clean, to keep themselves clean, and to prepare and cook food. All right? So, I mean, they don't have running water. So they are, you know, charged with the responsibility of doing something that's requisite for the family to subsist. Okay? And these women aren't like, well, I'm not going to find a husband because I got to go get some water. Now, I'm pretty sure there's some women like in Africa, like that spoiled ass Nigerian chick who, you know, I don't have to do anything. My daddy's going to take care of it. My dad. Okay? My dad. And there's some rich Nigerians. But, I mean, come on, man. Like, at the end of the day, let's just keep it a buck, man.
Hey,
Women
GG,
ask to
can I
work.
get my 1 minute in?
Okay, get your 1 minute in, Leon. I'm gonna go ahead and let you get that in. Go ahead, bro.
So
I'm sorry, man. I know you're ready to get in. Go
So
ahead.
when you were talking about, oh, you good. If you're talking about manhood from back then, you had some characteristics that weren't based in money, right? The ability to make money.
I guess so. I say
So
that because
when you were talking about women, so when you talk about women, especially white women, that said that they were farming, you know, I can't remember what book it was, but based in the past, Southern men did not want to pick vegetables because they thought they were above that shit. So primarily white women did it. And lesbian, feminist white women felt like they were subjected to that because they couldn't go out in the world and do what the guys were doing. So that's what I read through history when it came to white women talking about the jobs that white men had, and they were subjected to, you know, these duties and white guys didn't do them. So and that's something you said based upon on how white guys perceive their manhood if it was going out into the world and all that type of shit. The other part I would like to talk about is I brought up my lifespan teacher, the Mrs. Z, the other day, and we got into the conversation about 70% of women being abused. And in the same chapter, they talk about spanking and disciplining your kids. And during that time, once they got to that, they asked people to raise their hand if they believed in whipping their kids' ass. And basically, all the black women raised their hand while white girls looked around and said, okay, so it's a cultural thing. And you go to the next paragraph and they said black people are more likely to whip their kids. So I was talking to Bernard a few years back and I said, I'll talk to her about it. But when you break down the condition, especially 20-year-old women, they're more likely to beat their kids' ass because they're more likely not to have anything to, have their children behave. They don't have nothing to take away from them. So the majority of the things they do is abuse and neglect their children. It's just what it is. And she says, she compares, her ability to say, hey, we're not going to Paris this year if y'all not doing this. And that's how she disciplines her kids. But the majority of women, the only thing they have is the fact that they're, not mature enough to understand that beating your kid's ass doesn't really do anything. But that's the route that they take.
Yeah, so like I want to underscore this because I think Marcus reacted to it. He says, in his toe beans, says now black women will definitely financially take care of men. My cousin bought her man a $60K truck in 2005. He didn't even earn half of that as a salary.
Mm-hmm.
So look, you're going to see this behavior, okay? But the reason that you're going to see this, and then you're going to still have women arguing the converse of this kind of action, saying that that's masculine, is because everything is in limbo. The norms and the value system is shifting, okay? And until things, settle down, it's going to be like people wondering, like, well, what actually holds as a center? So we're in a liminal state right now, okay? And this is a social experiment, okay? Never before performed in human history. Like, we got to level what it means to be a man and a woman, and we have to make it so that it's anti-discriminatory based upon the laws drafted by the Civil Rights Act. Because that's the catalyst for all of this shit, okay? Whether it be sex or whether it be, like women, okay? So this is what we're dealing with right now. And I personally, I don't have a problem with the shit. Like, I believe that women should participate and contribute to the household. All that shit about being a soft woman and all this and I need to be kept up. Man, bitch, what you think, you Jackie Onassis or some shit?
It's bullshit because what if something happens to him? Now what are you going to do?
Precisely.
There's no way you can sustain your household if you just rely on him and expect him to pay for everything. I think that's just a dangerous way to live.
And white people don't even do, like, quiet as kept.
No.
Most white people are smart enough to understand. Like, the reason I ask simple questions, right? Not difficult ones. When you wake up in the morning and you're on your commute, do you see pink-faced motherfuckers going back and forth, pink-faced women going back and forth to work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Some of them motherfuckers got rings on their fingers, okay?
And
they're
happy,
going
but
back and
you
forth.
should be happy to go to work. You should, I don't see anything wrong with that. As far as both people working, it's always been like that for black people anyway.
So what the fuck is this new phenomenon where women are claiming that, like, they have to, first of all, black women have always been, if you want to call being in control of the family life, they've always been masculine, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a fact. I mean, we went over this paper, me, Johnson, Dr. Johnson, and BGS went over this paper from Robert Staples, and it demonstrates on the slave plantation, the woman was the one who was receiving the resources, not the man, okay? Now, you might have had a break in this from Reconstruction, up until, like maybe the Civil Rights Act. But then here you go, like the Civil Rights Act and the New Deal, all of that shit basically went to women again.
Dang.
So black men have been prevented from being the breadwinner or being the patriarch of family life. This is just the facts. Now, the question is, why is there a culture that continuously tries to push men to the periphery and of family life in the black community when we see that it has disastrous consequences? And it ain't, and being like, I remember, who was it that said, I think it was Shahrazad Ali. Being a man is more than just paying for fucking bills.
That's
having
facts.
a man around has more substantive value than just the extent to which he could pay a light, a gas, or some cable bill, or some other fucking cell phone bill, or buy you luxury items. Okay? But we don't even, like, women today are basically saying men are obsolete. Like, what are they necessary for? And then you started, like if I play this, I'm gonna play it again.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. And then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really.
Oh shit.
I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so you know it really male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Well, where did her daddy go?
I just wanted to show that, like, look, some people might not have been able to hear the audio on that.
I heard it.
Yeah, it's.
Oh,
only
but
on
we're
one-
on StreamYard though.
Yeah, it's only on one speaker. It's only on the right side, I think, and I think it doesn't show up on the left side. So I'm gonna go back and redo this video and make sure that it's in stereo where it's got a left and a right signal, so that some people who only listen on one headphone can hear it. But at the end of the day, there are women as young as fucking 14, 15, 16 years old who already have children who don't think that men are, necessary parts of family life.
Yeah, that's weird. That is.
But go
weird.
ahead, y'all go ahead and speak, man.
Hey,
I'm
but
a-
let me say this. You know that the part of the issue that we're missing though is that the destruction of the family as a unit is a large part of the gender dynamic that we don't factor in, because when you had compulsory schooling come in, where you had the destruction of the family farm and the family business, moving towards the corporate the corporate structure of business model. Basically, what you're saying is, when you're saying that women need to work, you're saying essentially, let's do away with the family business. So I think it's bigger than just whether a man or woman, whether a woman works. It's a larger issue of whether or not you want to have corporate business dominating the economic marketplace, or are you going to have the competing level of many family businesses, in competing with that? So I think the conversation is bigger. We have to realize that, do we want to have the corporate model dominating our space, or are we interested in having family business? Because if you have a family business, the idea that the woman needs to go out and work becomes a moot point, because she knows and she understands the family business, every aspect of it. Whether she's a housewife or not, she still understands how the farm works. She understands how the family business works. And if she can't do it, she knows how to hire people who do. So I think a lot of times these black feminists and feminists, they use this, oh yeah, I'm interested in working, but they're saying this disingenuously, because they want to continue in this world where corporate runs and dominates everything, because they understand that corporate is always going to put them first. And I'll end there.
Yeah, well,
I think
well, ultimately the answer to this question is that by and large, the society we used to live in was mainly agricultural. Okay, especially for black folks. Black people, the primary way that black people earned a living was through the agricultural market. Okay? Black people decided to move from the South and come to the Midwest and the West and to the North.
That's the Great Migration, isn't it?
Of course. So they moved from the South away from Jim Crow and sharecropping, which was usurious, if you ask me. But they developed into different kinds of jobs. So you had manufacturing jobs, industrial jobs, and this is what black men worked after the Great Migration. They moved, like places like Chicago are indicative of what happened, okay? But then the jobs dried up, okay? And the economy became corporate and service-based. And in fact, I talk about this, I even published articles on my website about this. The market in America today, the economy is service-based. It's not manufacturing-based. The work is dried up, man. For men specifically, like the kind of work that men used to do in brick and mortar companies, where you get pensions and shit, where your son can come in after you work there and then you got stock in the company. That shit doesn't happen anymore. The Fordist model of the economy is dead.
I think that's where a lot of men got fucked up in patriarchy, is that no longer exists for them. That's longer.
Well, I mean, but the point is, it exists for the people at the top of the food chain. Who
at the top for sure, but
Exactly.
we're talking about the everyday working brother, everyday working man, the blue collar man that used to get so much respect from women.
Well,
Those men used to get a lot of respect. And I'm
Hold on,
sorry,
let me
go ahead.
finish,
I
let me
didn't mean
finish.
to cut you off.
Look, I want to finish my thought. The point is, the men used to get the respect because the jobs were based upon a Fordist model of the economy. And I don't know if you know who Henry Ford is. You should know. I mean, he's the person that created the Ford Motor Company. But he decided that the people who worked for his company would have the amount of money. It's called the Fordist, Fordist model of the economy. Okay. He wanted the people who worked at Ford Motor Company to have enough money to buy the cars that they were producing. Okay. And which were expensive at the time because it was a new product. Okay. Mm-hmm. So he invested in the workers, which made the company become successful. It was an investment in a brick and mortar business. Today, the economy is service-based and is not based upon the expansion of the brick and mortar sector of the economy, but it's the investment in the financialization of the economy. I've already explained this. So nobody's investing in making businesses solvent over the long run anymore and investing in real workers and in real estate and shit like this. They're investing in financial instruments. Yeah. What financial instruments am I talking about? I'm talking about like collateral debt obligations.
Somebody's background, please.
I don't know who that is, but I can't stop it. But I could, whoever it is, I don't know who it is. But so you have financial engineering instruments. Like, what are these things, and like how do they impact the economy? You got derivatives, okay, and futures contracts, which always have existed to some form or another, but now they become even more complicated than they've ever been. Okay. They're used by a wide range of investors. They got hedge funds, pension funds, individual investors, okay? And people are investing in these things, okay? You got collateralized debt obligations, CDOs, complex financial instruments that take and pool together groups of debt securities, mortgage-backed securities, and then they divide them into different levels with different risks and shit like this. This is one of the reasons why you had the housing crisis.
So Black people lack financial literacy.
No, it's not about This is about the economy in general and how it moved away from being one that looked out for the basic average man, and now it's become something that's financialized. There's no way.
So how do you adapt to that? Like,
you don't adapt to this. This is unjust.
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
No, I just
it's rigged from top to bottom.
Can I just say I'm not here to sabotage. I just have honest questions. And I generally have honest questions, and I'm just trying to get answers. I'm not here to be debatable or anything.
hold on, Sexy Red, because you're not being honest. Because you did a video kind of big.
I do a lot of videos, but I don't consider those videos when I come on the panels.
Stop that. You did a
Oh,
video
who is
about
this?
Mason
Who's
Lucas.
speaking?
Hold on with that. Hold
Charles,
on.
you have
You did
feedback,
a
but who's
video.
speaking?
You did a video about
Who are
Amazing
you?
Lucas
Sir, I don't know you.
dominating
Who are
and
you?
dominating. You did a video.
Who is this?
Forget about it. Your video said
I
that
can't
you
hear
were saying
you.
that Amazing Lucas
I can't hear you.
destroyed the manosphere, right? You did a video on that on your channel, right? So
Okay.
don't tell me you're not coming in here fucking trolling.
I'm not. I'm not here to troll today.
Why the fuck did you do a video talking about
Because
Amazing
I can talk
Lucas
because I have
destroyed?
I have
Because
an
you're full of
opinion,
shit.
sir.
Because you're full of shit.
I can have a
You're full of
conversation
shit.
without
You're
trolling.
full of shit. You're full
Okay,
of
if
shit.
that's how you feel. I don't even know who you are. But okay.
And you don't
And
know
and
you don't know the black manosphere, sweetheart. Fuck
But I'm
that
trying
shit.
to understand.
You don't know the black. No, but you did a video already without coming to the manosphere first, retard.
Well, sir, I've been disrespected plenty of times by the black manosphere, so I'm entitled to opinions.
Okay. So anyway, Gigi, Ian was definitely right about essentially the corporate model now shredding family. It speaks to a video you made, maybe 5 months ago at this point, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 6, which is the feminism side and then the kind of neoliberal capitalism side. And I reference that video all the time because I think you just did an immaculate job with that. And it is on the capitalist side, what they don't necessarily care or need the nuclear family model to make profit. So it can go, down the wayside. And this is what Ian is speaking to, where the corporate sector, it's actually beneficial for them to shred the family because single women spend more money than married women do, right? And we already know that, like I said, the college, 2/3 of college loan debt is held by women. There we go. And so when you look at women walking around with debt, the hyper consumerism, a channel called Wisecrack covered this once, which is that, coming in the 80s into the 90s, the way these marketers targeted children, but primarily little girls. Like they admitted they were primarily targeting little girls. Now, if you're a younger Xer, if you're a millennial, these are the women that are our age now that are sounding like these hyper materialistic consumerist a-holes. There's a reason for that, because the uber wealthy white elites targeted them 40 years ago, 30 years ago, right? And that's why they sound insane now. So just like Ian is saying, the family model is actually detrimental to their business model. And like Sexy Red was speaking to earlier, that puts pretty much the top 20% of men, they're the ones who can insulate themselves from the pernicious market, right? With the family. All the rest of us pretty much at that 80% marking down, or that 75% marking down, you're out here in the wilderness with women who think they're better than you. But they're out here in the wilderness too.
And look, to put it, and this is why, like, I have a blog, right? So I'll put the link in the chat so you can understand this. Mm-hmm. The way to resist against this is not as, some sort of Horatio Alger, alpha male or alpha female, like fighting against this by, demonstrating your superlative ability to, gain education and, to be a token motherfucker in the market. That's not how this is going to be beat. This is a super structural issue, okay? It's not something that has to do with, like you beating this just by being financially literate. That's not going to solve the problem, okay? And here's the problem.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying that's to solve the problem. I'm saying, do we as a culture lack knowledge of financial literacy? And is that something is that like one of the things that are setting us back? That was what I was saying. I wasn't trying to say
setting us back. Look, because 1% of the population has over fucking 60 to 70% of the wealth. That's a problem. That's any society that has that small a percentage of people who own that much wealth. That's a fucking problem. Only in like the Western United States or Britain, I think, do you see that kind of wealth distribution? Okay, everywhere else. Listen,
I'm just a little confused. So you're saying other races have more wealth than we do?
This is not about how much wealth we have. Look, there's a difference between.
I'm sorry if I'm asking questions.
I need you to listen, right? there's a difference between relative poverty, okay, and absolute poverty. Now, as it pertains to people like having, one could argue in the United States, poor people like are able to, you know, have disposable income, okay? But that's yes and no, because on the one hand, you know, like Americans have to grind in order to pay their rent. Okay, like the average American citizen is 2 or 3 paychecks away from being on the fucking street. These are just the facts, okay? Now, there's a lot of material wealth here if you got a good job and you can hold on to it, and God forbid you don't get sick or something happens to you, because then, like, the rug can get pulled out from underneath you. Okay?
Absolutely.
So at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is that the United States, the reason that a New Deal was ushered in was because of the trust busting that had to be done, because you had people who were trying to create monopolies and only looking out for their own best interest in terms of business, and it had a disastrous effect on the economy, and it had a disastrous effect on the environment, okay? Because they were doing all kind of fucked up shit to the environment, okay?
How about the Industrial Revolution? All that shit.
Well, I mean, they like even in America, they were poisoning fucking lakes and rivers, and they had. That's why you have something like OSHA put into place. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how we have.
And then you get the Social Security Act, and you get the New Deal. Like you get like works projects where you put people back to work. Money was allocated to make sure the white people had an economic floor to build up the middle class. So they built all of this shit up, only to have a neoliberal, you know, wing of the government constantly waiting. I mean, like plotting over like decades to try to do away with what the New Deal ushered in. Now, one could argue the middle class had begun to expand, like the baby boom generation. They were the ones who enjoyed all of the benefits associated with the fucking New Deal. I mean, they really had it good. Okay. But like the average person today is seeing a significant diminishment in all of the booms and all of the gains that they got associated with the New Deal policies that were expanding the middle class and creating an economic floor such that the average citizen can enjoy a comfortable lifestyle.
Okay.
Now, all I'm saying is we've gone away from a Fordist-based, industrial-based economy to a service-based economy that bases most of its investment away from real assets and real products to speculative investments in assets. So what is driving the economy now is not the manufacturing of products, but investment in financial instruments. Okay? Now one can argue this to me, what it is playing with fiat money. This is fucking gambling.
It is. Gambling, yes,
Okay?
it's gambling.
It's gambling with fiat money. Money that's not even real, not even backed by anything substantive. This is like fucking it's like cryptocurrency. But it's real currency, okay? Because the United States acknowledges that the way that it's traded is legal tender, okay? Now, the consequence of all of this is a concentration of economic power into a small group of elites, okay? And they are manipulating financial markets to their own ends. And they're fucking saying, they're putting up a middle finger to the larger public. And you know, like black people, if white people got a cold, we have the flu, okay? So 1% of households own more wealth than the bottom 90% combined. Now, if you say, now, look, I'm not a diehard Marxist, but I'm saying that, like, just imagine you were on an island, like Gilligan Island and shit, and the motherfuckers had a whole bunch of food, like 1% of the motherfuckers had all the food, and they hoarded it all to themselves, and then the other 99% just had to like fuck it, you know. We just got to sit here and grin and bear, and we working, busting our ass off just as much as they are.
Gigi,
Well, I
so
would frame it more so.
go ahead, Big Kev, I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying, how can I put it like this? Like, I don't think, and I think where I would agree with some people who sit on right, where it's like when they say you're not about to tax and regulate ourselves into a utopian society, I would agree with that. However, again, I also agree with the fact that, yeah, it shouldn't be a huge disparity when it comes to, the problem is not even so much the fact that the problem comes in the disparity. Like what you said, if the people who make 1% hold like 90% of the wealth, that's a problem because you're cutting off avenues for upward mobility, you know? And I think really that's what the problem is. It's not the fact that people have more, it's the fact that you're pulling up the ladder from up behind you. You know what I mean? It's one thing if as you had people that became billionaires or multimillionaires, you know what I mean, they were creating avenues for upward mobility, you know what I mean? And say, for example, you know, for a small percentage of people that are downwardly mobile, okay, the people that like lose their wealth, they like it's reinvested back into like the public. Say, for example, like with Bernie Madoff when he committed that fraud, you know, with the Ponzi scheme. It's one thing if it's that, but if you're just getting richer while everybody else's money is staying relatively the same, or that the purchasing power is going down, that's the problem.
You were created to be a working class. You were never created to be a part of that wealth group.
But it got worse because it expanded. Yeah, that's where I was going right there, Kev. So the whole game is what Big Kev is saying right now. So what you have is the counter-revolutionary movement. That's why I always tell people to look up the Lewis Powell memo, which is essentially the elites deciding to wage war on the working class. I reference this all the time. So you have the hippie movement, the civil rights movement, Black Power movement, LGBTQ movement, feminist and women's rights movement, all through the 60s, you know, late 50s, 60s, early 70s. And literally the elites were sending memos to each other like, we got to crush this. And the way to crush it is to literally choke your ass out because, you know, contrary to popular belief, choking you out means you won't protest because you'd be too busy trying to chase after the pennies. And they've committed that over the past 50 years, helped by neoliberalism, starting with Carter, but definitely taking,
Carter's
you know,
one that started that shit.
Yeah,
Man.
starting with Carter, accelerating under Reagan, and then getting solidified under Bill Clinton. And what you have now is what Gigi was speaking to, which is they lock the wealth behind them, right? And what Big Kev is saying, which is pulling up the ladder. Now, talking to what you were saying earlier, financial literacy won't solve that. Financial literacy, all this talk of financial literacy, especially over the past decade, is literally the elites. Wait, real quick, I'm answering the question.
Sorry.
It's elites sending you some BS answer on how to solve your problems. That's actually not a real answer. That's them saying, you know, what's really you, right? It's because you're spending your money on Jordans and weave. This is elite white men pretty much telling the rest of society, your problem is you spending your money on avocado toast that costs $30-$40. When really, no, the issue is a systemic issue all across the developed world and in the West primarily, where uber wealthy people said, yeah, we can't be having these revolutions. Let's choke these people out because the revolution was messing with their money all through the 50s, the 60s, and the early 70s. Right. So that's the thing. Go ahead.
I think it's just like social media is another obstacle. Drugs was an obstacle to put in our way. Feminism, another obstacle to put in our way. Social media, another way to put an obstacle in our way to keep women following that dangling carrot, so these women can constantly go after these high value, these 1% men when they have valuable men right in front of them, but they don't want those men.
Do you understand that all of that is a product of what we're saying right now? So what you're saying, let me put it on a scale for you. What you're saying matters, but it's at the lowest end of the scale. If you solve for what we're talking about, then all those things, they don't completely disappear, obviously, but they really do get minimized. Everything that we're talking about right now is a result of this kind of counter-revolutionary movement. So you have women that want to live a particular life because for them, that's where stability starts, because everything under that is poverty, right?
But
now, it may not.
Let me interject. Look, let me interject. First and foremost, let me say the movements of the 60s, especially the civil rights movement, whether it was feminism or whether it was like the movement from, you know, Negro leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Kwame Ture, and Malcolm X and the whole, like, they understood that there had to be a financial component to all of this shit. It wasn't just recognition and acknowledgement for being a human being that was important. What was also important was, you know, like trying to find a means by which to make sure that like black people were given an economic floor. That's why Martin Luther King went on the record and talked about this shit. He talked about the Homestead Act. He talked about land grant colleges. He talked about the New Deal. He talked about redlining. He talked about all of this, okay? And he basically said this was the next movement for us. We did the easy part. Now it's time to get our hands dirty, roll up our sleeves, and do the harder work, which is to talk about something abstract, which, you know, because, you know, somebody calling you nigger is not abstract. Okay, but somebody fucking with your money, they can abstract away from this and use all kinds of convoluted arguments to make you think that this is not in your best interest. Okay, but at the end of the day, they all knew it. Even the feminists knew it. They were all about class. It wasn't just about sex and gender. It wasn't just about. Yeah. It wasn't just about heterosexuality and all of this shit and homosexuality. It was about real material distribution. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party, they are asleep at the fucking wheel, or they're complicit in the fuckery. At the end of the day, the Democratic Party.
Complicit. Trust me, they're complicit.
Yeah, when you got the president with boobs in his face on the lawn, yeah, that causes questions of concern for me.
But let me make my point, man. Look, at the end of the day, we had the opportunity. I'm not saying it was going to be feasible, but we had an opportunity to elect the president into the fucking United States who actually had a platform based upon economic, issues. Okay. His name was fucking Bernie Sanders. Everybody decided to go with this old ass racist motherfucker who used to be tied and connected to an old ass fucking racist who so-called all of a sudden became fucking reformed. Okay? But because he got a black woman, all he had to do was go get a token nigga and dangle him in front of everybody's face, and then all black women were like, "Oh, we gonna get us a black president." We gonna get one. I mean, like black people, we had to be the dumb. So. Black people have opted, and I'm going to tell you how it all shifted. With the Civil Rights Act, white people doubled down on recognition. They doubled down on it, okay? There's two types of politics. I'm going to do a show about this. The politics of distribution and the politics of recognition. Mm-hmm. White people doubled down on the politics of recognition. They already had the distribution. They just want to be respected. I just want my little gay ass to be, honored for being like me, hey, I'm a fucking fantastic with snaps and circles, okay? Hysterical. I just want to, or women, I just want to be acknowledged. I want to do what men are doing. I want to be recognized, okay? So everything has become about recognition, and corporations love this shit because they don't have to do anything. They don't have to worry about anybody hampering their bottom lines or their profit margins. All they have to do is put a gay motherfucker or a trans woman on a Bud Light can. Hey, look, we done our due diligence. We'll push for equity and equality. Look how diverse we are. Look how much of a fucking justice-bearing, organization we are. At the end of the day, all of that shit is milquetoast. The people in the civil rights movement told us this was milquetoast in the beginning, that the easy part was already done, that the hard work had to begin. But guess what black people did? They breathed a sigh of relief. And they said, "Oh boy, we did what we at the mountaintop now. We have reached the mountaintop. We are here." Okay, and God forbid you start to see niggas in politics. I mean, these coons. I mean, most of them. Because if they were actually speaking truth to power, they would tell us the reality of what the fuck is going on. But you think they're doing that? They're not. They're not even being real and upfront with us about what the fuck is taking place in the in the contemporary landscape of politics. All they're doing is just staying in the elite class and fucking getting reelected without doing anything significantly to change the system. Because right now, I mean, you did have a movement called the Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street movement, which ineffective, didn't do shit. White people packed their shit up and went back to the suburbs. Okay? Exactly. Don't know why they did that because the problem is still there. It's like taking like a placebo pill and thinking that you cured the sickness. No, this shit is still here and it's getting worse. Okay, this shit is getting.
I would argue, Great Gorilla. I was about to say, I would argue that I think part of the reason why so much extremist politics are pushed is because to use that as a distraction. Like when you see people talking about just like far left rhetoric or far right rhetoric, I think a lot of this political extremism in America is a bullshit gaslight and it makes politics look like a clown show. Because it means that they could do all this hyper obsession with virtue signaling and culture warring and whatnot to distract away from the fact that, hey, especially when it comes to young men, hey, y'all really, fucked over young men, you know what I mean, systematically, especially the brothers. And I think they don't want young brothers to figure that out, because if you figure that out, people will stop taking them seriously, you know what I mean? Like, you just realize, like, hey, listen, this ain't about just merely okay, we're just gonna vote Democrat or vote Republican and just throw up a Hail Mary and hope something happens. It's like, hey, listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, people gonna have to be held accountable for for like not, for setting up these brothers for failure. You know what I mean?
Let me
Like,
say this. Let me say this though. Where I was going to, where I was mentioning that, and I was setting that foundation is that when Sexy Red comes in here, supposedly as a non-feminist, but is big upping Amazing Lucas, destroying the manosphere. There's a level of disingenuousness, that goes along with being a Black woman in the society, because you can say that I'm not a feminist, but you've already embodied everything that feminism
What
is.
if I
So it's
what if
easy.
I just have general questions? I'm just trying to have a conversation.
No,
Is that okay?
but no, hold on.
This is this your panel,
Hold on,
sir?
debate
Why
debate
do you
the point.
keep bringing up
Debate
content
the
that I've
point.
done? I'm
Debate
not
the
talking
point.
about old
Debate.
stuff,
Let me make
sir.
the point.
We're
Then
talking about
debate the
today's
point.
conversation.
Let me
Do
debate
you
the
want
point.
you're always welcome
Debate the
to my
point.
panel
I'm
if I
making
have
a
a
point.
conversation.
Debate the point.
But there's
And so the
no way
point
you
I'm
should be
making.
bringing this up.
Hold
This
on,
is
hold on. But the
ridiculous.
point I'm
You're being
making.
disrespectful to the
Okay,
panel,
good.
sir. Let's talk
The
about
point I'm making.
disingenuous.
Hold on. You foaming at the mouth. The
No,
point I'm
sir,
making though is
you're
this.
attacking me, and I
Hold
didn't
on.
come up here
Okay,
for
listen.
this.
This is not about you. Hold on. The
I
point
know
I'm
it's
making
not
though.
about me, sir.
The point I'm making though.
I
The
never
point I'm
made it
making.
about me.
Hold on.
You're bringing up
Yo,
my
mute your
content.
mic. Mute
You
up.
hold
Mute up.
on.
You're not a victim. Mute up. You mute up. You can address me when I'm finished. The point I'm making though is this. Is that when you have women coming in who basically embody feminism but say they're not a feminist, essentially what they're saying is that I believe in the new evolutionary theory. You have women who think that the new evolutionary the evolution is that you have women in corporate America. So when I mention corporate America, what I'm saying is essentially Black women support this push for neoliberalism. They're the number one supporters of neoliberalism, and I'm not saying we're going to alpha our way through it, but we at least have to acknowledge that our women are pushing for this neoliberal agenda to basically destroy all vestiges of what manhood is. I mean, you can even see that. You can see that in the woman who was calling Martin Luther King a communist. She was one of his biggest detractors, right? You can see that in Ebony K. Williams, where she may or may not call herself a feminist, but the point is she thinks that she don't need a man, right? She has this job because you can't.
I never said I didn't need a man.
Hold on. I'm talking.
I need a man. I want a man.
Ebony K. Williams. I'm talking about Ebony K. Williams.
So is that the type of women that you want? Is that the type of woman you want to be with? Is
Sexy
Ebony
Red,
K.
could you let him
Williams?
land, please, so that you could speak?
Okay, thank you.
I said Ebony K. Williams. So Ebony K. Williams essentially said that whether she's a feminist or not, she's basically saying that, like other women, like, I believe in this egalitarianism, and and she claims to be on the side of black men, not wanting to put a burden on them and wanting to get an average earning man. But essentially it's disingenuous because you're not acknowledging the fact that you already have everything that feminism has to offer. So you can afford that. So you don't really believe it. And essentially, so Ebony K. Williams, she has a job. And so she's saying that I don't need a man because now I can go to the sperm bank and I can have a baby out of wedlock. So there are bigger implications than just coming in here and just giving pat agreement to points that we're making. This thing goes very, very much more deep, and we're not elucidating to the depth that Black women have basically solidified themselves as a separate group. They might work in tandem with us, just like going back to the Combahee River Collective. They said yes. They said that they needed men too. But in reality, do they really fucking need men except to use them as for their own purposes? And that is partly to get them a place at the seat of the table alongside white men. I'll land there.
So he landed. So I'm gonna give you look. So in order to keep this shit with order now, since we got like 5 people on the panel, you got 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Red.
Yeah, I didn't come up here to be disingenuous, or I don't know how we got on what my content is about when we were talking about finances and history. So I was just coming up here to speak for myself. That's all. So I apologize if you felt like I derailed the conversation, because that wasn't why I came up here. I actually came up here just to chill and talk. Sorry.
Okay, so you're yielding your 2 minutes from here on out.
Yeah.
Or would you like to say anything else? Because I'm gonna pass the mic to somebody else.
I'm gonna be quiet. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Crozer speak because he's been here and he has not said anything. So Crozer, I'm gonna reset the clock and give you 2 minutes. Let's
Thank
go.
you. All right. Yeah. The only thing I wanted to say is a lot of us in the Black community, we're not really practicing any Black spiritual system, for lack of a better word, and I think there was a time where, for example, in the Yoruba tradition, that was their science, that was the way they were doing things, and there are a lot of archetypes like the Orishas stuff that are actually personality types, among other things. And I think that if we were to update the information that they had and weave it into the way we live now, we could have a lot of solutions to things like why certain women are acting the way they are. Because, for example, the typical Instagram model would be classified as Oshun, and the corporate woman would be Oya, and they do pretty much the same things that's spoken about in some folklore and stuff like that, besides all the mystical stuff. So I think we already have the solutions to some of our problems, but we're just not looking in the right places for them.
So have you landed?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so look, here's my response. I've always thought that the Judeo-Christian theological system to understand metaphysics, epistemology, and morality is lacking. And it creates also, authoritarianism, or, a lot of people like to, I think, when they express themselves, they allied into dogmatism. There can't be a multiplicity of perspectives of thinking and being and doing in the world because everything is reduced to one singular concept or idea about what's right or wrong. And it creates like dichotomies of good and bad, evil and beneficent and shit like this, right? So I do think that, understanding like the pantheon of gods, it gives you access to different personality types, right? Gives you insight into different kinds of aspects of morality or ways of perceiving reality, right? Which is epistemology. So I do think that there's something beneficial to that there. But like black folks ain't trying to learn that shit. I'm just keeping it real. It's fucked up though, because this is not our autochthonous theological system. It's not. This is a foreign moral and ethical system based upon a metaphysics that like we are not the architects of. This is not ours. Okay. Yeah. It's quite frankly, it's not like, and I'll say like the people in Brazil, they've maintained the vestiges of their religious tradition. The people in Haiti have. Okay, various parts of the world, there is some sort of preservation of the theological systems that existed prior, such that you can have some sort of understanding of the world from your own cultural, metaphysical, epistemological, and moral perspective. What we got is what white people gave us. They spoon-fed us some shit. Now, I mean, we made the best we can make out of it. Okay, but I do agree. I think a more sophisticated system of metaphysics and epistemology and morality is in order. But unfortunately, our God now is Gucci, Fendi, Prada, and shit like that. So motherfucking, grabbing the stick and showing out like, shaking ass and tits and shit like this, which is a part.
30-inch weave.
Well, it is a part. There are gods and goddesses of beauty, money making, war, trickery. There's all kinds of gods in the pantheon of gods in Africa, Greece, Rome. I mean, time in India and shit like this. But like our sophistication, there is nothing there. Like we have no sophistication in our understanding of epistemology, metaphysics, and morality. Even the kids who are white don't understand shit. They lost too. Yeah. These motherfuckers don't understand what's going on. And this has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. This has to do with a fucking system of reality that was brought forth by the Romans, man. We're talking about
Roman. Wait, Sexy Red, please. Let him land.
We're talking about Roman Christianity being the pretext, a bunch of fucking let's just be frank about it. It's a bunch of homosexual fucking weirdos who created a theological system. Okay? And I'm not saying it like, to be quite honest, I'm not saying that Islam is too far off from it, okay?
Oh, shit.
Because it's all based upon the Abrahamic religion, okay?
Yes.
Is it not? Christianity is, Islam comes after Christianity.
Yes.
Am I right or wrong about this shit?
No, you're right.
Okay, so I think so, because I've been going to fucking Catholic schools all my life. So at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is to say this. Whatever system you're talking about, what system, like, you motherfuckers have no understanding of the thought systems that they're using in their day-to-day lives anyway. And then what used to be autochthonous to you, you consider alien now in favor of some shit that your white master gave to you. And you don't even understand that shit, because I can guarantee you white people don't even fucking understand it. They don't understand it themselves. I teach the shit. I start with the pre-Socratics, people before Socrates, in the Western tradition. I then go to Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. I talk about St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas. I talk about Descartes, John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, Rousseau. The average white person knows nothing about this shit, and they don't give a fuck. And then you start talking about culture and politics, and you try to have a reasonable, cogent conversation, and they don't know shit. They don't know a fucking thing at all. And then it just gets my goat, because this has nothing to do with trying to, like, suck a African man's dick or African woman's pussy. Stop making this shit about that. Like, and I've already said this so many fucking times, and I am responding to the one guy. I forget what his name is. It starts with a BR, or whatever the case may be. BR Chauncey or whatever. I'm like, dude, it's either a fact or it's not that our ancestry is African and we got deracinated from it. True or false? Yeah. Now, and then you can talk about you being white, see how much the white motherfuckers adopt you and let you be a part of that family. You ain't a real white person to them motherfuckers. They don't fuck with you like that. Okay? So at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is expand your mind and learn. At least if you're gonna be Western, learn the Western tradition. Learn where it came from. I can tell you, the Western tradition does not have its seat in Christianity.
No.
That's not what, because the Greeks were not fucking Christians. The Romans became Christians after a certain period of time. One emperor, Constantine, decided that Christianity was going to be the official religion of Rome. But what most motherfuckers don't understand is what Christianity actually is. It's a weird form of Platonism. But I don't even want to go into it. Like, you motherfuckers want to learn some shit, I can teach it to you. But y'all, like, when you start talking and teaching motherfuckers, the first thing they want to throw up is what they think they know about what they don't know. Okay? And I've always said, and let me say this, and I'm going to end with this. I'm going to land this plane. At the end of the day, I've never said that you should jock, that you should have fidelity to a group of people who don't have any fidelity to you, because any relationship that you enter in should be reciprocal. It should be mutually reinforcing. The problem with black folks, and this is one thing you got to understand about black people in fucking general, okay? And this is what we don't understand, okay? Black people were not conquered by white people in America. That's not how this shit actually occurred, man, okay? How did it happen? African people fought with each other and made slaves out of each other, and then sold the slaves that they caught in their African internecine warfare to white people. Now, I dare any motherfucker to dispute that. Colonialism only became a problem in Africa, shit, what, during the what? The 18th, the 19th century?
Yes, facts.
So it took black people, quote unquote, people of African descent, having tribal motherfucking differences in order for them to come right on in and do whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
You sold your warriors.
And that's the problem with us. We don't, it's like, it's so simple that a fucking monkey on a movie can understand it, but we can't understand it. The Caesar monkey from fucking Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Apes united, strong. Apes divided, weak. He took a twig and broke it and put it together and said, can't break this, but it's easy to break it if it's just one. And then you got a group of black people in fucking America, the repository of white supremacy. White supremacy. It's the This is the place where that inspired Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. We want to hold on to this shit like in this value system. I'm fucking flabbergasted by this shit, bro. I'm lost at it. I don't get it. Now, I'm not saying that everything in the West should be, destroyed or gotten away with or discarded, because you can't. It's impossible. But just because the white motherfuckers doing it don't mean it's the right thing to do just because they're doing it. I think that they have a lot of error in their shit. And it can be corrected by other systems elsewhere in the world, other ontological, metaphysical, moral systems. There's some shit that's fucked up in the Western system.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And these motherfuckers are greedy as shit. And they will fuck over their own, and they will fuck over you in order to fuck over their own. And fuck over their own in order to fuck over you. Think these people have fidelity and loyalty to each other?
Nope.
They'll fuck each other in the ass. They fucking over each other in the ass right now through the financialization of the economy.
Facts.
They're not doing any justice to white folks, man. The middle class is shrinking. The inflation is increasing. The amount of money that the dollar is able to buy is shrinking. Motherfuckers getting evicted and kicked out because of the moratorium on evictions is over with. Motherfuckers ain't going back to work like they did. So what are we doing here? Like, America could make a conscientious decision. Okay, look, let's enhance the infrastructure of the country. It's all crumbling and falling the fucking apart anyway. This ain't a high-tech ass country.
That
With high-speed
infrastructure bill
rails and
went
shit
bye-bye.
like that, where it's easy for people to get, from one city to the next quickly and efficiently. I mean, you got a good airplane system, but we could have a rail system, and you could put everybody to work in this motherfucker if you wanted to. America could be, because it's still so much real estate that's not even occupied here. You only got 300 million motherfuckers here in this humongous land mass?
Yeah.
Still a lot of space, man.
332, 331, something like that.
We still have a lot of space here, man. A lot of opportunity. But these motherfuckers here, man, don't want to do it. And it's the rich motherfuckers who don't want to do it, the uber wealthy.
Facts.
I say let this shit burn, though, because one thing about it is, man, hopefully white people they'll understand at some point, niggas ain't never been your enemy.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, most niggas love white people. Love the way they look. Wish they could live their lives.
Saying the quiet part out loud.
I'm okay. No, thank you.
I mean, love white people. I mean, fuck, let a white motherfucker come up to them and give them a motherfucking compliment or some shit. They'll be fucking in euphoria all month.
Facts. Facts.
So at the end of the day, our orientation, like the way that these people think about reality is fucking distorted. I'm just saying, that's my perspective on it. Look, I want black people to do well. A lot of people think that I hate black women or I'm against black women. I hate stupidity if it's coming from black people who are women or men. Whether it's coming from straight people or gay people. Whether it's coming from people who are poor or rich. Whether they're trans or whatever, cisgendered. I don't give a fuck. If it's some dumb shit, I don't like it. I'm going to talk about it. Now, if I feel like black women have made a Faustian bargain with the devil, I'm going to say that. We'd say it if a nigga was doing it. We'd call him a coon. If black women do it, she got to get a pass because, that's a woman. We can't shame her or hit her. I just don't understand it. Frantz Fanon went off on black women when they was on some coon shit. David Walker went off on black women when they was on some coon shit. James Baldwin, he didn't. If he thought black women were wrong, he'd tell them. Ishmael Reed, when he thought black women were on some bullshit, he'd tell them. Robert Staples, when he thought black women was on some bullshit, he'd tell them. Now we can't tell black women shit because it's all reduced to misogyny. Everything you say is this. We're using civil rights terms We're acting like white people, and their hatred for black folks and what they did to black folks is something like the same thing is analogous to sex. It's not the case, man. And all this sex talk, man, all that shit happened. All this sex talk started up when black people was finally gonna be ushered in to so-called the American pie. They was gonna be brought to the table where they can get a slice of the pie. And then white bitches was like, I'm gonna wanna eat my pie first, Timmy.
You know, Gigi, you know, there's a rest in peace to the scholar, the poet, the gentleman, Pimp C. And Pimp C said, I got a bread truck, get up off that crumb shit. And when I have these conversations, because I'm glad that you went here, you know, it is a very self-interested, selfish, myopic worldview of everything, right? And it's difficult to have the macro conversation, especially about the economy, because what I see happening is people on the bottom fighting for the crumbs and the resources, but really not really. It's really representation politics, like you were saying. It's about see me, white daddy, right? Like, let me into your spaces. I don't even need the money as much as I need the title to make me feel better about the corrupt system that you created in the first place, right? And so, like, this is how you're able to play black people against black people across sexuality, gender, etc., is by just giving the one group just one or two crumbs over the other one, and then just the small difference in treatment causes a huge difference in perspective.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the name of a feminist I think you should read. Okay? You might not like everything she says, but I guarantee you the shit that she does say at least is talking about economic issues and how there's been a shift away from talking about economic issues to only exploring and having a discussion about fucking identity politics.
That's what happened on this panel earlier, but okay. Yeah.
Fuck identity.
No, hold up. That's not what happened.
That's what happened, sir.
Shut up, man. Stop laughing.
Whoa, sir. I can.
I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk.
Well, you cut me off. Okay.
I didn't cut you off.
Yes, you
I'm
did.
talking and you're fucking laughing. I'm talking and you're laughing.
I can laugh, sir. I'm able to scoff. I didn't laugh. I scoffed. If you really want to be real, like I scoffed, sir. You're being rude to me.
Yo,
you are being rude to me. You're not even. You're not even peeping it.
Listen, I didn't
My
say
goodness.
anything to you. You're laughing while I'm talking. I didn't say anything to you.
I didn't laugh, sir. I'm nervous. Excuse me.
Will you cut that immature
You
shit
can't,
out, man?
sir. You're trying to tell me,
will you
dictate
cut that
how
immature
my
shit out?
personality, my character, sir.
Yo, cut it out. I'm trying to talk,
Hey,
man.
Gigi, you got a mute button for a reason.
Bro, for real, please,
Yo,
because
so that's not what happened. What happened was this has nothing to do with your gender. Essentially, when I looked at your channel and you did a video going against the manosphere, so what happened is what essentially
people are allowed to have an opinion opposed to yours.
What I'm saying, man. Let me finish what I'm
saying. So you just want everybody to agree with you, and you
Wait,
don't want any.
Sexy
any
Red, let him land. Sexy Red, let him land and then go ahead.
Okay,
let
so
him land.
this is
Let
what
him
we're
land.
about to do. Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Being immature.
Eon, you got 2 minutes. Go.
Yeah. No, what essentially happened was this has nothing to do with gender. This has to do when I go to Sexy Red, when you go to her channel, she has a channel celebrating the fact that Lucas somehow overcame the black manosphere. So when you come, so the problem is, as Gigi pointed out, is this weird, unusual psychosis that is permeating our culture, where you think that you can fucking clown the manosphere and then come in here and make pat agreements on specific issues and think that somehow we're supposed to give you a pass and overlook the fact that you are trying to destroy the same group of men that you coming out here trying to pretend to be friends with. And I don't buy that shit. And no person with any level of fucking common sense and intelligence is going to allow you to come in and kiki and laugh and pull your shit when you're doing videos attacking the same space that you want to have a fucking voice in. This is the problem with what is going on in our fucking society right now. It's the same stupid fucking entitled fucking mindset that you bitches are fucking trying to fucking promote, where you can disrespect and you can destroy.
Sir,
You
you
can
don't have to
cause
call me a
chaos,
bitch, and you
and
don't
then
have to disrespect me because I did not come on here to
you fucking
disrespect
bring your
you
you
in
you
this
bring your
manner.
fucking
And
happy
that's why
ass.
you cut.
Bring
That's
your
sir. You
you
did not have to call
Hold
me a
on, man. Hey,
bitch.
Red.
Why did
You
he have
still
to
got
call
time.
me a bitch,
Hey, it's
Gigi?
fucked up that he did, okay, but she still
Okay,
got
thank
time on
you.
the clock. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him his 30 seconds back. Let's go.
And then you fucking bring your fucking happy ass in here,
Yes, I am.
kikiing and laughing and shit. Yo, you need to fucking explain what fucking side of the issue one you're on. Because the Black Manosphere stands for Black Male Empowerment. And if you fucking are fucking celebrating Amazing Lucas, you not on our fucking side, and I don't hear what the fuck you got to say until you account for your fuckery. I'll land there.
Okay,
Thank
so he
you.
landed in 30 minutes.
So,
Okay.
sir,
Wait a minute.
you,
Hey, before you speak, I'm going to give you a minute to respond to that shit because you were talking before. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you so much. So, sir, when I came on the panel, you just took a look at my page, but have you actually listened to any of my content? Probably
Don't ask
not.
questions, make statements.
Okay. Most likely he hasn't listened to my content. And if you have not listened to my content and you're only going off of thumbnails, that only shows that you don't do your own research. You only look at the title. You don't even actually look at the material or go through the content yourself. Yes, I do have some opposing views with the Black Manosphere, but there are a lot of things I agree with when it comes to the Black Manosphere. So because you don't feel like I should be here, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but at least there is a place where I can come and speak and when I have questions about content that I'm interested in. And I'll yield these last 10 seconds.
Okay. So having said that, I'm going to go to my man who just came on the panel. His name is PK Angel and his icon is a blunt. Sir, would you please grace us with some information? I'm going to start the counter off with 2 minutes. If I feel like what you're saying is substantive, I'm going to allocate some more. But sir, please do.
Well, hey man, I appreciate it, bro. It's always a pleasure to be here and to see you guys chopping it up, man. I honestly don't want to comment on anything that, whatever that spat just was. I'll leave that alone.
Great.
That is not worth it. However, what I will say here regarding a lot of the information that you've been talking about here on the channel, insofar as a lot of the systems in this country and the way that they're aimed towards Black people, it's problematic. Of course, we already know that. We've been down the list of these issues, and the economic system definitely isn't helping us. When you start to account for the divide in terms of earnings, in terms of distributions, like we're at a major disadvantage here, and things are only getting worse as time progresses. So I think that if we don't actually start to, we're talking about these issues here and in these particular spaces, but as we move forward, these things become less and less of a talking point and more, problematic for us living our lives on the ground. So I think that there's a lot that I want to address, man. We've just been all over the place here. So it's like I initially actually only wanted to come in and discuss mostly the abuse topic because that's what caught my ear initially.
Hey man,
But
okay.
you've gone everywhere.
Having said that, I'm gonna reset the clock. Speak about that issue. Hold on, let me make sure it resets. Let me give you. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, man. So in terms of the whole abuse situation, man, like it's a cyclical problem. When children are abused, they often end up in turn becoming more violent adults. It's a pretty well studied topic in terms of, like you said earlier, it is a soft social science, but nonetheless, it is something that has been well documented. There are hundreds and hundreds of articles written on that subject. This has been talked about arguably since the really 60s, 70s, and 80s. There's research going all the way back then. We know, for instance, that if you come from an abusive background, there's a high likelihood that you will end up being abusive. It just is what it is. even if it's in your environment and it's an environmental factor, if you don't experience that inside of your home, you are just as prevalent as any other normal functioning person that comes from a healthy background, like they're not engaged in violence or see violence around them. You're just as likely as them to get into violent activity. So most of this stems from your childhood, generally, if you're a violent person or not. That's generally where it comes from. Now, a lot of people take issue with that, but to be clear here, that isn't to say that, corporal punishment is somehow inherently wrong or anything of the sort. However, when it comes to matters of abuse, these things can be blurred, especially when you start to look at black households, because the way in which that we administer discipline is disproportionate. We don't actually discipline. Oftentimes we abuse because we don't actually know what discipline looks like, not measured discipline. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, man. So, my viewpoint on it is Ellen Pence's view. I mean, and I'm leaning in the direction. I'm not saying it's conclusive, because I argued, like, when it comes to human behavior, there are many reasons for which people do things. Like I remember teaching a course on, the philosophy of science, and then, talking about the difference between the hard sciences and social sciences. Like, there are many different reasons, emotions or desires that can compel human action. Like, why is the man walking down the street with an umbrella? Well, it could be that he's using the umbrella because he thinks it's going to rain later on, and he's, walking down the street with the umbrella in preparation for the rain. He could be walking down the street with the umbrella to prevent himself from being hit by the sun. I mean, or he could be walking with an umbrella in, like, London near an exchange market, and that's what, the garb or the kind of accoutrements that somebody who's in that industry, they're supposed to have that kind of accessory with them in order to, be perceived as part of the in crowd. Okay? So, there are a whole bunch of reasons for why human beings can do similar things, okay? But as it pertains to violence, all I'm saying is, man, violence begets violence. We've been knowing that. There's a reason why it's a truism. If you're violent to people, typically you're going to get a violent reaction. It's true for animals in the animal kingdom. You seen cats, like, you keep fucking with one, they're going to end up smacking the shit out of you or scratching the shit out of you, right? If you fuck with a rhinoceros, they got horns for a reason. To protect themselves against people being, or other organisms being violent with them. So the idea that we should try to eliminate all violence in and of itself is silly, because violence is a part of the human condition. It is, okay? Now, in terms of family life, if we don't want to hurt each other, then first of all, we have to begin to talk about, like, well, are we hurting our kids? Or what are we imprinting on our children? I think it's a reasonable question to ask. Now, I'm not saying I have all answers, okay? But if you don't want your children to be violent, don't be violent with your children. And this goes for women, because women are the primary aggressors and the enactors of violence on children. It's just a fact. And part of that is because they're the ones who are primarily responsible for rearing children in the formative years of their lives, okay? It could be that if men were around, they would probably be just as violent, okay? But the case is that women are especially violent to children. But It's funny, though, because these same women don't want people to be violent to them, and they've created all kind of protections for themselves against men being violent with them and shit like that. But then they continue to be violent to children, male and female, which teaches male and female violence. Teaches them how to act violently towards each other. There is a habit of violence being enacted. My viewpoint on it is this. Before the world was violent with me, my mother was violent with me to teach me right from wrong. But is that the only way to teach right and wrong to a kid? Is to make him experience, like, the nervous system pain? Because that's what pain is. It's a shock to your nervous system. That's the only way you can teach a kid how to do some shit? Now, I'm not saying that pain can't be a teacher. It can be. I mean, even every esoteric system interpolates some amount of pain in order to teach a lesson. So I'm sure that, like, you know, parents doing so, it could be perceived as, you know, like part of a greater ritual to teach people things. Like, I mean, I'm in a fraternity. Violence was used, okay? Rites of passages in all ancient societies, man. There was some acts of violence and some pain that people had to endure, right? This is just a feature and a function of being or becoming a member of something, okay? You got pain there or discomfort, or you have to, you know, overcome an obstacle or some shit. But damn, if you don't want your kid to be violent, which there's a likelihood that they might be, even if you aren't violent with them. We get that. I understand that. But if you don't want to participate or contribute towards teaching them to be violent, probably yield being violent towards them. And if you are violent, do it in measure. Don't just start like whipping the shit out of children and then be emotional about it and shit. Like, I know what it's like to have a motherfucking parent whip your ass and they ain't mad as a motherfucker. And just like Lil JJ said, you ain't whipping me because you love me. You're whipping me because you mad. You beat my ass because you mad. That's why you beating my ass. That's why it's happening. You kicking my ass because you pissed off about some shit. And I personally, maybe it's because I got girls and there's a winter chip soldier chip I got that doesn't want to see my girls get hurt. Maybe if I had some boys, I probably would have been rougher. But I have had women that have sons that I was fucking, you know, whatever the case may be, and I was responsible for them motherfuckers when I was with them. I wouldn't hit them. They wasn't my kids, so I'm not going to hit them. But I will make them get in the front lean and rest position. Let me see you hit the position, young boy.
Yeah,
Let me see you hit it.
Frankly, the rest is the Chad move.
I don't think that there. I think that the underlying problem, truthfully, and this is just my own personal views and based on some reading that I've done, I don't really see the way that we extend violence in our community mostly as healthy. I just don't. And that's not to say that violence in and of itself is healthy. It's a human thing, right? As you expressed. However, in the measure that we use it, in the amount that we use it, it's toxic, man. I don't know how else to put it. It's to the point where most people, even me, to some extent, realize that there are certain views that I am not allowed to hold. I'm not able to say certain things. I have to be measured with the things that I say in general. You know, especially around black folks. I'm gonna keep it real with you, because we all know there's certain things that'll set a nigga off. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? And it might just be regular conversation. So you gotta watch, you gotta mind your manners in a special sort of way that you otherwise might not have to if you're in different company. And there's a reason for that.
Do, but watch my shoes. Go ahead. Anyway.
Right. and so we know this. And we like to act like it isn't a thing, but it's a thing. So I mean, it's a problem. It's a multitude of issues that coalesce and create a cyclical problem that essentially begets a very disproportionate amount of violence. That's not to say that violence isn't sometimes necessary, as I've expressed already, because there are times when it is necessary, and I 100% approve of it in those cases. However, you know, going in line and getting into a shouting match might not be an express permission to a death match. You get what I'm saying? You know, stepping on someone's shoes in a dance might not be, you know, cause to get my head blown off. You know what I mean?
You're in a fucking middle of a stampede playing a coordination game with other people moving to and fro like bees in a beehive, and you mad because one of these motherfuckers bumped on you?
Yep.
Come on, man. Like, we got to do better than this shit. Like, I mean, and I understand that we're black people are on a fight and flight response status. We're on edge, okay? But God damn it, man. Like, we're on edge with each other to the point where we destroying each other, and we know that the problem is often external to ourselves. I mean, we cause issues to ourselves as well, though. Don't get it twisted. So, because niggas do fucked up shit to other niggas. So sometimes we act like crabs in a bucket, and like sometimes we gotta, enact some sort of discipline on ourselves. But like, I mean, like there are some things that are superficial that we can resolve through other means than through taking it to the stick stage, the blick stage, the pistol play stage. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, motherfuckers getting into rap beef and killing each other and shit. Come on, man. Like, over some rap shit? Niggas talking shit on wax. But, online now, like, now it done got to the point where motherfuckers, even in the manosphere, talking about setting niggas up with cocaine and shit.
Oh, damn.
Like, come on, man. Like, that's what we doing because you don't like what I said? I want you niggas dead. Like, really? That's the measure. That's the extent to which I've done it too. I've been guilty. Anyway. I've been guilty of the same shit though. So because we're on that fight and flight response. But look. So look, going back again to the article with Stacey Patton. She's a woman, of course. She says in response to this question, talk about the specific damage we do to our male and female children when we hit them. So like, how does it impact boys and girls negatively? Well, she says, well, I interviewed black men to learn if there was any connection between mothers beating their sons as boys and how they grew up to treat women later in life. I found that many of their stories confirm what the psychological literature had been saying for decades. These men grow up to have really ugly attitudes towards women. Right? I also found in striking that we don't live in a society that believes black males experience pain. Bam! I've been saying that shit.
Yes. I agree with that.
So I said this the other day. Well, it's just
and it's emotional too, not only physical. Emotional.
Come on, let him finish. Let him finish what he's saying.
But okay, in general, this is what I want to say. Okay, look. In the same way that white people say that black people don't have pain, I think women also make an analogous kind of argument. Like that men don't feel pain. Or the extent to which they do feel it is attenuated related to the way that they do. And I think like if you're gonna make an argument that like white people saying that black men don't experience that black people don't experience pain, and then supporting to substantiate the argument that like it's unmanly to have pain, whether it's emotional, psychic, or physical, it's similar to the racist shit. It's an excuse, an apology to put somebody through pain. That's all it is. It's an excuse, an apology for making somebody endure torture. It's saying you're the type of being who it is acceptable to introduce torture towards. And the extent to which you don't accept it is the extent to which you're less than a dignified member of that class of persons. You're not a real man. The extent to which you don't endure this pain nobly or without any kind of response, which to me is some bullshit. So, and then also, far too many mothers look at their boys, particularly as their bodies grow, just as the larger race of society does. There you go. And she's talking about black women and how they see their sons. You know what I'm saying? So, and
I've actually mentioned that before. As a matter of fact, I've actually said that we oftentimes in our community, men and women alike, it happens more frequently with women. I just put it out there. It just is the truth. We oftentimes tend to look at boys as if they were men, and they're boys still.
I mean, you got to think about it. How much responsibility do you put on boys when they get in trouble? We don't even punish our girls. We don't even tell
it's an adultification of boys.
It's not just the adultification. It's that black boys never had the age of adolescence like white boys would. Boys will be boys.
I think that's the same.
When you have,
but I understand I'm over here, so I have to agree with that.
Damn!
In
just
totality.
mute up, boy. Let him finish what he's saying.
Can I finish?
But the man just cut off the green. Okay, I'm confused because how am I supposed to let you guys know that I understand what's going on?
Wait till I finish.
Fuck up.
Well,
sir, you don't have to be rude to me. You have some type of complex you need to figure out. But go ahead, Sir Charles. I apologize. Go ahead, Charles.
Wait. Sexy Red. Wait. Let me get this again. You're in the black manosphere.
You're in the black. If Gigi sanction it, hey, this is how we talk.
This is what you got to understand, right? Nobody over in the black manosphere gets special treatment. It's hold your own nuts and hold your own ovaries. And nobody's been out front disrespectful. They might have their issues with you, but nobody's been blatantly disrespectful. This is how men are. You can't come to men's spaces and try to change the rules.
I'm not trying to change the rules, but I understand.
Wait a minute. It's either play the game as the rules are intended or don't play at all. I'm just saying.
Too easy.
Like I was saying, when it comes to this stuff, you got to look at how, not just when it comes to abuse. Well, I guess you could call this abuse now. Look who's the least educated. When your mothers think of you as only subhuman attack dogs, she doesn't think that you need to be educated. She doesn't push education to her boys. She teaches her girls, you're the only race of women that's been taught not to go get education to find the best man you can get, but to prove that you don't need one. And then you want to complain about those same men from those same mothers and neighborhoods and households you were raised inside of, when your mother didn't push you into getting an education. The only reason
that's not where I come from. So you're trying to speak for me, but that's not, I don't believe in that.
Guess what? 2 tears in a bucket, fuck it. If the shoe fits, wear it. If it doesn't, chuck it.
And one thing, look, let me just say this before we move forward, man. Look, as a black woman, you're gonna personalize everything that's being said in this space, especially if you're on a panel. But like, personally, I'm not gonna hold your hand through this shit. If a motherfucker, like if it's
I don't need you to hold my hand. I'm not asking
listen,
for that.
Man, listen. Look, we all cut each other off from time to time. I get it. Now, when I cut a motherfucker off, it's my show. It's the Green Gorilla channel. So I feel like I'm entitled to cut anybody off at any moment because I can end the broadcast.
Literally.
Like, I mean, like the rules exist in such a way that I can take any motherfucker out of this bitch when I get ready. Like, no disrespect, but like, I can say, okay, you know what? Bye-bye, you're gone. Like, and there's nothing you can do about it. I can put you back in. Like, I am like the moderator. I'm the, you know what? Like, who said it? Like,
the alpha
I'm
and the omega.
The nigga. Like, I'm in Cash Money Records in this motherfucker. I'm the nigga. The nigga.
He's the Frankie Beverly of the maze.
Right. So at the, all I'm saying is man, look, you're gonna get into conflict with people in this space from time to time. The motherfucker.
Yeah, you cut out, bro.
There are agents of chaos that exist within the context of the black manosphere, women included.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they create like a lot of motherfucking strife and turmoil wherever they go. Now, I personally, I will speak to a person I have a difference of agreement with and won't think shit about it. Me, personally, I don't care, right? As long as it remains respectful and doesn't devolve into some ignorant ass exchange of you know, like obscenities or disrespect. Now, but if it happens amongst other guys, or a guy and a gal, I'm gonna be like, well, fuck it. That's y'all vibe.
Cool. I don't know.
Okay,
so I'm nervous too. Sorry.
You nervous?
I mean,
yeah. What you nervous for?
I am nervous.
I don't know what you nervous for. Look, you online. Look, you online, yo. Can't nobody smack your ass from motherfucking across from Atlanta to I don't know where you at.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not intimidated. No. It's not it's not that I'm just naturally just because I'm nervous I'm gonna say the wrong thing or I might not say enough or that's what I'm more.
That's cap, man. You did a video against the black manosphere.
Sir, I've done videos against the fucking sisterhood too.
Stop playing like you.
Okay, and I talk against Cynthia G too, and you don't say nothing about that shit though. See, this is ridiculous. You're trying to get, sir. I'm not going back and forth with you. Please don't address me.
Stop playing fucking soft in here. Don't attack the fucking man.
Sir, I am trying to rest in my femininity.
Okay, so
thank you.
Okay, so
I'm trying to rest my femininity in this motherfucker.
Before anybody says anything else right now, I'm gonna take this opportunity to do something that I should have done, perhaps maybe 40, 50 minutes ago, because I'm almost 5 hours into this shit. I want to show an amount of appreciation to LAPD SWAT 1. I'm glad I was even to discern that. Says, limit the influence of the pastor, emotional factor, over teaching critical thinking skills. Logic equals stability. So that's what my brother Lap SWAT or sister has to contribute. Be About Peace and Pleasure says, I have 4 male cousins that earn $100K to probably $300K a year. 3 out of 4 have white wives. You have to admit other women compete for these. Wives still work. So shout out to Be About Peace and Pleasure. I read a segment from Robert Staples the other day, who basically says that, you know, like for many men, black men specifically, they would prefer to date a white woman because like they're not as aggressive as black women are. You know, like a lot, like I mean, think about, like, no disrespect, but think about how you talk to niggas on the panel sometimes. Like you think like a lot of white women would be a lot more, you know, like
Y'all don't talk to white
defer
women like
more.
y'all
You know,
talk
like
to
a
black
lot
women.
less. Like a lot
to
less.
white women
I'm
like
not saying
that.
all of them. Can't say that because there are some bitchy black white women.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly, Daryl.
Y'all gonna.
Let me, Sexy Red. Let me address something that you just said.
But hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm still not done with the. I got to do the rundown. So
okay.
But as I do the rundown, I will. You know, every now and then I'll make a comment. So, but I just want to finish this. Ignatz Mouse. He says support the GG channel. Dip into your libation budget. It's hard to get content related to us. Hey man, that deserves a fucking King Kong right there, man. Appreciate that, man. Support the Green Gorilla channel if you can, man. I've been out here busting my chops for over fucking 4 hours of shit. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, cutting up with the Joneses, man. Shout out to him, man. He said, salute to GG. I'm for Christianity 101 with the G with the PhD. I could go into it, you know, but probably won't be so titillating and exciting, you know. You motherfuckers love entertainment. Y'all like to get your popcorn ready and see motherfuckers like Eon and Sexy Red go off on each other and shit. You know what I mean? I'm just talking
nuclear
shit.
war.
We still here though. Okay.
And shout out to Sexy Red for the $5 holler. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I am learning a lot here today. Thank you. I appreciate you, fellas,
Okay,
for having me.
So having said that, I want to get to Bob Marley because he just came in. He clocked in again. He was here earlier, and he was having some points of contention with Marcus, but I think he wants to chime in again, after which I'm going to just move this motherfucker clockwise. I'm going back to Crozer, Sexy Red, Ian, Black Z, and we all going to do this under the 2-minute timer schedule. So,
okay.
Bob Marley, gnarly dude, let's get to it. So,
so this kind of off topic because I guess you guys kind of moved away from this topic, but it was about when you guys were talking about the economics situation. I was just gonna add that
bring it back.
We're kind of moving into a direction where people are trying to intellectualize just cutting Black folks like away from the job market in general, and their policy. And I'm saying that because if you look at like think tanks like the Heritage Foundation, the Gorilla Society, they're all kind of converging towards that goal. And it's not just white people, it's so-called people of color. Like if you look at like Kenny Xu, Richard Hanania, these are people in academia pushing this shit. And they're trying to intellectualize the fact that because we have low IQ, we shouldn't. They're trying to intellectualize the fact that basically saying that the government has been pandering to us for too long, and these people are actually getting somewhere. So I feel like a lot of people really aren't paying attention to this stuff. Like it's not just like random crazy people. Like usually you could just like ignore racist, but they got like access to people like Elon Musk and that Vivek. And they had a space the other day on Twitter. They were talking about increasing legal immigration from India, while at the same time talking about like tough on crime shit. So that just reminded me. I live in an area where these two things converge, right? As Oakland got more quote unquote diverse in that sense, you started to see black folks leave because we were getting pushed out. So I feel like you're going to see that sort of framework develop on the national level, even down south. Like, and people aren't really ready for it. Like, no one's really talking about it. I don't really see any like people really talking about it. It's kind of worrying me a little bit. So just want to bring that up.
Okay, good point to bring up. Anybody want to comment on that before we move on?
Yeah, I just, so what the brother was saying is exactly 100% right. You look at the think tanks, like, okay, Yvette and Tone cover this all the time. When they talk about squeezing the government, I want you to understand that's a direct attack on black people. When they, we're many of us are employed by like the post office and stuff like that. So when they want to crush the post office, understand it's a direct attack on you. But some of us, you ever see somebody that's their life is built off of someone else, but they want to get rid of someone else because they don't really realize that life is built on someone else? That's oftentimes when you hear black people talk and they have some of these weird views. They're doing it to spite other black people, not realizing that they're going to go down with the ship type thing, right? So like when you see this, let's starve the government, or these black people in this city, we need to move them out. You're living a tenuous life and not realizing that what you're actually doing is pushing yourself off the edge of the boat also, right? So like I agree with Bob Marley where it's going after us but using very coded words and coded language, right? And for many of us, we don't see it because we're so used to overt drooling at the mouth Jim Crow rhetoric, that the kind of James Crow Jr. Esquire rhetoric, somehow we don't understand that these people are pretty much calling you the N-word without calling you the N-word, right? And I'll pause right there.
My thoughts about it are this. I just did a video not too long ago about the Southern strategy. And I mean, every time I do this video, like people, come up and they oppose it and they say, well, the South this, the South that.
No. Lee Atwater admitted it.
Like, look, bro, I don't know what to tell you. If a white boy says, I'm going to play it, okay? So, because I don't want it to be said.
Thank you.
I don't want it to be said that I didn't inform you, because I'm telling you outright, and I got to let the ad move past so I can actually play the audio.
Sorry, I forgot.
But I don't get what you don't get. Like, if a white person tells you this is the sort of shit we're doing in order to abstract away from race, but to still maintain, on the back burner that we are talking about race, and you still...
Someone's background.
Okay, I don't know whose background is actually doing that, making it... Okay, yeah, I got you. A lot of hissing or whatever. Okay, but look, if you don't get that these motherfuckers are employing what's called the Southern strategy, I don't understand what the fuck you don't... Like, you are ignoring it because you don't want to acknowledge it. You just don't want to know it. Okay? You just want to believe that white people speak at face value, and they never have. These people are like, they speak with a forked tongue. I'm not trying to say everyone does, every one of them does, but come on, let's just be honest, man. If they say, look, we're talking about race, but we're not talking about race. And then you say, well, no, they're not talking about race. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about, man? Do you just want to believe anything? Or do you want to be like, you want to believe the truth? What do you want to do? So here's what he says.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all are quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger, that hurts you.
You start off when?
1954, I think he said.
54, you're saying nigger.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you get to 68, you can't say that anymore. It hurts you.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you're saying nigger, 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 but you're saying it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to believe it, you can. If you don't want to believe it, you can. Okay? But if they're telling you Dude, he's not hiding it. He's coming out and saying, this is how we're saying nigger to you. This is how we're creating policies and the nomenclature we're using to fuck you. And then well, you know, principally, I like the Milton Friedman School of Economics.
And
I
by
like
the way,
the Chicago
Gigi,
School of Economics. Like, that shit is designed. That shit is designed to stick a dick in you, nigga.
yeah.
That's
Gigi,
what,
let's not. And I want to real quick.
But hold
Lee
on,
Atwater.
he ain't done speaking. So
Yeah, I just was gonna tell people who Lee Atwater is. Okay, go ahead. I'll say it afterward.
Okay, yeah.
So you say stuff like force busing, states' rights, and all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
that if
it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously, sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger. You know.
Yeah.
So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
Yep. So
they telling you, they're telling you, cut taxes, force busing, states' rights.
All black.
It's nigger talk. But you got niggas like, what's the Candace Owens?
Yep. Yeah.
Officer Tatum.
Yep. Oops.
You got, I mean, you know, I'm just keeping it real. Like, I mean, you know, these guys they're entitled to think what they want, but
The Hodge
don't be
twins,
naive,
all of them.
motherfucker.
But she's not actually thinking for herself. She works for Daily Wire, which is funded by the Koch brothers. That's how.
That's Ben Shapiro's joint.
It's
But
just
come on,
like-
man, don't do that. Don't daffy dance.
Right. But you know, I just wanted to tell. So Lee Atwater wasn't a nobody. That was one of Reagan's most trusted aides, right? So when you hear him speak, don't think it's just some random person, you know, in the Republican Party. By the way, the Democrats was playing their own game too. If y'all ever heard what Johnson said also about having these niggas vote for him for 100 years or something like that. He said a century or something. So you know, so both of these parties, and then Nixon also got, you know, said crazy stuff about selling them on capitalism and do for self, which he said to Mitt Romney's dad, George Romney, because George Romney was his HUD secretary when he was president. So like all of these, remember who we're talking about? We're talking about presidents and their aides. All of them got quotes talking about how they're going to screw black people without actually being so overt about it, right? So you're not talking 1950s in your face, you know, segregation today, tomorrow, and forever. No, you're talking about like Lee Atwater saying, getting so abstract with the language, but that in the end of the day really hurts black people, right? It might take down some white people that's close to us or that's on the bottom, but it really destroys you, and that's the whole point of the matter. And I'll pause right there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. But the problem is that you got black people who co-sign that shit. Like, and I'm like, dude, like, wake up, man. Like, why are you taking what these people say at face value? Like, I mean, you know, like, have they given you crackers and crumbs or some shit? Like, you got a secret like pig foot package and shit that you get every week or some shit?
For some of these people, yes, and for some of these people, no. And I don't know if I would attribute it all to ignorance, because some of these people are actually well-read and they're just poor people. And they might not even be poor. They might be middle class or upper middle class / rich. And these people play into, like, I don't know, man. I wish I had the answer for you.
Hey,
I
trickle
don't.
down economics, PK, and as AB call it, pee on me economics. You know.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. It blows my mind. It really does. That's why I'm very skittish about, you know, when black folks say they're big proponents of capitalism, especially big C capitalism.
Or small government.
Yeah, when I usually hear that, I get real skittish, because I'm like, yeah, bro, like, do you understand what you're saying right now and what that entails and where we're at?
I don't think they do, PK. I think it's it's an idea of like aspiration, right? So you don't really fully appreciate what undergirds whiteness. And so you're a guppy thinking you could swim with the sharks because you don't really understand why they can move in business the way they move. And so you look at the ability of a black man to go and get an LLC, or a black woman to go and get an LLC, as if you could turn around and be Jeff Bezos without really understanding what undergirds Jeff Bezos, right? Or what undergirds Bill Gates, what undergirds Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, right? Warren Buffett and all these other people, Elon Musk, right? And because you don't understand the history that undergirds that, even for Elon Musk being a white man coming from South Africa, but not having to compete against black South Africans because he was born in apartheid, where he didn't have to compete with literally 90% of the population of the country. You look at his ability to move, but you don't know PayPal mafia. You don't know, he didn't come up with Tesla. He just bought into Tesla, and now he's the face, right? So because you don't know that, you look at the ability. You think you can compete with him on the same level, not really appreciating what undergirds him and all the other people I mentioned. And I'll shut up. Go ahead,
Hey,
y'all.
bro, look, let me just say this shit. I'm gonna show you something real quick before I show you something else. But look, it's always a nigga like this, man, when it comes to dealing with white folks, bro. It's always a nigga like that, man. I swear to God. Like, I mean, for real. But it's you know that the role you play puts you close to him. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, a lot of guys, man, like, fuck it, like, I'm just gonna play this role. It gets me paid. It's the pig feet package. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But like MLK said, and I'm gonna show you this shit. This is what he say, man.
I love this one.
Civil Rights, King, Van Oker, roll 20, sound 36.
Dr. King, this church is as good a place as any to go back over your commitment to the civil rights movement. When you went out from here into university and then you went to Montgomery, Alabama and started the bus boycotts there, what was the philosophy of the civil rights movement as you saw it then, more than 10 years ago?
Well, I would say then the philosophy was that we must go all out to use legal and nonviolent methods to gain full citizenship rights for the Negro people of our country. Of course, that particular struggle and that philosophy centered on breaking down all of the barriers of legal segregation. So I would say that in that period, the basic thrust for the gaining of citizenship rights for Negroes was to end the humiliation surrounding the whole system of legal segregation.
Dr. King, was there something peculiar to the place where you started and the kind of people you attracted? I mean by that, there was a strong attachment on the part of your parishioners in Montgomery to the church. They were older people, weren't they?
Yes, I would say by and large they were older people who participated in the boycott because they were the ones using the bus more than anybody else. And Montgomery was a community predominantly church-centered, so that it was very easy to get to the vast majority of Negroes because they were in some way connected with a church in the community.
Was there, in addition to your commitment to the idea of nonviolence, wasn't it also the only thing you could do, the white community having the monopoly on violence, that if you had tried violence, they would have met it with violence? It was the only device open to you, wasn't it?
Well, I'll put it another way, that morally, I was led to nonviolence because I felt that it was the best moral way to deal with the problem. We were seeking to establish a just society. And it was my feeling then, and it is my feeling now, that violence is certainly much more socially destructive, and it creates many more social problems than it solves. So I was led to nonviolence for deep moral reasons. Now, there is no doubt about the fact that in our struggle in Montgomery and all over the United States for that matter, nonviolence is also practically sound. It would just be impractical for the Negro to turn to violence. He has neither the instruments nor the techniques of violence. We are about 10 or 11% of the total population of the nation, and I would say we're about 1/10 of the firepower. So it would just be totally impractical and unwise and unrealistic for
Right.
the Negro to think of violence. Well, I saw this in the beginning in Montgomery, but this wasn't the basic reason that I turned to nonviolence and that I believed in it as a philosophy. I turned to it because I felt that it was the morally excellent way to deal with the problem of racial injustice in our country.
Is there something about nonviolence that made it, and I use that in the past tense, that made it more useful among Southern Negroes than the ghetto Negroes of the North?
Well, damn.
I wouldn't say there's anything that makes it more useful to Southern Negroes. I think it is true that we've had more nonviolent movements in the South because the problem for many years was more crystallized and, in a sense, more visible in the South. We didn't have many civil rights activities on a massive scale in the North until 3 or 4 years ago. So I would say that we just haven't had a chance to experiment on a broad scale with nonviolence in the Northern ghetto. I have the feeling that nonviolence is as applicable and workable in the Northern ghetto as it is in the South. Now, there's a larger job there. The frustrations at points are much deeper. The bitterness is deeper. And I think that's because in the South we can see pockets of progress here and there. We've really made some strides that are very visible, and every Southern Negro knows that he can do things today that he couldn't do 4 or 5 years ago. Wherein in the North, the Negro sees only retrogress, and he doesn't find it as easy to get his vision centered on his target, the target of opposition, as he does in the South. Consequently, this is made for despair and at many points cynicism, a feeling that you can't win, and it simply means that we've got to develop in the North a massive job of organization and mobilizing forces and resources to deal with the problem in the urban ghettos of the North, just as we've done it in the South.
Well, in the South, particularly in Alabama, you had visible villains: Jim Clark, Bull Connor, cattle prods, police dogs. But in the North, you don't have those visible villains. Isn't it hard to get your people aroused and directed at something that isn't visible?
Well, that's exactly right, and this is what I was saying when I said it's harder to see a target. In the South, in the nonviolent movement, we were aided always, on the whole, by the brutality of our opponent. It isn't the same way in the North. The other thing is that you don't have legal segregation in the North as you do in the South. So it is much more difficult to get people to see exactly what you're doing, but it isn't an impossible job. It's a hard, it's a tedious job at times to get people to be aroused from their apathetic slumbers, but I still feel that Negroes in the North can be motivated just as they were motivated in the South. And I think as time goes on with the growing economic deprivation in the Negro community, it will even be easier because people will come to see that not only is something wrong in general, but something is wrong in particular in their own economic and housing situations.
Well, what is it? I mean, how do you find it? It's very subtle in the North, is it not?
It's subtle, but it's becoming much more visible. Anybody can see that the schools are more segregated in the North today than they were in 1954 when the Supreme Court rendered its decision declaring segregation unconstitutional. Anybody can look around the ghetto and see that ghetto schools are predominantly segregated and devoid of quality. Anyone who moves through a major ghetto of our country will see the housing conditions. People don't have to be reminded that they are forced to live in slums in many instances, and they're often rat-infested, vermin-filled slums. And it isn't too hard to see the exploitation that the Negro confronts in the ghetto, where he is forced to pay more for less and constantly trying to make ends meet, but because of either no job as a result of unemployment or a job that is so economically unprofitable that the person can't make ends meet. And I think they see all of these things, and more they're coming to see them, because before the people of the North were looking to the South and they supported the struggles of the South. Now they're coming to see that their problems are very real and they've got organized to grapple with them.
Was there something hypocritical about the fact that the South existed and the North could point the finger, and then when the Civil Rights Acts were passed in the early 60s, you couldn't point the finger anymore?
Well, there was no doubt about the hypocrisy of large segments of the nation on the whole question of racial equality. I think the best example is that many of the senators from the North and the West, and congressmen generally, who voted for civil rights legislation in '64 and even '65 with the Voting Rights Bill, refused last year to vote for civil rights legislation because it dealt with an issue applicable to the North, the whole housing question. And this, it seems to me, was the greatest expression of the hypocrisy of many of our citizens and many of the senators and congressmen of the North.
But isn't that part of the dilemma now? That people knew that Negroes were being denied what was guaranteed to them by the Constitution, by the fact that they were citizens of this country. Then when they were given those rights, do you feel the white community said, well, we've given them all that we have, now it's up to them?
Well, I think the dilemma is much deeper, and I think one during this period of transition has to be very honest with America. And honesty impels me to admit that America has broad racist elements still alive. Racism is still existing in American society in many areas of the society, North and South. And the other thing is that there has never been a single, solid, determined commitment of large segments of white America on the whole question of racial equality. I think we have to see that vacillation has always existed, ambivalence has always existed, and this to me is the so-called white backlash. It's merely a new name for an old phenomenon. I see the white backlash as a continuation of the same ambivalence and vacillation of white America on the whole question of racial justice that has existed since the founding of our nation. I think the other thing that we must see at this time is that many of the people who supported us in Selma, in Birmingham, were really outraged about the extremist behavior toward Negroes. But they were not at that moment, and they are not now, committed to genuine equality for Negroes. It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee an annual income, for instance, to get rid of poverty for Negroes and all poor people. It's much easier to integrate a bus than it is to make genuine integration a reality and quality education a reality in our schools. It's much easier to integrate even a public park than it is to get rid of slums. And I think we are in a new era, a new phase of the struggle, where we have moved from a struggle for decency, which characterized our struggle for 10 or 12 years, to a struggle for genuine equality. And this is where we're getting the resistance, because there was never any intention to go this far. People were reacting to Bull Connor and to Jim Clark rather than acting good faith for the realization of genuine equality.
Do you think white people in this country, and I'm talking about non-segregationists, people devoid or thinking they're devoid of racism, Do you have any idea of what they want the Negro to be in America?
Well, it depends on the level that we are talking here, because I think you have to make a distinction between the people who are genuinely and absolutely committed in the white community on the question of racial equality. And I must confess that I think they're in a very small minority. I think the vast majority of white Americans will go but so far. It's a kind of installment plan for equality, and they're always looking for an excuse to go but so far.
Why are they looking for the excuse? What is it about the Negro? I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
That's a part of it, and that grows out of something else. You can't thingify anything without depersonalizing that something. If you use something as a means to an end, at that moment you make it a thing and you depersonalize it. The fact is that the Negro was a slave in this country for 244 years. That was a willful
I hope you
thing
peeped
that
out
was
his
done.
statement,
The
the
Negro was brought here,
interviewer's
trained,
statement.
treated in very inhuman fashion. And
Or
this
question, I
led
mean.
to the thingification of the Negro. So he was not looked upon as a person. He was not looked upon as a human being with the same status and worth as other human beings. And the other thing is that human beings cannot continue to do wrong without eventually rationalizing that wrong. So slavery was justified morally, biologically, theoretically, scientifically, everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil. That is one thing that other immigrant groups haven't had to face. The other thing is that the color became a stigma. American society made the Negro's color a stigma, and that can never be overlooked. So I think these things are absolutely necessary. The other thing is that America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa, who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years, any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps, but it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made his color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
Apart from wanting to live better, which all of us want to do, to raise one's children in a better way, to be better, does the Negro in America know what he wants to be?
I'm convinced that almost every Negro in this country, other than those who have been so scarred by the system that they've become pathological in the process, and we all have to battle with pathology. Nobody really knows what it means to be a Negro unless one can really experience it. And I know we all have to battle with this constant drain of a feeling of nobodiness. But in spite of this, I think the vast majority of Negroes in this country know that they want to be people, they want to be men, they want equality, period. It just boils down to that. And we haven't been able to be people. We haven't been men because of all of the conditions that we've lived with and the syndrome of deprivation surrounding conditions, whether it's in housing, in the economic area, or in schools, or in the vicious credit practices that we face in the ghetto, and all of the problems of closed doors and constant defeats. But in spite of all this, I think we all know, basically, that we want to be men. We want to be persons judged not on the basis of the color of our skin, but on the basis of the content of our character.
But you know that many young Negroes don't want anything that smacks of the American white middle class. But do they want something that smacks of whatever is the black middle class? Or do they just not want bourgeois values, which after all are the basis of this democracy?
Well, I think we have to see what they are saying. I would be the first to agree that integration does not mean giving up everything that has an Afro-American taint, so to speak, a background. I think there are certain unique things within any culture and certain cultural patterns that when you get to the process of amalgamation can really lift the whole culture. And it seems to me that integration at its best is the opportunity to participate in the beauty of diversity. I think the other thing that we've got to see is that these young people are saying that there must be a revolution of values in our country. As Jimmy Baldwin said on one occasion, what advantage is there in being integrated into a burning house? And I feel that there is a need for a revolution of values in America, because some of the values that presently exist are certainly out of line with the values and the idealistic structure that brought our nation into being. Unfortunately, we haven't been true to these ideals, and many of the values of so-called white middle-class society are values that need to be reviewed and re-evaluated, and in a real sense, they need to be changed. So I think the young people in the Negro community who are raising these questions are raising some very profound questions about our total society. In other words, they are saying that there must be a restructuring of the architecture of our society where values are concerned. And with this, I would agree with. So in the quest for integration, I think we can offer our whole nation something, because there are three evils in our nation. It's not only racism, but economic exploitation of poverty would be one, and then militarism. And I think in a sense, and in a very real sense, these three are tied inextricably together, and we aren't going to get rid of one without getting rid of the other.
When you stood on the Lincoln Memorial that day in August '63, and you said, "I had a dream," did that dream envision that you could see a war in Asia preventing?
I know he talks extensively about what's going on in Vietnam back in that day. I don't have a need, I think, to go into all of that. But I showed the video precisely because I wanted to demonstrate that for King, the easy part was the civil rights struggle, like the one that we all acknowledge and the one we all see about all the marching in the South and, you know, integrating lunch counters and being in public spaces and reacting to like upfront ostentatious racism. That was the easy part. That was the part that was simple. That was the part that was like a piece of cake. But then he realized, I mean, you know, he acknowledged this game has just begun. We got work left to do. Yeah, I mean, things are ostensibly better in the South, but they're not where they need to be. We need to worry about economic exploitation, debilitating credit exploitation or usury in the ghetto. We need to talk about housing in the ghetto, in the North. These are some things we need to attend to, right? And it's going to be much more difficult to do because the level of abstraction related to dealing with those problems and making them tractable is going to be more difficult than what preceded us. But he had hope that like the black folks in the North would see it for what it was, or at least how he saw it. And I perceive it that way as well. That's why I continue to talk about systems and structures and things of this nature. And when we do, all we get is the bootstrap conversation, the personal responsibility conversation.
Bootstraps, nigga.
Pull yourself up. Be a man. Now, I mean, and this is why recently I've been talking about the alpha conversation and how really, to be perfectly honest, it's an abstraction and a distraction.
Oh,
It's not a representation of reality. Like the idea that, and he said this, like, I mean, MLK said, what we're not arguing for is for black people to not make efforts and attempts to improve themselves. Of course we want people to improve themselves and to take whatever talent indexes they have and whatever, information they have and utilize it in such a way as to ameliorate themselves, to improve themselves.
You gotta go real deep if you want to dig into the alpha conversation, man. That shit is connected to other foundational beliefs that come out of Western philosophical thought, man. Like, do you know this?
Yeah, of course I know it. I mean, you can go to Nietzsche. You can go even further back to Machiavelli. You can go back to, I mean, there are various persons that you could touch upon to underscore the idea that, like, in order for, I mean, we can go back to Greek philosophy. We can go back to Western political practices in Rome and elsewhere, okay? If you want to actually...
You gotta dig that. That is actually so fucking problematic. You have to dig it out because it's pervasive. So pervasive, in fact, that it's tied intrinsically to the foundations of this nation, bro. It's fucked.
But this is what I will say. This is one thing the founding. Here's why I say yes and no. Like, take for example the phrase "e pluribus unum," out of many one. Okay, and also take the gesture of somebody like George Washington, who, for all intents and purposes, he could have been the king of the United States. I mean, they were ready to crown this motherfucker. Like, you are our dictator, you are our emperor type shit. And he said, I will not do that. I will not govern this country indefinitely. I want it to be a true republic and a kind of polity in which power is shared amongst the citizens. Now, of course, we weren't declared to be citizens at that time. I mean, their own, I think, like a person like MLK is going to say, you got to live up to your ideals, your own values, because the people in the United States were resisting against what they considered to be the tyranny of England. I mean, this is why they rebelled. This is the whole fucking start of the rebellion. Like, you're taxing us without allowing us to have a say in how we're going to be governed.
But
and they argued that was tantamount to slavery.
They have what was I going to say? They have intellectualized this ad hoc. That's what happened, is that they intellectualized essentially our inferiority ad hoc. And so they have essentially made us second-class citizens by virtue of the fact that they believe us intellectually to be weaker in almost every facet. And by virtue of that, that's why they believe intrinsically, as a people, not as individuals, as a group, that we ought not have the same rights as them. That's why we're in this situation. That's why.
Yeah, there's a black philosopher's name is Charles Mills. And I don't know if I've ever gone over his work before. I'm pretty sure at some point that I have. But one of the things Charles Mills says is that white people have an inverted epistemology. And what that means is that they have to actually believe that features and functions about the world that aren't true are true in order to pull off the kind of shit that they pull off without having cognitive dissonance. I mean, and King talked about this. Like, I mean, he knew, like, white people have to believe lies about black folks because they thingify you to justify their exploitation and the horrors that they, and the atrocities that they subject you to. They have to lie about it. They have to objectify you to the point where you're an object. They have to make you into a thing as opposed to a human being in order to justify the atrocities that they pull off on you. That's it. So before we say anything else, I want to make sure that I honor Jam477, who says, and no financial literacy is going to stop them from dicking your people down with liberal. I think that's what he means, dicking your people down with neoliberalism and the subcontracting of government functions. So shout out to him. Appreciate that. Shout out to Hurricane Greg, who's hit me up with the $10 hitter quitter. Appreciate that. And shout out to Mr. Heat Ibmore. Appreciate that, man, that generous donation. You deserve a round of fanfare for that one, my boy.
Fucking on your bitch, yeah.
That's not it. Appreciate that, sir. I didn't mean to play this one right here.
Fucking on your bitch, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. That's not the one. That's not what I meant to do. Or this right here.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Pound Town.
Booty clapping sounds.
Pound Town.
Uh-oh. No.
He dicked a bitch down. That's what
No.
But anyway, like, I mean, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is I think you can have like a series of shows about like that entire Martin Luther King Jr. speech and like, 30 to 40 minute like segments of trying to extrapolate what he intended, like what he really means. Because, I mean, the black folks act as if everything has been cleared. The path is like just set out. Like everything is like the only thing the people can do who are black now is just blame themselves for not having the initiative and not being assertive. Or, I mean, even in this space, black, you're just not even being a man. That's why you don't have things, because you're not a man.
I think that most of this conversation has been boiled down, especially in the black psyche, that by virtue of the fact that you have negative liberty, you as he put it, you have the liberty to go ahead and die. That's where we're at. As a people, that's where we're at.
Yeah, or starve, or be subjected to the rigors of nature. Like this, that's not living. Like one thing remember that one song, man, that Nicki Minaj had that's called like something for life, right? See when she says that? I can't remember the name of the song, but it's like a fucking woman like in the early part of her career. And one of the things she said in the song was, to live doesn't mean that you're alive. Like you could be living, but it doesn't mean that you're thriving while you're living. And black people, I can honestly say in this country, we are not well. We're not flourishing. We're living, but we're not flourishing in the environment in which we are living. And that's the problem.
We've adopted all the ideals of negative liberty, all of them, but no sorts of ideals outside of that idea. None.
But people will appropriate Martin Luther King Jr. and try to make him speak to their own issues and to present and push their own viewpoints, especially about neoliberalism, meaning that the content, treating somebody predicated upon the content of their character is an erasure of economic justice to them, because economic justice already obtains for these people, which is clearly like a lie. But if you talk about it, you speak about it, even people within the manosphere will come and push back. All you niggas don't want shit. All you niggas are non-productive. All you niggas are fucking weak. And it's like, come on, bro. Like No disrespect, man, but I mean, like if I were to encounter niggas like that and have conversations like this face to face, it probably would devolve into violence. Because
don't do it, GG. Don't do it.
It's just the things that you say to people, man. It's the kind of come on, man. Like, if we were having conversations like this amongst men in a barbershop, like there would be a certain level of respect that wouldn't be violated. Even though it might get a little tense, it wouldn't devolve into fuck you, nigga, bitch ass nigga, and all this kind of shit. It wouldn't go that far.
Oh yeah,
and
I agree.
And if it did go that far, it could be like some serious repercussions and consequences. But because it's on social media, everybody feels like they can say whatever the fuck they want to say.
Correct. That's a fixture and feature of this new age, bro. I don't even engage with a lot of these motherfuckers. I just let I let it go like water these days. I tried to. I wasn't always like that. It took a while to get here. Okay. After being on the internet for so goddamn long. But I mean, like, at a certain point, I've just kind of learned to you have no choice but to let these people lie. Because unfortunately there is much at least on the general platform, because there's no amount of gatekeeping that we can collectively do to stop these people from talking, so they have a voice. And honestly, to some extent, you do also want these people to talk so you can point out the malignment of their views, or the I don't know how to put it. You could probably put it more eloquently than I could, but you get the point.
Right. I get it.
The point is that, these motherfuckers, man, they say all types of crazy shit on the internet. They really do. They say all types of crazy shit. Motherfuckers is, ain't getting no bitches, y'all innocent, all sorts of crazy shit, bro. And it's crazy. Honestly, when it comes to some of these discussions, I actually have a barrier to entry. Like, honestly, I do. I have a barrier to entry to whether or not I'll take you seriously in the discussion. Because if you don't actually present any sort of how do I put it? Any sort of immense understanding of these topics that me and you are discussing here, and some of the other panelists that have been up on here have already discussed, man, it just isn't worth. It isn't worth your time. It really isn't, because you'll just end up in a circular sparring, dick measuring contest. It's not worth it. You waste your time. You waste your energy, and most of these people aren't interested in any actual information that would actually get them closer to the truth. They don't really care. They're here to push an agenda, whether they know it or not. That's what they're here to do. So you can change some of the listeners' views, but ultimately some of these talking heads on these panels, they have their minds made up. Some of them.
I just think that, like, at the current moment, and Colonel Faulkner, man, I don't know, Charles, man, I don't know if you're trying to get back on or not, but your device is not connected, so I can't put you on the panel. Your device won't connect, so I don't know if you're trying to be on or off, or if you moved on or whatever. I have no idea. But having said all that, look, I think the Black Manosphere, man, is like, I might do a show about it. I just feel like, you remember the 5 Heartbeats, man, where you got Eddie King and shit, where you got like niggas, sometimes I wish the raindrops would fall. You remember that scene? Where it's like, let me back in the group. I'm ready to go. Like, bruh. I just feel like, man, too many guys here are looking for attention as opposed to actually trying to disseminate the information that they feel like they have. Because it's devolved into who was first. Like, it's a Ray J conversation at that point. Like, who I hit it first. With Kanye West or something. Like, who cares?
Man,
I was here first, or I was here last, or my viewpoint is better. I'm bigger man. I'm more of a man, or I got a better conversation.
We have a problem, bro.
We
really do.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. The problem is at its core, it's the Black men don't believe that they're somebody, and they're looking for validation and edification in any way that they can. And even within this space, I mean, guys have a certain viewpoint on, like, their participation in developing the space and whether or not they're being acknowledged in due measure for that participation in developing the space. And I can understand, I get it. But at the same time, I mean, you know, like, is this like hip hop, like Melly Mel, like I'm the best MC? Like, nigga, you was the best MC, nigga, in 87. You ain't on the top charts now, right now, dog. Your concerts ain't selling out, bro.
But I
I'm
was
sorry.
first head nigga. I'm the head nigga. It's me.
Bruh, look, at the end of the day, man, this is the thing that fucks me up, especially about guys who are neoliberal and have the alpha mentality and the whole idea about the market works the way it should. Then trust it then, and trust it in the marketplace of ideas and on social media in the same manner that you would a product on the shelf at Walmart.
No, that ain't no.
You have
You
to.
see, you got it. No,
Yeah,
that,
if
no,
you're
you
gonna be
don't. No,
hey,
you
man,
don't.
if you're gonna buy into this neoliberal idea that the best rises to the crop and that people make selections and choose based upon their preferences or who has the better product or whatever, then you gotta let the market work its magic. You can't
They
fucking
don't-
oscillate
You don't
and change
think
and switch
so?
and act like motherfuckers got like we sitting back here with talismans and shit and hypnotizing motherfuckers and making them feed into what we're saying.
You know they don't do that in
think,
practice, man.
I think
Go ahead,
someone
Bob.
is waking up though, because if you look at what happened with DeSantis this week, when he tried to justify his curriculum about slavery being beneficial, some of the black Republicans like confronted him about it. So I think they're kind of waking up a little bit.
But I mean, you know, like DeSantis is a fucking racist man that like who, you know, he's the type of motherfucking white boy that would say that drapetomania is real. You know what drapetomania is?
No, I don't. What's that?
Man, look that shit
No.
up. Look.
Like
I've never heard of it.
they were saying that slaves out of the
Drapetomania. Okay, so Samuel Adolphus. Let me show you the screen because I like.
Samuel.
Man, I know so much shit, and I be assuming that y'all know exactly what the fuck I know, but I got to stop doing that. So, Samuel Adolphus Cartwright invented something called drapetomania to describe the psychological disorder that caused the phenomena of enslaved blacks to run away from bondage before the Civil War. He thought it was a psychological disorder.
Oh shit.
He spent enormous energy to research, diagnose, and suggest corrective treatments to mitigate the deviant tendency of blacks to escape. So these niggas is trying to run away from bondage during slavery, and he's wondering why. And so
Amazing.
that's why I say white people have an inverted epistemology. They have to believe falsehoods about reality in order to not suffer from
Cognitive dissonance.
cognitive dissonance because of the horrendous and atrocious behavior that they're enacting on other human beings. So they have to objectify humanity along certain and stratify humanity and basically include or exclude people based upon superficial qualities of phenotype and skin color. This is where we are with this. So DeSantis is like saying that slavery was beneficial to Africans. It's like saying that like slavery was like, why are they having this disorder? Like why are they trying to escape? And why don't they acknowledge that we loved them and did so much good for them?
If you read the report,
It's
one of the
crazy. I mean,
things-
you got to think about this shit. It's fucking insane.
In one of the reports,
and that's why I say inverted. Like if I put inverted epistemology, inverted. Hold on. Okay, that's it. Inverted epistemology. Damn, why is that coming up? I didn't want that shit to come up. Inverted epistemology. Charles Mills is going to come up. Charles Mills has claimed that racism involves an inverted epistemology, an epistemology of ignorance. Okay, what is the epistemology of ignorance? What is inverted epistemology? Okay, yeah, I can't. It's not. It's,
Control scroll and it'll zoom in, maybe. Oh no,
Let
you
me
already
see.
did it. You already did
Yeah.
it.
Let me see Mills. I want something that's. Let's see if this does anything for us. The granting of political asylum is implicated. Let me see. Command F. Inverted. This misinterpretation is an inverted epistemology, an epistemology of ignorance, a particular pattern of localized and global cognitive dysfunctions which are psychologically and socially functional, producing the ironic outcome that whites will in general be unable to understand the world they themselves have made. Oh, we created a slave state and created atrocities to people of, you know, African ancestry and like sexually assaulted them, but that wasn't beneficial?
Well, then try to go back and rationalize that you're trying to, you know, make the world a better place, you know, and calling everyone else barbarians while you do it. Who's really the barbarian?
That's why I say, like, yeah, they have to believe that they weren't raping. And that's why, like, for example, like, this is the fucked up thing about it. They basically, after black men had begun to be interpolated into government during Reconstruction, they created the myth of the black male rapist. But in actuality, they were the fucking rapists.
Facts.
All over the fucking world. Actually.
But then they typecast black men. That's why Tommy Curry talks about the black boogeyman. But people don't get it. But the thing you need to get is the real boogeyman is walking all around this motherfucker. Rich and shit, I mean, still doing ignorant shit.
Didn't they put that in The Birth of a Nation? Like
the movie?
The first one where black men were doing that to white women, and that's like the stigma that went with black men.
They were trying to, like, okay, so the blacks during Reconstruction, you know, there was a certain amount, there was certain senators and shit like that, right?
Right.
They were office holders, right? So you had Hiram Revels, okay? You had, I mean, you know, of course you got Frederick Douglass and shit like that, but you had, during that era, you had a lot of people like who were like elected and shit like that, you know, into like these congresses and shit like that. And so people like Hiram Revels were represented in this fucking, like, this film. Blanche Bruce, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this, you know, who was elected to the Senate in Mississippi, right? Robert Smalls, okay? These people are actual legislators, and you know how they characterize them? As, I mean, these were the cream of the crop of black men, fought in the Civil War and all kind of shit. Judges, preachers, and they represented them like, you know, step and fetch it, Negroes and shit. Like they had no native intelligence or anything. So they had to lie and to create this imagery. And it, like, these men, like, they wanted to fuck white women. Like, they were just gonna chase white women down and rape them and shit like that.
Negro savage, man, dingo stealing our bitches.
But they were the ones doing this shit. They were the ones, they were there, exactly the shit they were doing. They made it out, like, they flipped the script on it, like, this is, and like, it's unimaginable that a nigga would do this while been doing it for fucking 200 years.
Literally.
You know, Alex Manley, during the Wilmington riots of, I think in 1898, that was the first coup, and it was for that same reason. I guess Alex Manley said that relationships are consensual, and that pissed him off. Like, they had a whole coup because of that. It's crazy.
And all I'm saying is, look, at the end of the day, these people create lies. They perpetuate lies. And the extent to which black people, man, like, today, like, there's no reason today that a black person should be ignorant, especially an educated black person, somebody with a college degree or someone who is able to read and, like, watch YouTube videos and shit. Like, you can watch Malcolm X's speeches and shit.
Well, to be
You
fair,
can watch. You
to be
can
fair,
watch.
I agree with the latter, not the former. I do not agree with the former. We know, for instance, like you said earlier, that there are black boys out here right now that can't read at an 8th grade reading level. Like, we know shit's fucked. All right. So, I mean, I ain't gonna put it
But for
past
those
them
who
that they
can
won't
read,
know.
look, Frederick Douglass couldn't read in the earliest part of his life. That motherfucker became one of the greatest. He had a speech impediment. He became one of the greatest orators in the world. If there's a will, there's a way. Okay? If black men, like, not to say that, you know, like, it's black boys themselves are responsible for the dismal state of education in this country, but, you know, like, overall, in general, if black people would value education the way that we used to. Now, I think in the South, black people value education more so than they do in the North.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, the reason I say that is because, you know, like Negroes, like most of the HBCUs are in the South, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And like, there's a long tradition of black people, you know, getting college degrees and advanced degrees in the South. Not to say that it doesn't happen in the North at all, but, you know, Negroes in the South, like, there's this reputation that black people in the South are kind of slow and dumb and shit like that. But like, think about it, man. MLK was from the South, man. Jesse Jackson, and you know, from the South. Malcolm X was from the South, man. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, most black people are from the South. So the very idea that people from the South are slow, you know, is I think is ignorant. You know, but at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is say this: the information is out here. And even about like where we are in terms of procuring rights for black folks. We act like the struggle was over with the civil rights movement, and that shit got hijacked. It got hijacked. It got taken from straight out of our mouths. And look, no disrespect, I don't want you to go off in the tizzy, Sexy Red, but here's the problem that a lot of black men have with black women today is that black women have been backdoored into the civil rights movement and some of the gains that, you know, black folks were supposed to get as a whole. You were able to get part of those gains on account that you're a woman. Okay.
Hey, Gigi, you got the meme where it says, got him. Play that meme, bro. That's the meme. You should have followed it up with that meme right there. That'd have been spicy.
Which one you talking about?
The one with the black, I don't remember the dude, man. He got some big ass teeth.
Got him.
That one.
Got him. Oh. What?
Yeah, but look, at the end of the day, man, you know, my whole thing is it's not like the blueprint hasn't been laid out here for us. And it's been up for the talented 10th of black folks all along, the so-called, the elite. Because, like, MLK was a member of the elite. But he was also a member of the elite who was orientated towards securing justice for all black folks. He wasn't just, like, trying to get a bag. Do you think MLK couldn't have had a bag if he wanted it? He couldn't just had a bag like that nigga. He could have been a superstar. And just been, I mean, not to say he wasn't fucking hoes, but I mean, you know, the whole point, he could have had everything he wanted apart from risking his life and putting himself up as an ambassador for the black folks as a whole and trying to, you know, secure justice for these people, man. He could have done whatever the fuck he wanted to do. Like the chicks from Black Lives Matter, like we cashing out. MLK could have cashed out. He could have Reverend Al Sharpton on motherfuckers.
Nah, that nigga should have got on a boat.
He could have Jesse Jackson. I'm sorry, but Jesse Jackson sold out. Sorry.
I agree with that statement.
Al Sharpton sold out. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Obama, that motherfucker was born to sell out. Sorry. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? There's certain black leaders, man, who, like, after the civil rights movement, they just start fucking, like, going towards and arcing towards tokenism, identity politics, and recognition, and said, fuck the struggle for economic justice for black folks. And the reason I put the names, I put Norman Finkelstein, Adolph Reed. I'm going to put his name in here. And there was another name, Nancy Fraser. These are all people, man, who put forth the argument that there's something missing in the contemporary left. That it's taken a bad turn. It's departed too far away from where it's supposed to be.
That's because they're essentially, they've adopted the same viewpoints as the right. They're all of one creed, and that happens to be the creed of neoliberalist policies. That's just where they're at. The little man is no longer a factor in their causes anymore. That's not a priority for them. What they're selling you on now is social justice and issues that happen to involve social policy. There's a little distinction in between the two when it comes to economic policy, at least when it comes to macroeconomics. When it comes to microeconomics, they have very, very minute differences, but that's so minuscule that it ought not matter, because for people in the broader sense, it won't. So
Yeah, look, I think that like both Republicans and Democrats, directly after the New Deal, were more populist in terms of their economic policies. But I think it all changed with Carter, who was a Democrat. Everything changed with Carter, and there was this neoliberal swing in a turn. And the Trilateral Commission came to the fore, and their policies became the policies of the day. And then, you know, like I think England and the United States were in cahoots about this. Austerity measures, you know, like the re-entrenchment of
this goes back to Thatcher.
Yeah, for sure. Like she's part of it, you know. I think Britain and America, I think they called it the crisis in democracy. I think that was the name of the document they came up with. The crisis of democracy. Let me see, crisis of democracy. Trilateral Commission. Yep, the crisis of democracy on the governability of democracies. You know, and they basically say, hey man, you know, like motherfuckers in the 60s, man, they were too educated. We need to jack up the cost of post-secondary education and make it more specialized and orientated in such a way that it serves the interest of corporations. It's no strange secret. Like most of the schools prior to this neoliberal turn, they were all government funded, and it was relatively cheap to attend the university if you had the credentials, you know, to go to one. You wouldn't like have to take out a loan that would be like a fucking 30-year mortgage and no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But now everything has changed, and like the people who invest in schools, especially the business schools, are corporations and shit, man. Even at like the science departments, like Monsanto, DuPont, and shit like this, man. They directly have chairs and shit like that, and they have like research programs that serve their interest, corporate interest inside of the context of the university system. It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, they actually had entire programs dedicated to that school of thought, and essentially it married a political school of thought with an economic system, and they were sold. And so like you said, after that, they essentially went for that turn. They tested it. They tested this model in other nations, and they decided, okay, if it worked there, it'll work here. And lo and behold, it worked here. It worked perfectly here. And so they were able to drain money out of the lower and middle economic levels and funnel it up to the top. It's what they wanted. It's exactly what they wanted.
Hey man, look, this is fucking the phenomenon that presents itself across space and time throughout history, man. This is how the fucking game is played. You know what I'm saying? The question is how. Don't get me twisted. Like Karras once said a long time ago, America's a great place to live, but listen to the knowledge that I give. You know, like don't get it twisted. Like there is opportunities here that there aren't elsewhere in the world. We get that. We understand it. But that doesn't make what's going on here just, especially for large swaths of the population, the black population, even the white population. It's a lot of fucked up shit going on here. You know? Like, this is a first world country, but you got motherfucking shit going on in Flint, Michigan, where the water ain't even safe to drink. Come on, man.
Third world conditions in first world country all across it.
Like, fucking New Orleans, Louisiana, man, during Katrina, man, that shit was a disaster, bro. That shit was a disaster waiting to happen. Could have been averted, but it wasn't averted because of, you know, big business and, you know, rich motherfuckers didn't want to kick in and deal with the infrastructure. Same with Dallas, Texas, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago when they had this big freeze down here. And, you know, motherfuckers, I was out of power for like fucking 7, 8 days. It was freezing in this motherfucker. I'm talking about below freezing temperatures, like 10, 15 degrees. If I ain't have a car to sit in, motherfucker, I would have been, man, I could have died in this shit.
Man, I would have offered to let you come up north, man, but you wouldn't have wanted to be up here. I live in Indiana, so but you wouldn't have been better off here. So I mean,
Bruh, that shit was at the time, man. Look, bruh.
It was colder
I
here.
slept in my fucking car all day. I had that motherfucking shit running all day, all night.
I believe it. Yeah, because y'all should. It was wild. I remember when when the shit happened to you. It was wild.
I was in the car like shit, you know. Can't do no show today, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, ain't no shows popping off. It's cold in this motherfucker.
You'd have thought the motherfucking government would have been impeached over that shit, dude. Like honestly, like that shit should have never been allowed to fly.
But see,
You know?
the point is, it hardly ever gets that cold, and the companies they do what they have to. They don't do what you know is necessary to.
Well, that's a part of the state's responsibility is to be responsible for the citizens of its state, is it not?
Man, they got all kind of problems in Texas, man. Like, especially residential areas and coding and shit like that. Like, these motherfuckers just do enough to meet like the minimum requirements of safety. It's not like, you know, this shit ain't like the Autobahn. Like, motherfuckers building that shit to last for decades, centuries, and some shit. They like, man, let's get. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I mean, the standards of construction here.
They're decent. They're not
decent,
best.
man. It ain't top notch though. It ain't like we you know, like taking out all the stops and shit to make sure that the infrastructure will last.
We usually build things on like a 20 to 50 year time scale at best.
Yeah,
That's
we could
at
do better than that.
best.
Yeah, but we could do better than that shit. Like America could be like Japan all over.
No, you can't do that.
Shit, it could be.
It could be. We can't though.
Yeah, it could be. But like we could have high speed rail, like especially like going across from east west, and I think like the country would be well served if there was like a crisscross motion going across east west and like going from southeast to northwest and then southeast. You know what I'm saying.
Well, you
like
basically have to have a
X through it and then a line going through the X. That's what,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that could be a way that, you know, like high speed rail should be organized in this country so you can get around quickly and efficiently. And I mean, just face it, man. Like a train ride, you could do a lot more shit on a rail than you can like in an airplane. You know what I'm saying? It could be a lot more fun and shit. You know what I'm saying? So.
I mean, shit, they be having drinks on them, you know what I'm saying? Food, all sorts of services in
Man,
different
this shit
countries
could-
on fucking high speed, just on literally on trains. They ain't even got to be high speed rails. You know what I'm saying? They faster than fucking, you know, driving a car a lot of times. So I mean, like you faster than that, and not only that, it saves on capacity, so it's better, and it's more energy efficient. So it's just there are tons of reasons why it would be a better mode of transport. But
Connect
I mean,
the major cities, man. Connect the major cities going from, you know, north-south on a diagonal and then like east to west, just straight across this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it should be done, but you know, they ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? They
well,
cheap
when's the
motherfuckers.
last time we had another a major infrastructure program since the highway, the
New Deal,
highway?
man.
Yeah, the New Deal, basically.
Yeah. Hey, it's on them, man. You know, I guarantee you, the plumbing system in America, I'm pretty sure that shit is it sucks like a motherfucker. I know.
Oh
it do.
yeah, it's terrible.
The sewage systems, terrible. We could have a first class, you know, like nation, man. Like, you know, like, but they don't want that shit. They just don't want it, man. They don't care, man. They don't give. So fuck it. I'm saying let it be what it is. You know what I mean?
They so fucked that they're actually just like you said, they don't give a shit about their own people. You know what I'm saying? Unless they live there, they don't give a fuck. Or they're sending their kids there. So there are usually two areas where you can avoid some of these issues, and that's college areas and that's rich areas. Short of those two predicaments, you're gonna encounter some fuckery, whether it be with the food, whether it be with travel, whether it be with, you know, infrastructure, all that shit, bro. You gonna see some bullshit. White folks in areas from upscale backgrounds and where their kids happen to go, they don't play that shit. They do not.
Yeah, from what I understand, like I think in the UAE they're trying to build like some sort of fucking or one of the cities near the Emirates, man, they trying to build like this one long ass city. It's like it's just like a column almost, but like it's gonna be smart, and they're gonna have like computer circuitry all throughout it and shit. Wi-Fi is gonna like be throughout all of it, and they're just thinking about like building for the future, man. America's like, fuck that shit, nigga. We gonna build our own little spaces, like our own domiciles. Fuck building it for the public benefit. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna do shit for ourselves. So let them do it, man. But I know I'm getting tired, man. I'm getting hungry as fuck. I gotta eat, man. I've been talking on this shit. I ain't even eat nothing today earlier except for a bowl of cereal, man. I ain't even eat nothing heavy today.
Hell nah.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't ate shit today, man. I'm about to go to one of these food trucks out here, man, and give me motherfucker some shit I know I shouldn't be eating, but hey, man, that shit fire.
Don't do it. Hey, man, I'm gonna enjoy your shoulder for the day, man. Don't do it.
Man,
Make your home cooked meal, man. You can do it, bro. I believe.
Yeah, I had to eat. If I was to eat here right now, I had to throw out something. So I mean, I could throw out some fish real quick. That shit throw out real quick.
Yeah, do. You can make that shit banging too. Throw some lemon pepper on that bitch. Slather it in some butter, bro, with some oil. I don't know how you do it. I
blacken the shit. I take Zatarain's blackened seasoning.
Oh, you know that shit. That's what I do. I got that Zatarain's, man. That shit hit different, bro.
Yeah, I put
hit it with the lemon pepper too, bro. If you ain't done that,
in butter and that shit, I take out a fucking lemon for real. Fuck all that shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't need no lemon pepper seasoning. I take out a lemon and squeeze that motherfucker. Put all that shit out, the juice all on that jerk. Feel me? But yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I might go to one of these trucks anyway, man. I might go to one of these trucks anyway, because I don't want to wait. Feel me? I'm hungry.
That's that laziness. There it go.
I'm hungry right now. You know what I'm saying? Chris said he put that Creole seasoning on. I got Creole seasoning too. You know what? My Creole seasoning, I'm gonna tell you what I put on my hamburgers. I put Slap Your Mama on my hamburgers.
What?
Yeah, that shit fire as fuck on hamburgers, dog.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Slap Your Mama? Yeah, they
I'm
got
about
some
to
shit
Google it.
called
Hold up.
Slap Your Mama. Yeah. Hey, I put that on my hamburger. Slap Your Mama, man.
I'm Googling that shit. What the fuck?
You don't see it?
I see it.
Yeah, I put that on my hamburger. Slap Your Mama. And I put Tony Cacharet in
Tony
like
Checkers.
like if I make jambalaya or something like that, I put Tony Cacharet in the jambalaya. Or some gumbo or some shit like that.
You call it Cacharet, bro. I'm dead.
Yeah. What you call it?
Checkers, bro.
Oh, you call it checkers? Yeah.
Yeah, bro. It's checkers, bro.
Shit, man. That shit been spitting. Anyway, I put that shit. I put that Tony Cacharet. And I use that shit on my chicken too, though. If I'm cooking like chicken, but I'll be making that halal chicken shit, man. I'll be using like a whole bunch of shit. Turmeric, allspice, and all kind of shit when it comes to cooking that shit, though. But
I usually hit it with like oregano, fucking red pepper, motherfucking seasoning salt, the Tony Checkers.
Right.
Motherfucking what's that shit called? Basil.
Yeah.
Then I let it sit in like some butter.
Yeah, so I let the shit sit in butter. Like if I was gonna make the tilapia, I'd take like maybe 2 tablespoons or 1 tablespoon or so of the butter and just microwave that shit. So and then when I get the tilapia or some shit thawed out, I just lay it in the butter, let it sit in there for a quick minute, and then I heat that skillet up and throw the seasoning on top of it. And then like flip it and put the seasoning on it and throw some more butter on it and then slice up a lemon and just hit that shit all with lemon. You feel me?
You spice the lemon? You don't just like take the juice out?
What you mean?
You don't just squeeze the bitch like
Of course
juice
I
it?
squeeze it. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like I take the lemon, cut it in half and put a squeezer and squeeze the shit all over the skillet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I thought you were saying you do something different, like you put the seasoning inside the lemon. I'm like, what
Oh
type of
hell
shit
no,
is
man!
that?
No sir. Yeah, I cut the motherfucker in half and take the lemon squeezer and squeeze that lemon juice all over the motherfucking fish.
Okay,
You know
I
what I'm
got you. I got you.
Right. Then I probably have a baked potato with that though, sour cream. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
see, you going
Some
too
kosher
hard,
salt. You
bro.
know what I'm saying?
You was talking about halal food. You talking about motherfucking taking a motherfucking fully loaded potato, nigga. Come on, bro.
Man, I take that potato, put that kosher salt on the outside of it.
What was the point of the halal then?
No, the
You
halal
done.
chicken, man, it's like I make balsamic rice. You know what I'm saying? It's like a halal cart chicken recipe I got, man. You know what
Oh,
I'm saying?
okay. It's a whole dish
Yeah,
then.
it's like a it's like a whole vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, welcome everybody to Cooking with GG and PK, bro. That's what we doing, bro. We cooking, nigga.
No, but
That's what
straight
we
up,
do.
yeah. We got, hey man, you gotta cook, shit, motherfucker. What you gonna wait on? Cause it costs too much money, man, to eat out every day. But I will eat out though. So I make my white sauce. You know what I'm saying? You take mayo, yogurt, vinegar, lemon juice, garlic cloves, salt and pepper. You know, you mix that shit up, and that's your little white. You know, like the pita sauce. You know,
Right.
gyro sauce. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Yeah, like the marinated chicken. You put oregano, coriander, garlic powder, paprika, cumin, turmeric. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. You put that shit in there, man, and bam. You know what I'm saying?
And
Let that shit
I don't never know what to put turmeric in, bro.
chicken, bro. Put that shit, and you can put it in chicken, and also you can put that shit in the rice. You know what I'm saying? But don't put a whole. Don't you can't go overboard. Like put a half a teaspoon in that shit in the rice. You know
Like
what
it
I'm
just
saying?
don't. I don't know. Like it's like when I eat the shit, cause I done tasted it before, right? And I done tried putting it in a few different different dishes, and I'm just like, bro, like this shit don't. It tastes off. You know, when I use turmeric, and I don't know if it's the turmeric or it's just like it doesn't mix with the dish. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Or like with the
try to
other seasonings.
halal. It's a recipe, man. I lead a let me see. I made this shit the other day. That shit was super fire, man. I'm gonna leave the motherfucking recipe. Ain't no need for me to hold on to it like I'm holding on to it by myself.
Hey man,
I'm
we
gonna-
all got special secrets, bro. That's a special secret, man. Don't be giving that
hold
shit
on.
away.
I actually just put it in the
There we go.
private. I shouldn't have just. I want to put it in where everybody can see that shit. Fufu's kitchen. You know what I'm saying? A
Save
little
it.
Arabic lady, little Middle Eastern lady, man. Say she got a kitchen and shit. Fufu. That shit, boy. That rice fluffy. That balsamic rice fluffy as a motherfucker, boy. Yes, it is. Anyway, man, yeah, I ate that shit. And the red sauce, like HEB sells something called red sauce, man. So that's what I use. Like they call it dragon sauce from the halal guys, you know, chicken. Call it dragon sauce. But I use
The fuck
the
is it?
HEB red sauce instead. Man, that shit fire.
What is it?
What?
What do you mean? Like red
HEB
sauce?
is a store, is a supermarket chain in Texas. You know what I'm saying? So got some high quality food. You know what I mean? So
Was it like a Whole Foods?
no, it ain't a Whole Foods, but it's like I ain't gonna say it's high end because at first I wondered what it was. I was like, what the fuck is a HEB, a Heb? It was like it ain't Heb, it's HEB. It's like a supermarket. It's like Schnucks or Nationals or Canal Villery or like in Schwegmans in New Orleans or like I don't know, like it is like Whole Foods, but like Whole Foods I would say is too high end. It's like too artsy fartsy. This shit like more commonplace, but it's big though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's just like it's humongous, man. A big ass store. You know what I'm saying? They got damn it everything you want in that bitch.
What?
Motherfucker might buy air conditioning in that motherfucker.
Oh, so it's like a Sam's Club or something.
Almost, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't like that quite. You know what I'm saying? I'm over exaggerating a little bit, but like it's
Oh, but
it's
it's
a
for
big-
food though.
he says like Publix. It's food though. It's food primarily. You know what I'm saying? They be giving away food and shit, boy. Man, I fucks with HEB though. Trust me, I fuck with HEB.
Oh, they
Yeah.
got special shit. Okay.
Yeah, HEB. I fuck with HEB, bro. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, we ain't got those up here. We don't have those.
Where you at?
Indiana.
Yeah, you got like you got Kroger's and shit like that.
Yeah, Kroger's, fucking Trader Joe's. That's about
Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
Damn, man, y'all missing out, man.
Yeah, we got all these I don't even think we got Publix. I ain't seen one of them bitches. Not where I stay at. I ain't
Yeah,
seen one.
Aldi's. I don't sleep on Aldi's though. I fuck with Aldi's. I get like the meat and shit. Get your meat and shit from Aldi's, man.
Oh yeah, you save money for sure. I mean,
He
I
said,
don't
he
say
said,
no
yeah.
money though.
Leon say, let that old man GG go eat. His blood pressure's dropping by the shoulder. Damn, you know my blood pressure probably dropping and shit. Hey man, I know I am hungry though. I need some insulin and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I got you, bro. All right, this has been real, bro. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Well, for sure, man. Y'all, hey, look, it was a pleasure talking to y'all this afternoon, man. I know sometimes, man, I just go in for days and days. I guess I earned my little bread today, man. You know what I'm saying? Talking for fucking 6 hours, but that's how I get sometimes, man. But it was a pleasure to talk to y'all this afternoon, man. Short Bus Saturday, man, 7/29/23. I'll holler at y'all on the next one, man. I don't know when I'll be back. I might be back tomorrow. All depends, man, if my co-conspirator, man, will fuck with me. He might be busy and doing some other shit, but if he ain't, we gonna do one. So I'll holler at y'all, man. Y'all be peaceful, man. One love. But Crozier, I ain't let you speak once, so I would be remiss if I didn't let you say something. So if you'd like to make any point whatsoever, I'll go ahead and let you get the last word.
No, I made the point earlier when I was talking about maybe some older traditions being mixed in with what we have now to solve some problems. So that's all I wanted.
For sure. I remember that comment. I do. I thought I didn't give you the opportunity to speak at all. So I apologize for that. But hey, man, it's been one, man. It's been real, man. I will talk to y'all on the next session, man. Y'all all be peaceful. Ian, be peaceful. PK, be peaceful. Bob Marley, be peaceful, man. I will holler at y'all later, man.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace.